Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the
Before we commence, I would like to advise the Assembly that I have received notification from the First and Deputy First Minister that Mr Edwin Poots resigned the office of Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, and that Mr Gordon Lyons resigned the office of Junior Minister at midnight last night. I have also been informed by the nominating officer for the Democratic Unionist Party that Mr Gordon Lyons has been nominated as Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. Mr Lyons accepted the nomination and affirmed the pledge of office in my presence and the Chief Executive this morning, Tuesday the 2nd of February 2021, I have also received correspondence from the First Minister and Deputy First Minister that Mr Gary Middleton has been appointed Junior Minister. Mr Middleton accepted the nomination and also affirmed the pledge of office in my presence and that of the Clerk Chief Executive today, Tuesday, 2nd of February 2021. I am satisfied, therefore, that the requirements of standing orders have been met. Before I move on, I would like to take this opportunity to wish our colleague Edwin Poots a very speedy recovery. Our thoughts and prayers are with Edwin and his family at this time. I have also been notified that Ms Karen Mullen has resigned as Deputy Chairperson of the Committee for Education with immediate effect. At the same time, I have also received notification from a nominating officer for Sinn Féin that Mr Pat Sheehan has been nominated to fill the vacancy of Deputy Chairperson of the Committee for Education, also with immediate effect. I am satisfied that requirements of standing orders have been met. Mr Stewart Dickson has been given leave to make a statement condemning threats to workers at border control posts, which fulfils the criteria set out in Standing Order 24. If other members wish to be called, they should do so by rising in their places and continuing to do so. All members will have up to 3 minutes to speak on the subject, and I would remind members that I will not take points of order on this or any other matter until the item of business has finished. And I call Mr Dickson.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, for the opportunity to speak this morning. But before I commence on the matter of the day, can I add to your words with regards to former Minister Poots and to wish him very well on the difficult health journey that he has ahead, some of the aspects of which I all too personally am aware of. Mr Speaker, we will all have become very aware of the news today and indeed over the last week where unacceptable threats have been made against staff at the Port of Larne. This matter escalated yesterday when the Mid and East Antrim Council, together with the Department, had to take action to withdraw environmental health and DAERA staff from the Port of Larne and the Port of Belfast. First and foremost, can I say that my concern is with the staff who have been placed under this unacceptable, totally and utterly unacceptable threat. And what we need to be doing today is to ensure that there's a calm atmosphere created so that the Council and DAERA, the PSNI and all of those people involved in the safety and security of the staff work together to work out what the issues are around these particular threats and to allow and provide an opportunity for a proper and safe return to work for these employees. Sadly, I know all too well what happens when there is unrest in somewhere like East Antrim. I've received personal threats, and my office, as you members will be aware, was attacked on previous occasions. I hope, and I sincerely hope, that that's not a situation that we're heading back into. I, for one, want to work hard to ensure that we have calm, cool, collected thoughts around this issue. That is my appeal today. That is my pledge. We have seen over the last number of weeks, both in the public media and also in social media, that a situation that has perhaps been described as being heated up. What I want to do today is to hear this Assembly cooling all of that rhetoric, ensuring that people are allowed to go about their daily duties, delivering for us in Northern Ireland. The last thing we want to do in this whole wide Brexit debate is to add further barriers. So our appeal today, Mr Speaker, is that we have a calm and rational discussion around this and that we work to ensure that all of these employees can return to work as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call William Irwin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And firstly, can I offer my best wishes and prayerful support to my good friend and colleague Edmund Poots as he takes what I hope and trust will be a short break from ministerial duties to undergo an emergency surgery. I also pass on the well wishes of many in my local constituents who have inquired of his health in recent weeks. Moving to the matter of the day, the issue of threat and staff at Larne must be condemned, and I'd ask those behind the sinister activity to desist immediately. People going about their daily work should not have to face such sinister attention, and I support the Council decision to remove the staff from those positions, given the real and obvious safety concerns. And I understand that this was a unanimous decision taken by the entire Council. Indeed, I have been contacted myself on Saturday by the PSNI on the back of social media misinformation and a veiled threat against me. This too is unacceptable and amounts to an attack on the democratic process and politics. Well, with all that being said, there is also an important and very real issue within the Unionist community at this time, and that is the absolute rejection of the Northern Ireland Protocol. The Protocol is viewed in the Unionist community as completely negative and distasteful, and sadly at the fringes of the community there are those, as we know from many years of troubled history in Northern Ireland, will use those opportunities to flex their muscles. That is a sad reality in this set of circumstances. I would urge unionism to unite and deal with the Protocol in an exclusively peaceful and democratic fashion and focus on the source of the problem. That is the only available path to removing what has been foisted upon us. East-west trade and movement of goods must be restored immediately, but it must be achieved peacefully and democratically.
And I call Linda Dillon.
And first of all, just to say that my thoughts are with the members of staff that have been threatened, and also with Stephen Farry, who I noted this morning his constituency office was also attacked and dubbed with the words saying RIP Good Friday Agreement. Well, I think we all know that is not the case. That is why we are here. And I want to be very clear, the source of the problem is Brexit. The Brexit that you argued for, the Brexit that you wanted, the Brexit that you paid millions of pounds to campaign for here in the North and lost the vote in the North. So let's be very clear. And the source of the problem today, in relation to a real and live threat around getting food into this place, is the threat, not the Protocol. So we need to be, as Mr Dickson has said, and I thank him for bringing this to the floor of the House today, we need to have cool heads. We need to temper our language. We need to know that the tone that we set in this place is what will happen outside. And for us not to take responsibility and full responsibility for that is disingenuous. What we say and do in here will have a massive impact on what happens out there. So if people in the Unionist and Loyalist community do not feel that you are representing their views in this place, then you need to go and speak to them, meet with them, talk to them, listen to them, and represent their views properly and in the proper fashion within this House in a democratic manner. Not allowing threats to happen against staff, not allowing this kind of attack on the like of Stephen Farry's constituency office, or indeed Stewart Dickson's or anybody else's. It's not acceptable. And we all have to be careful. And that includes social media. So if people do not have cool heads, keep your hands off your phones. That would be my advice to everybody. Be careful, be tempered, watch your tone, and keep cool heads, because we have big responsibilities around looking after people here. And I hope, and sincerely hope, any threats made against any member of staff of any type, whether it's at the ports or anywhere else, are withdrawn, and withdrawn with immediate effect. And we all have to accept responsibility around our tone and those who we may influence outside this place. That includes myself and everybody else in this House, but it also includes the members opposite. So I would ask you to seriously think before you speak. Thank you.
Call Patsy McGlone.
Like others here too, I would condemn these threats against the staff at Larnport, but I would also, just as I've heard it, Mr William Irwin, Willie there has mentioned about a threat against himself. I would like to say, William, that is reprehensible as well and roundly to be condemned, as is the attack on Stephen Farry's office, which we've just heard about there. This sort of behaviour is despicable, it's disgraceful, but we all have a duty to calm things down. Today isn't particularly a day for politics. The type of politics that today is about is paving the way ahead. We know what the problems are. Those problems are there, and they're going to be there for the foreseeable future if we continue to crank it up. The politics that we're about here today, and should be about, is calming down the atmosphere, looking at those individual problems, seeing how we can resolve those one by one, and go about the business that we're elected to do, and that's to be there for the betterment of society and for the community. Specifically in regard to the threat at Larne, these young women, because they mostly are young women, have been left there in a situation of a dilemma and have been contacted by some of the families. It's despicable, it's disgraceful, but again, the local council has a duty of care to its employees, with the PSNI, with ourselves as elected members, to work collectively to bring calm to the situation, to address those issues. If there are people engaging in illegal behaviour of collecting car numbers, threatening graffiti, that type of stuff, those people have to be identified and brought before the courts for that illegal behaviour that they're engaging in. So the duties of all of us is to bring it down, to calm the situation down, to identify what the issues are, and to address those issues in a collective, calm way, as paving the way forward for the society that we are here to represent, and bring about not a spirit of division, but a spirit of accommodation and reconciliation. Just in conclusion, I would use this occasion to send my best wishes to a good friend over many years, that's Edwin Poots, and I wish him well in his recovery post-operative stage, and that it'll not be too long before he's back in the reins at the department. Gurma, to Concordia.
Thank you. And I call Roy Beggs.
I too would wish to send my best wishes to Edmund Poots and hope that he will have a speedy recovery. First of all, I would unreservedly condemn the threats against all the border control staff at Larne and indeed Belfast Harbour. Let us be clear, there should be no place for violence or the threat of violence. But for that to happen, we need to all look carefully at what we do and what we have advocated. The British government has reached an agreement with Europe, and they have set themselves in terms of the Northern Ireland Protocol. But those protocols are not set in stone. Already we've seen adjustment. And there needs to be a clear reflection on those protocols. And we need to make sure that they are proportionate and reasonable. I have to say, what has been introduced is not proportionate or reasonable. There's growing discontent within the unionist community, and I can only see that growing as more and more people recognise that they have difficulty buying seats, buying plants, buying a small parcel, not being able to get goods delivered to them. So there needs to be adjustment, there needs to be a reflection. And I would plead to all those parties, when they may have fought hard against a hard Brexit, we have what we have. I would ask all those who then pressed for a hard, full implementation of the Northern Ireland Protocol to think carefully about what they have done. They are causing discontent, they're causing instability, and I would urge a rethink. There's the interest of the EU, of the Republic of Ireland, of everyone who lives in Northern Ireland to have a reasonable accommodation. Also, unionists have always advocated for freedom of movement north-south and east-west. A hard border in the Irish Sea is causing significant problems, and the protocol needs to be changed. So again, I would say all of us here need to reflect on what we've advocated for. We need something that the entire community can buy into. The Belfast Agreement indicated that Northern Ireland's position would only change with the agreement of the people of Northern Ireland. The hard border down the Irish Sea has changed that and has the potential of creating economic and political instability. And in avoiding that, we all have an interest. So I'd ask everyone in this chamber to reflect on where we go from here and to urge for changes in that hard Northern Ireland Protocol, which is totally disproportionate.
Our time's up. Thank you. And I call Jim Allister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I join in the best wishes to Edwin Poots at this difficult time for him and his family. In regard to this matter, violence is wrong. It always was wrong. Threats of violence are wrong and continue to be wrong. And I have been very clear, whereas this is an iniquitous, damaging, hateful protocol that is unstitching the union between Great Britain and Northern Ireland, it needs to and must be fought politically, and it is the failure of effective political action which opens the door to have other miscreants with wrongful motives fill a resulting vacuum. And I do have to say this. DAERA last night withdrew staff from the ports. If they had done that not in face of threats, but as a bold political move, saying we are not going to enforce the partition of the United Kingdom, then there would have been less scope for those to issue threats and make trouble to staff. And I think that is a lesson in itself. It's political action that's seen to be effective and determined, which is the best antidote to threats of this nature. But before people get too sanctimonious about this issue, let me just say to this House, the border between the EU and the United Kingdom is in the Irish Sea because of the threats of violence if it had been put in the place it should be. It was the implicit, nay, and sometimes explicit threats that violence would return to the island of Ireland if there ever was a border, such as it even would be, on the island of Ireland because of Brexit. So let people remember, some were happy to ride in the shadow of that threat, to force the border to the Irish Sea. And as for Sinn Féin, I take no lectures from a party which to this very day justifies the most heinous violence in the terrorist campaign of the IRA. So let's be clear. Violence can only sully a just cause. It has no contribution or the threat of it to make.
Members, time's
and
up.
It must be given no place, but instead
Members, time's
be
up.
faced with active political activity.
I call Philip McGuigan.
Collier, and can I thank Stewart Dickson for bringing the matter to the Chamber today, and can I also send my best wishes to Edwin Poots and his family through this difficult time, and as Vice Chair of the ERA Committee look forward to working with Gordon Lyons and hopefully what will be a short time frame. Can I condemn these threats against workers at both Larne and Belfast ports? There can be no place for threats like this from wherever they are emanating, and they need to be lifted immediately. Everyone should be able to go to their work free from fear and intimidation. I have spoken to the police this morning and I've requested further meetings. The PSNI need to quickly identify who is responsible for this, establish who is responsible, and they need to take action against those responsible. The workers from Mid and East Antrim Council and the DAERA need to be back at their work as quickly as possible, carrying out the checks that need to be checked and not causing further frustration at our ports. My colleague Declan McAleer, the Chair of the ERA Committee, has also requested meetings with DAERA so that we can establish the facts around this issue and get them resolved as soon as possible. Politicians in this chamber must use their language responsibly and draw the heat out of the situation. And I'm just curious at the previous speaker, Mr Allister, seemed on the one hand to be condemning those who were issuing threats, but at the same time seemed to be asking DAERA ministers and officials to in some way break international treaties and break the law. I think he needs to clarify that. Brexit is a reality, and so is the protocol. Threats at Larne or Belfast ports or against elected representatives in this House or others aren't going to change any of that. We in this chamber need to use our time wisely and calmly to resolve any issues that we can that exist within the Irish Protocol to allow freer trade east and west and along this island. But we need to stand collectively against this threat and deal with the issues at hand through the mechanism of politics and nothing else. Greenway.
Thank you. And I call Claire Bailey.
I too would like to wish Edwin Poots well, and I'm pretty confident of his speedy recovery. And thanks, Stewart Dickson, for bringing this to debate today. It's 2021, and it's absolutely shameful that in Northern Ireland we're seeing people stopped from going to their work. No one should be put in that position, and of course we will await the PSNI's assessment of the situation. And it's also equally shameful that elected reps are also being targeted. And this is all in the name of the protocol. But nobody likes the protocol. This House voted against the protocol and the Withdrawal Act. And absolutely, Brexit is the problem. Brexit split the regions of the UK, and Brexit remains the problem. There is no good Brexit for Northern Ireland. There was never going to be a good Brexit for Northern Ireland. And those calling for the removal of the protocol need to come forward with solutions to the protocol. Credible solutions before whipping up tensions, before marching people to the top of the hill and leaving them there all by themselves. We almost look back at Theresa May's Withdrawal Act as halcyon days, and the deal that she was able to propose as a solution. And when people in this House speak of breaking Delph, of nooses tightening, of acts of aggression, then we become part of the problem rather than giving solutions. So let's have a look at where we are, and let's have a look at creating solutions in the best interests of all people in Northern Ireland, and not just some, and not just maintaining divisions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I call Matthew O'Toole.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, let me send my best wishes to the Agriculture Minister, Edwin Poots, as others have done. I hope he's back at his job soon. I'd also like to stand in solidarity with workers, any workers who have been affected by what's happened at Larne, and also Stephen Farry, who's had a graffiti daubed on his constituency office. As others have said, it's extremely important that we approach this issue with extreme sensitivity of language. That's something I have always endeavoured to do. I think it's important, as we understand what is happening here, that we first of all, yes, acknowledge that Brexit is the root of these issues that we face, but I don't want to actually today completely rehash all the debates around Brexit. I think it's important that we focus on the situation in relation to the Northern Ireland Protocol. First of all, many of the checks that are being carried out at Larne and Belfast are a continuation of some of the checks that have happened long before Brexit, indeed long before the Good Friday Agreement, as plant and animal products entered the island of Ireland. The fact that the UK has left the EU's sanitary and phytosanitary area means that, unfortunately, there do have to be certain controls on plant and animal products. Do we want to see easements? Do we want to see greater information? Do we want to see the protocol made to work? Absolutely, and I agree with a lot of what others have said around that. But let's just be clear about what that means. This is a continuation of checks in many ways that have already happened. That's not to say that Brexit has not and the protocol have not brought real changes. They have. Secondly, it's also worth saying, as people talk about the political context, the withdrawal agreement, which was renegotiated by Boris Johnson, not, I have to say, to mine or my party's liking, does include a consent mechanism. So people who are talking today about the lack of consent that exists in relation to the Northern Ireland Protocol should reflect on the fact that there is actually a consent mechanism. People who are, I think, feeding into the idea that this is somehow happening in an anti-democratic way or in a way that is without the consent of people should reflect on the fact that there is a consent mechanism built in. But the final point is just to go back to what others have said today. which is that this is a unique society. It's really important that all of us speak carefully and in even tones about the challenges we face, and we do face challenges. We're in no doubt about that. We want to make them work. But secondly, the rule of law is completely sacrosanct. None of us can be talking out of both sides of our mouths when it comes to the rule of law being upheld, but X, Y and Z. The law is the law is the law.
Members, time's up.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Steve Aiken.
Indeed, Mr. Speaker, and may I thank indeed Mr. Dickson for bringing this matter to the House this morning as well. May I also join my best wishes to Edwin Poots, and having been in a similar situation to himself as in the past and as Mr. Dickson, I know that it will be a long journey ahead until he comes forward. I also wish my best wishes to Gordon and to Gary Middleton as they resume their duties, as they go forward, as they do so as well. I, as leader of the Ulster Unionist Party, condemned wholeheartedly the graffiti that's been daubed on the windows of Stephen Farry, and indeed, I understand from Kelly Armstrong as well. And, William, there is no rule anywhere in Northern Ireland that says politicians should be threatened in any way. It undermines the democratic process. That's one of the reasons why we believe very strongly in being British and the process of being in the Union, is because we abide by the rule of law, and indeed by making sure that we do not accept threats no matter where they happen to be as well. The Ulster Unionist Party completely condemns any attacks on workers. Any attempts to stop people going to their work is not acceptable in any way. But there is an issue here, and you're quite right. We do need to be very careful, Mr. Speaker, in our language and how we use our language. Because the issue here is indeed with the Northern Ireland Protocol. And the Ulster Unionist Party yesterday put forward very sensible solutions to try and deal with the situation, so that we reduce the tensions, so that we do not have these issues. We do not have the issues of the rising anger across the people of Northern Ireland on everything to do with seeds, to movement of armed forces, to close on somewhere of 2,500 pieces of legislation and the rest of it that will be imposed upon us within this Assembly that we have absolutely no say in whatsoever. I understand that this week is that the Vice President of the European Union and indeed Michael Gove will be meeting with the First and Deputy First Ministers to talk about derogations. And the EU Commission itself has recognised that there are some significant issues. They talk about a reset. We have put down a framework for that reset. And the way to do that is to make sure that this protocol does not completely undermine and trash the Northern Ireland economy, which, quite frankly, it's beginning to do. We need to do something about that. And the easiest way to do that is to invoke Article 16, take to Annex 7, look carefully what it is, and then we can spend the next 2 to 3 months renegotiating with the people of Northern Ireland at the table and the elected representatives from our executive being a full and equal partner in those discussions, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that we get those derogations and we get those derogations across the line. Because no matter what we say, we have to move on from this indeed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And I call John Blair.
Mr. Speaker, before I say anything in relation to the matter of the day, can I add my support to that expressed for Edwin Poots and say that I'm sending him every good wish to recover fully and totally. On the matter of the day, Mr. Speaker, I want to echo the words of others who have said that all threats to staff are serious. That includes threats to members of this House and their staff. And I want to make clear that I this morning stand with Kelly Armstrong, Stephen Farry and their staff in that regard. The safety of those working in Northern Ireland ports is also a matter of absolute priority as we navigate a resolution to current issues. Everyone has a right to go to work without fear, and I condemn intimidation or threats made to staff carrying out their important work at our ports. In my capacity as a member of the Policing Board, Mr. Speaker, and as a member of the DARE Committee, I support the staff of both organisations and will work with political colleagues in order to reduce tensions. We must be aware, as we discuss the implications of actions today, that any disruption caused to our supply chains with physical inspections of products of animal origin being temporarily suspended will impact everyone in our society. Senior Ulster Farmer Union officials have already expressed their concern today that the supply of food may be affected by the suspension of checks. Supply chains, which were already strained with increasing pressures as a result of the health pandemic and Brexit complications, trade must continue to flow. Further delays will have associated complications and increased costs. I am aware, Mr Speaker, that preparations have been made for the ERA Committee to be updated fully at the earliest opportunity on these matters, and I would like to put on record my thanks for the swift response of the Committee Chair and Committee officials to my request late last night in this regard. Speaking additionally as a member of the Policing Board, I fully expect that members there will be briefed as soon as possible, and hopefully members of that body will resolve to offer full support to the police as they brief on and handle these issues, police a pandemic, police the community, and do all of this in the backdrop of a dissident terrorist threat. In closing, Mr Speaker, I stress that with growing tensions reported in the community, I would appeal to maintain calm, dial down the rhetoric and follow police advice. Thank you.
Members, the time is up for this debate. I would like to thank all the members who have contributed to this discussion this morning on the matters of the day in relation to threats. And I want to thank all the members for their contributions and their moderation in their remarks, and also their condemnation of the threats to the workers in the Larne and the Port area, and also in the offices of a number of members of this House. So thank you for that. Moving on to order paper item number 2, Mr Philip McGuigan has sought leave to present a petition in accordance with Standing Order 22. The member will have up to 3 minutes to speak, and for the avoidance of doubt, that means up to 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
I am presenting this online petition today created by the group of concerned citizens who title themselves the Ballycastle to Ballymoney Greenway Supporters Club. The petition, as I've said, is online and contains 1,123 signatures. I am submitting it today for the attention of the Infrastructure Minister, but it will also go to Causeway Coast and Glens Council, as both have a part to play in shaping, funding and realising this project. The wording of the petition states, "We are signing this petition as a demonstration of our full support for the development of a greenway linking Ballycastle to Ballymoney. We believe that development of this greenway will result in a range of economic, social and environmental benefits. It will produce economic benefits for both towns, resulting from the increased footfall the greenway will stimulate from local residents, domestic visitors and international tourists. Furthermore, with a creative design, the greenway could include a variety of entry and exit points to include popular tourist sites such as the Dark Hedges and linkages to rural villages including Dervick, Armoy and Sternockham. This would catalyse additional economic opportunities. Benefits will include new employment opportunities such as cafes and refreshment breaks at entry and exit points, walking and cycling tour guides, bicycle hire shops and the maintenance of the greenway." The people responsible for organising this petition understand that this greenway project is about much more than creating a 30-kilometre route along the old Moyle railway line. And the 1,123 people who have signed the petition know the potential value of this greenway to themselves, the community in North Antrim, to current and future businesses in the towns and villages on its route. They know the potential for our children and families who will have a safe, clean, green place to exercise both their physical and mental health. And it's because they know all of this that they want to translate that potential into action. They want the Department for Infrastructure to work closely with the local council to make this a reality and to do so without delay. We in this chamber often talk about active travel and our commitments to it, but in reality not enough happens beyond that. When we see the other side of the COVID pandemic, we will still need to do more about tackling our health and implementing practices here in this chamber which create a healthier population to relieve pressure from our hospitals and NHS staff. We have also agreed in this chamber that we are in a climate crisis, but yet we still prioritise infrastructure for cars over walking and cycling. If we are to match our ambitions, then we need action, and we need serious intervention, and we need serious funding to do so. In the south, Greenway projects have received over €100 million since 2018, and a week ago the government announced funding for 248 new jobs to create walking and cycling facilities, including greenways.
Remarks to a close, please.
How about we match that ambition and funding?
Member's time's up.
Okay.
The member knows that normally I would invite him to bring his petition to the table at this time and present it to me here. However, in light of social distancing going on, I would ask the member to remain in his place, and I will make arrangements for him to submit the petition to my office. I thank the member for bringing this petition to the attention of the Assembly. Once received, I will forward the petition to the Minister for Infrastructure and send a copy to the committee. Thank you. Could members take a ease for a moment or two before we move on to the next item? Thank you.
Members, I've received notice from the Minister for Education that he wishes to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, I remind members that in light of social distancing being observed by parties, the Speaker's ruling that members must be in the chamber to hear the statement if they wish to hear a question has been relaxed. Members do still have to make sure that their name is on the speaking list if they wish to be called, but they can do this so by also raising in their place. But just do give us a wee bit of notification before doing so. I remind members to be concise in asking their question. This isn't an opportunity for debate, and long introductions won't be allowed. I also remind members that in accordance with long-established procedures, points of order aren't normally taken during a statement or the question period after. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I wish to make a statement to outline to the House arrangements for awarding CCEA qualifications this summer in the absence of examinations. I will set out the arrangements for GCSE, AS, A-level, occupational studies and CCEA, entry-level and vocationally related qualifications. As members will be aware, it was my intention that exams should go ahead this year, if at all possible. I previously announced a range of adaptations to the planned examinations to ease the assessment burden on students and to take account of the disruption that they had experienced. There is no doubt that examinations are the fairest and most robust method for awarding qualifications. It was therefore my hope and expectation that we'd be able to deliver these. However, I had to announce on the 6th of January that it was no longer possible for exams to proceed as planned due to the worsening public health situation. I'm very aware that our young people have been impacted by this whole situation and many are anxious about their future. My priority, therefore, is to ensure that those who are taking qualifications in 2021 will not be disadvantaged by the COVID-19 outbreak. I hope that the details I will lay out today will help ease some of these anxieties and provide the clarity needed so that students can move forward. However, there is a careful balance to be struck between facilitating progression and ensuring that learners are fully prepared for the next stage of their lives, be that in education, training and employment. Of equal importance to the awarding of grades is that we find a way to maximise the remaining time in the school year for learning and teaching, and that we support young people to acquire the knowledge of skills, of content skills and understanding they need to advance to their chosen next stage. It is therefore vital that schools continue, as far as possible, to teach the content essential for progression, and I would encourage every young person to remain engaged in their education, whether this be by face-to-face in the classroom or by remote learning, right up until the end of the academic year. Earlier in the academic year, my officials had instructed CCEA to prepare contingency arrangements that would be deployed should exams be cancelled. Since the 6th of January, my officials have been working closely with CCEA to refine those proposals for alternative awarding arrangements. In doing so, they have engaged with the Education and Training Inspectorate, as well as a wide range of stakeholders, including school leaders, trade unions, managing authorities, parents and, very importantly, young people. While I'd hoped that we would not be in this situation this year, it should be recognised that we're in a far better position than we were last March. We have the experience of last year to draw on, and lessons have been learned. As you will be aware, I proactively commissioned an independent review of the 2020 awarding arrangements, which was recently completed by Deloitte and which I published on the 8th of January. The lessons learned in this report have been taken into account in finalising arrangements for 2021. These include more weight being given to the professional judgment of teachers. This year, there would be no statistical standardisation using an algorithm. There will be a direct link between the grade awarded and the actual work completed by the learner. There remains alignment with the approaches across other UK jurisdictions. Equity and fairness are at the core of the approach which has been developed, and there will be moderation of centre assessments both within and across centres. In refining arrangements, my officials in CCEA have been working on a set of underlying assumptions. Those include all students, including private candidates, who are in their final year of study and due to progress to the next stage of learning will receive a grade. Focus will be on the establishment and implementation of robust processes so students can receive a fair and accurate grade to allow them to make the right choices in relation to progression. Additional training and support will be provided to teachers, heads of department and heads of centres to assist them in undertaking the assignment of grades. They will also assist with the internal and external quality assurance processes with the aim of having more consistency in approach across centres. And finally, no student should be penalised for being unable to complete any part of the course, including a non-examination assessment during a period of school closure or a period of self-isolation. CCEA will not set a statistical ceiling on grades. Each school and college will determine outcomes for its students based on the evidenced standard at which the student is performing. It is likely, however, that across our system, overall grade outcomes in 2020 will be broadly similar to awarded by centres in 2020. Last year, we asked schools and colleges to make a judgment as to the grade they expected their students most likely to have achieved in their examinations had they gone ahead. At that time, learners had almost completed their courses of study and were well advanced in their preparation for timetabled examinations. It has to be acknowledged that the cohort this year has experienced significant disruption to their education across 2 academic years, and it therefore would be unreasonable to ask teachers to make a judgment about a learner's grade had an examination take place. Centres will therefore be asked to use a range of evidence to arrive at a judgment of the standard at which each learner is performing in the context of the specification being studied. CCEA will provide guidance, support and training to help teachers make holistic judgments in order to deliver centre-determined grades. We are asking teachers to use the full breadth of experience available in the context of the specification in order to arrive at a judgment about what each learner knows, understands and can do. Due to the different degrees of disruption experienced by individuals and across different schools, it will be important that teachers have the flexibility to draw on a wide range of experience to inform their judgment. They will therefore be able to draw on evidence generated that relates to any part of the specification. To assist teachers in the process, CCEA will also make available to all schools and colleges assessment resources which may be used as part of the broad portfolio of evidence. These resources will be repurposed papers, providing unseen questions and an associated mark scheme. The use of these resources, I want to stress this, will be optional for schools. They can be used to support their judgments. They are not exams and should not be treated as such. The assessment resources can be used alongside a range of evidence, and the emphasis should be on a broad portfolio of evidence, not a single source. If a learner indicates that they want to take an assessment, it is recommended, and in circumstances where the school is not providing that generally, it is recommended that the school facilitates this request, provided that the school feels that the subject content has been covered in a way which enables the learner to complete all or part of the assessment resource. While assessments using these resources should not be the sole evidence used, to support a judgment, there may be exceptional circumstances where it's the only evidence available. For example, sometimes in the case of a private candidate. Examination centres should ensure that private candidates can be facilitated to take any necessary arrangements to ensure there is sufficient evidence on which to award a grade. There will be 5 stages to the awarding GCSEs, AS and A-levels. In Stage 1, training, support and guidance will be provided by CCEA to schools. Guidance will be provided on how to arrive at holistic judgments and the evidence that may be used. Schools will develop internal moderations processes and CCEA will provide schools with best practice exemplars. Before moving on to the next stage, the process schools intend to deploy this year will be reviewed. CCEA will be issuing guidance to heads of centres throughout February, with training commencing during the same period. Schools and colleges have already begun to enrol for that training. Stage 2 is the provision of assessment resources and the evidence gathering process. In this period, schools will wish to give further opportunities to candidates to demonstrate what they know, understand and can do. Schools can use evidence of students' performance against the specification in order to promote ongoing engagement by candidates in teaching and learning during the coming months. Schools can utilise evidence from the current period of remote learning, as well as when candidates return to school. In April, to support the evidence gathering process, CCEA will provide schools with assessment resources digitally for all students. This will enable schools to begin the process of gathering evidence, including making use of the assessment resource as necessary. Stage 3 is the process of determining grades and internal moderation of those grades. During the month of May, schools will complete the process of determining grades and undertaking internal moderation in line with the plan set out in Stage 1 and the guidance provided by CCEA. There is no prescribed weighting for any piece of evidence. Rather, the centre-determined grade is a holistic judgment of the standard at which the candidate is performing in the context of the specification that is being studied. Centre-determined grades must be submitted to CCEA towards the end of May. These are not the candidate's final grades, and centres will be subject to an external quality review. The fourth stage then is the external review of evidence. We want young people, parents, universities and employers to have confidence that grades awarded by different schools and colleges are of the right and consistent standard. So in order to ensure fairness and consistency across centres, there is a process that will be undertaken by CCEA to review the process used by centres to determine grades. Throughout June 2021, the CCEA will carry out external quality assurance process, looking at the grades submitted by all schools and colleges and reviewing samples of candidates' work to make sure the grades submitted accurately reflect the outcomes provided. Work from every school and college across Northern Ireland will be reviewed. Were there any concerns that the evidence does not support the grades submitted, CCEA will undertake a more extensive review of the centre's evidence. They will engage in professional dialogue with the centre and in some cases may require the centre to rerun their grading process. The final stage, Stage 5, is the distribution of grades and post-award review. The date at present, as previously announced, for the issues remains the 24th of August for AS and A-levels and the 27th of August for GCSEs. However, it's important that results are issued to students in Northern Ireland on the same date as candidates in other jurisdictions that share GCSE and A-level brand, especially in relation to A-level results that are needed for university admissions. Ofqual has been consulting on bringing forward the date for issuing results to early July. We've made it clear with colleagues in the Department of Education in England this will not suit Northern Ireland schools, and I've urged this to take this into account. So CCEA is working closely with the awarding organisations and qualification regulators in England and Wales to agree a date. As soon as it agreed, we'll let centres and students know. Finally, there is to be a post-award review service to enable any candidate dissatisfied with their grade to appeal the outcome. Candidates will have a right of appeal to their school or college around the centre-determined grade. Challenges to the process and whether they are followed or implemented correctly or consistently and in line will be processed by CCEA. CCEA will be working with other examination boards over the coming months to make sure that a similar appeals process is put in place across all examination boards, and further details will be provided in due course. However, I can confirm that I will put in place the same indemnity arrangements as last year to protect schools should they face legal challenges in relation to their role in the alternative awarding process. All those planning to complete and cash in their qualifications this summer will be awarded a grade. This includes those completing their A-level and their GCSE qualifications, namely Years 12 and the Years 14 learners, and those in further education and training, as well as those taking AS qualifications. Grades will not be awarded for individual GCSE units or modules. I've decided that in Years 11 and below, those who may have been planning to cash in GCSE qualifications this summer may not be entered or awarded GCSE qualifications in 2021. There are two exceptions to this, where awarding a grade early may facilitate access to extended learning in the same area. Those taking GCSE Maths who plan to progress to GCSE Further Maths in Year 12 will be awarded grades. Grades will also be awarded to GCSE Irish students who progress to GCSE Gaeilge or required for progression to other courses delivered in Irish. This decision is in line with the statutory duty to encourage and facilitate Irish medium education. Years 11 and 13, the implications for 2022 awarding. Candidates in Years 11 and 13 will wish to have more information on the arrangements for qualifications in 2022. And CCEA therefore have been asked to look specifically at the arrangements for Years 11 and 13 and the implications for awarding in 2022. As I mentioned earlier, GCS units or modules will not be awarded grades this summer, and work is ongoing to consider if AS grades might be carried forward to the A-level awards in 2022. So I'm not in a position on that. It's quite a complex matter to confirm the arrangements and those specific issues today. However, CCEA is continuing to explore options, and I hope to be able to provide clarity by the end of March or as soon as practical thereafter concerning the arrangements for awarding grades and for awarding GCSEs and A-levels in 2022. I'm conscious that these learners have also experienced significant disruption this year, so I will be looking to take steps to reduce the assessment burden in 2022, similar to the adaptations I've announced for the 2021 examinations. Alongside the qualifications that I've already mentioned, CCEA offers 6 pathways through occupational studies levels 1 and 2, 14 entry-level qualifications and 26 vocationally related qualifications. These qualifications have no examinations and are therefore not affected by the cancellation of the GCSE and GCE summer examinations timetable. However, the award is based on internal written assessments and practical assessments, which are subject to an external moderation process. While some public health adaptations were put in place already, with the ongoing disruption, completing the full quota of practical components and other formal assessments for these qualifications will be challenging. Therefore, for CCEA's occupational studies, entry-level and vocationally related qualifications, there will be no formal assessment in 2021. Instead, teachers will be asked to use their professional judgment and the evidence available to them in order to reach a centre-determined grade, as a moderation process similar to GCSEs will also be incorporated. I've listened to feedback from teachers and further education colleges and can provide assurance that CCEA will provide detailed guidance and support to help teachers make these judgments. I recognise that some learners may be working towards other entry-level or vocational qualifications provided by an awarding organisation other than CCEA. These qualifications fall under the remit of the Department for the Economy. The Minister for the Economy recently announced the cancellation of all external vocational examinations for the remainder of the year, including essential skills. Adaptations to assessments will also be required, where possible, for the wide range of vocational qualifications relating to occupational competence, such as licence to practice. I understand that the Minister has instructed CCEA regulation to ensure that awarding organisations put in place suitable alternative awarding organisations that are reflective of this year's particular circumstances. I will ensure that the learners receive fair and timely results. I also understand that Minister Dodds expects clarity on the alternative arrangements for the majority of vocational qualifications to be provided by awarding organisations as early as possible in March 2021. In relation to essential skills and other Northern Ireland only qualification, the Minister expects clarity on the alternative arrangements to be available by the end of February 2021. In conclusion, I thank the House for this opportunity to address you on these important issues. Fairness to pupils is my priority and will continue to be at the forefront of every decision I take. In these exceptional circumstances, I have taken exceptional and unprecedented steps to ensure our young people are supported to progress in education, training or employment. And again, I commend the work of all our school leaders and teachers for their efforts in these difficult times. Thank you.
I call Chris Little.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The consequences of last year's algorithm-based grading fiasco continues to be felt across Northern Ireland. I know of at least one pupil that shockingly remains engaged in the appeals process for 2021, even at this stage. So can I ask the Minister for his assessment of the impact of 100 days of out-of-school learning on pupils, how he will mitigate this impact in advance of assessments, and whether he's given any consideration or scoping to the viability of a return to this school year in September 2021 for any pupils?
Just to clarify, I assume just on the last point, was the member referring to effectively a repeating of the year? I'm just checking that side of things. Look, I'll deal with that. There is provision, I think, currently within guidance that is given to schools, indeed boards of governors, where there will be, for a small number of pupils, a repeat of the year. That is something that is already in place, and there's the opportunity to use that. From the point of view of doing an overall repeat of the year across the sector, simply would not be practical from a logistical, financial point of view, but also it would mean that levels of education would be held back. What is the case is that there's a strong need, and he mentions very rightly about the days of disruption that have taken place. Now, it is important to note that we have had throughout that period, and there has been a much greater level, I think, of both readiness and ability to be able to provide that in terms of remote learning during this particular phase. However, that does undoubtedly create a level of disruption that is there towards pupils. And I'm sure the member would agree with me, indeed the whole House would agree with me, that face-to-face teaching is the best possible means of teaching compared to remote learning. To that extent, whenever I put a paper to the Executive dealing with the current situation between now and March, one of the elements of that was to look at we got a commitment in principle from the Executive that there would be a scheme of catch-up, similar I suppose to the Engage programme, that would take place in 21-22 and would be funded via COVID money. I'll be bringing forward the details of those proposals to the Executive, but I will try and as part of that, I have received that in principle. In terms of the broader level of mitigation within the results side of it, because I suppose we are asking schools to make an assessment of, call it the learning profile of our students, it is not a question of making a degree of second guesses as to what they would have done directly in an examination, because different pupils will have had different levels of disruption. And as such, schools are in a holistic position to mirror out where they believe the abilities of their pupils are, and consequently, undoubtedly, not only will different schools be in different places, but we know that individuals will have been in different places. So some will have missed, probably, particularly during the first time, a relatively small amount of time. Others will have missed a more extensive time. And the holistic opportunities are ones that will be able to take account of that and be able to tailor those needs to any individual pupils.
Call Robin Newton.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And again, I thank the Minister for coming to the Chamber. He's probably in this Chamber as a Minister more often than any other Minister. Minister, I note that within your statement you've indicated that there would be training, support and guidance for schools. And indeed, in your conclusion, you outline that the fairness to pupils is your priority, and I think we would all agree with that, and that will continue to be at the forefront of every decision you take. And I don't think anyone would disagree with that. But can I ask, what assurances are there that the higher education sector will indeed accept the process of grades awarding that you've just outlined?
Member for his question. I think it is important that we both ensure that from that perspective that there is fairness across the system, because particularly when it comes to, and if we're talking about the higher education system, where there is competition between pupils for instance, university places, it is important that they're on a level playing field with others throughout, not just the UK, but the Republic of Ireland and other places that they can compete on a level playing field. As such, if the slope was, if I can put it this way, was made more steeply for our pupils and they're more difficult to achieve grades, that would disadvantage them. But similarly, I suppose, which is perhaps the less considered position, if circumstances were such that pupils were receiving grades which were perceived to be an awful lot easier than other jurisdictions, then that would also then create a level of suspicions. I think in terms of you mentioned specifically, and also the case that for a number of our pupils, particularly at A-level side of it, will take other examination boards that are outside Northern Ireland. The level of demand, I think, does mean that higher education providers, I think, will see these as valid qualifications. There has been work going on between CCEA as the regulator and higher education providers. Higher education providers recognise this is an extraordinary context in which qualifications have been put in place. So as such, I think there is recognition from universities that we have a system here which is within the ballpark of where other jurisdictions are going to be doing. That is the case for UK higher education. And similarly, I think the Irish Universities Association, for those who are seeking to continue their studies in the Republic, have been appraised of the Northern Ireland approach and have confirmed that across the board it will accept UK results by the exam boards, and this has also been confirmed by the regulators. So hopefully none of our students should be in any way disadvantaged.
Sir Pat Sheehan for your cash. I call Pat Sheehan.
I thank the Minister for his statement here this morning. I welcome this statement from the Minister, and particularly the fact that he has abandoned the failed algorithm and is prepared to put more faith in the judgment, the professional judgment of our teachers. However, the devil's in the detail, and particularly in terms of the assessment models and how teachers are going to be, mediation is going to take place, moderation, I think it's fair to say that the tenure of this particular minister has been characterised by dithering and delay. Last year's failed assessment process and the transfer test fiasco are just a couple of examples of that. Like the football manager who's lost the changing room, the Minister has lost confidence of teachers, parents and children. And according to the most latest opinion poll, there's also a lack of public confidence.
I've given you a fair bit of latitude already, but cash to you all, or we need a question.
Given all these issues, Minister, can the Minister tell us what steps he's taken to address the poor communication and complete lack of transparency that were highlighted by Deloitte in regard to the assessment fiasco last year?
Well, within that, I was going to welcome the member to his new role. I know that he has come in via the January transfer window onto the Education Committee. I don't know what the transfer fee was for the member. Can I say, in terms of the broader issues, look, we've taken across the board in relation to this, and indeed, I suppose these announcements in terms of details, because there's still consultation happening elsewhere, probably predate other groups within that. Now, again, the member talks about coming to a conclusion in terms of some of these issues. He is right in terms of the detail will be there, and so therefore in terms of moderation itself will be essentially something that is guided, which will be internal to the school. There is then, as outlined in the statement, a level of external assessment, and that will be on the basis of using an iterative process, particularly between CCEA and the schools themselves. I should say, and I gave an assurance, that algorithms would not be used. Algorithms, to be fair, were used, I think, last year initially in every jurisdiction. They are actually part of, and again, like seeing the internal workings of a clock, the situation is that algorithms would normally be used in terms of standardisation every year. It is just the circumstances of last year that brought them into a level of concern. In terms of the broad issue of communications, there will be detailed work will go on between CCEA, particularly in the schools. There will be, I think, hope to issue later on today, detailed information directly going to schools, and also as part of that we will have within the department website over the next few days a frequently asked questions section so people can delve in. And we'll also be doing a version in terms of the information directly, probably for tomorrow, for parents, so they can also actually avail of this. So I think that the situation in terms of levels of communication, and indeed even the Deloitte report highlighted probably the issues of communication quite late on in the day, rather than what was being done in the March-April period in terms of policy side of it. I think every effort will be to try to explain as much as possible and communicate that as clearly as possible.
Daniel McCrossan for Newcastle. I call Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement. The statement will bring some relief to teachers, young people and parents, and it will finally help curb much of the lingering uncertainty that you have continually presided over, Minister. I'm glad you have finally put the dodgy algorithm tool into the bin where it should have been last year. Last year you didn't trust teachers' judgment and ignored all the warning signs. Will the Minister now admit that he and CCEA got it very badly wrong, that you added to the hurt to our young people, to our teachers, added to their stress and anxiety and to that of parents? You left tears in the eyes of a lot of young people last year, Minister, because of your failure to listen and act. Will you now, Minister, given that you have admitted in this statement it was wrong, will you apologise to those young people so we can move on and learn from these lessons?
What I'm not going to do, frankly, is simply play to the gallery on what is quite a serious issue in relation to it. And I think some of the remarks of the member are done for a certain level of effect rather than reality. The Deloitte report does deal with the full detail of the situation. It is clear that circumstances were such that there was a lot of problems created for our young people. The indication from that, in terms of the role of the department and the role of myself, was that the policy decisions that were taken last year, this is highlighted by the Deloitte report, the policy decisions were got right, and indeed on that basis the situation was on some of the implementation issues. Mention's been made of the algorithm. As I said, in normal years algorithms were used. I had indicated, I think previously, that in terms of even the arrangements that were being put in place, potentially in terms of examinations, would not have used algorithms. So that's been something that's not simply been adopted today, but adopted from quite a period of time ago. And I believe that we have a sound basis as much as possible. You mentioned about judgments. You know, I've made it clear, and I think this would be shared in many bits. If we were in a position, if things were normal circumstances and we were positioned simply to go ahead with examinations do represent the most objective way that you can do an assessment of an individual. And I think that would be accepted by everyone. But I think that we've found a route which I think is again consistent with what is happening, is going to happen, I think, in elsewhere, that we have that judgment, but also one then that is put in such a robust context to make sure then that there can also be both fairness across the board and a level then of high level of trust that external users, be the employers, be the universities or others, can provide a level of trust within the qualifications that will emerge.
Call Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Welcome the paper, albeit that we'll have to look at the detail and behind that, Minister. And I'm sure it's a relief for you to be able to bring what may be some good news for teachers and students across Northern Ireland today. 3 points I'd just like to draw out very briefly. Indemnity arrangements for schools. Centres will be asked to use a range of evidence and moderation between centre assessments within and across centres. Minister, there are 16,000 P7 pupils who are in a similar position to the A-level and GCSE students, and I believe today's announcement on the process for allocation of schools is deeply unfair to those 16,000 pupils, and I hope it's taken on board and that there will be a contingency and a better plan for next year's P7. Those three things could have been used for those P7s this year. Last year's GCSE and A-level pupils, I think it was 240.
Does the member have a question?
Yes,
please.
At it now, Mr Deputy Speaker. Last year, I think there were 240 A-level and GCSE pupils awarded a U grade. There's a few comments within your paper today. I hope it will give some comfort to anyone engaged in any level of course this year, whether it's GCSE or A-level, that there will be no U grades handed out this year. It says no student should be penalised for being
unable to complete a course. Sorry, can I ask the member a question?
Thank you.
Thank you.
That is a bit like one of those examination questions with the added word at the end of it, discuss, on that basis. Look, can I say in relation to the situation, look, every student will be treated fairly. They will not be unfairly penalised because of levels of disruption. But from that point of view, in terms of any any level of grading, there is always the possibility that, and indeed normally what we actually saw last year, that I think in terms of A-levels, I think there was a total of 8 people got a U grade. That is massively down on what it is in terms of normal years. Given that grades will range down to U grades, you know, the U grade itself cannot be taken off the table in that regard. And there may be somebody who's, for example, for whatever reason, and if we take, for instance, you know, whether it's in school context or private candidate context, who, for example, say simply has not engaged whatsoever with that. And so consequently, there remains the possibility that someone will get a U grade, but they will be fairly judged in relation to that. I indicate that I believe the standards would, largely speaking, be on the same basis as 2020 in terms of the end result. So I would anticipate that, for instance, U grades would be a very small number of those. But that remains, you know, in fact, if we were simply to rule out a particular grade, then actually that would actually indicate to the system that it wasn't a proper system in that regard. But they will be few and far between. The member is wrong in terms of the, you know, you're not comparing like with like when you're comparing P7 students with Year 12, 13, 14. We're able, as part of this, for instance, to have assessment resources. Pupils are competing against each other, so it's about how people are comparing within schools. There are a small number of schools, for instance, will use some form of academic tool in terms of their post-primary transfer as some degree of gateway mechanism, but a lot of schools will have received advice which suggests that that is not something which is necessarily the most robust. It's up to each individual school. But it's clearly the case, and where difference on this is, the transfer bit is legally the responsibility directly of the board's governors, of the authorities of each school. To change that would require a change in legislation. I've looked. Oh, sorry. Sorry, giving somebody an indemnity doesn't, well, certainly from the point of view of indemnity, and indemnity does take place at times in terms of post-primary transfer. We give a range of criteria which indemnification. That doesn't, by its nature, it may well incentivise particular routes, but what it doesn't do, actually, it still doesn't remove the pure legal responsibility and authority of boards of governors to make that particular choice. Legally, and whether it's via previous legislation or the Coronavirus Act, there is not the power on the department to impose within that. And it's been gone into in great detail in connection with that. But essentially, I suppose one of the differences is that in terms of particularly transfer tests, they are a private organisation running it. This, which is something which does fall squarely under the remit of the Department of Education, are public examinations in which there is the direct control in terms of CCEA for those Northern Ireland students that are doing that. That doesn't cover every student, because some students will do examination boards outside of Northern Ireland, but there is a clear distinction, both from a legal point of view, from the point of view of public examinations, from the point of view of the quality of information that is there, that makes this very distinctive from looking at what will happen in terms of P7 pupils. I'm sure that's a debate we'll come back to, but for today, it is about those public qualifications towards the latter stages of students' academic careers.
Call Morris Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for delivering his statement here in the House this morning. And you'll be delighted, Mr Speaker, that I have a question. Could I ask the Minister, can practical examinations, controlled assessments and coursework that have been completed form part of the consideration on a student's qualification results?
Yes, they can do. I mean, as indicated, I think that some of the practical circumstances will mean that some of that will be more challenging on its basis. But it will be depending upon the nature of the subject matter. There will be, for example, certain elements of practical coursework that will be particularly relevant to certain courses. The idea is that while guidance and training will be given by CCEA in terms of the awarding, there is no barrier in terms of the level of evidence that can be produced. And so consequently, that can be levels of assessment that take place on a practical basis. In many instances, schools will have already banked that level of knowledge, particularly from the first term. I hope there will be opportunities as we move on to bank that as well. But from that point of view, I think there's the flexibility within this for a holistic judgment to be made, rather than it being specifically on the basis of one particular test, for example, to be able to test that. So those will be able to take it into account.
Here, Sir Karen Mullen for Newcastle. I called Karen Mullen.
And Minister, I also welcome the statement and the alternative arrangements presented today. Following on from the Chair of the Education Committee, Minister, I would ask for further clarity on details around COVID-specific allowances for those young people, specifically those who had their education disrupted through September to December, like my daughter, who missed 7 weeks when there was not remote learning in place. And I would also like to take it a step further and ask you to detail the allowances that will be there for those who are still without an IT device, data or broadband connection.
The allowances will be given the opportunity from the point of view of the schools, because I suppose where things differ from a previous situation, and I appreciate the member has made, I think, very cogent points in terms of where we are in terms of the COVID allowances. I suppose when we were looking very specifically at a COVID allowance as such, we were looking at something which would embed some level of mathematical formula into this, because where it was based around a situation previously where we looked at a reduced course content and an examination, you would have had effectively a mark which was then adjusted. That will not be the case within this. Schools will be able to draw their own experience, not what they believe, if you like, that the student, if suddenly flung into an examination room, would have achieved, but where they believe, from the wide range of evidence of where they believe the balance of their abilities would be on the particular subject. So as such, I think that schools will be able to, and if we take very specific examples on that basis, that where it is not simply just something as well that has happened across the school, but has happened to particular individuals, they will be able to take that into account in arriving at a holistic judgment. And so, to that extent, I think that the level of assessment that they will produce for a child that has been massively disrupted by COVID may well be on a different scale to what is there. But because it's holistic in its nature, it will not be a formulaic process so that you have a certain amount of period off, you achieve a certain mark. The school will be in a good position to be able to judge that, and that will also be taken into account whenever any level of assessment. I should say as well that whenever CCEA will be doing a level of external assessment, it's not really on the basis of whether an individual child's or student's result has been got right. It's about whether, if you like, the broad range of where the school is coming from has pitched this at the right level on that basis, but they will be able to take into account the very specific circumstances that will face individuals.
I call William Humphrey.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for the statement to the House this morning. Minister, like others in the Chamber, I welcome the jettison of the algorithms. This is something which has caused great concern to parents, teachers and of course pupils in particular, so I welcome that and congratulations on that announcement. Can the Minister assure this House that students from Northern Ireland will not be negatively affected as their counterparts in the mainland in relation to exams and qualifications?
Yeah, I mean, I think the issue is indicated. I think there's arguably 3 levels of fairness that we need to ensure. First of all, fairness between centres, so that, if you like, it doesn't matter which particular school a student goes into, they will be treated fairly on an equal basis with each other. That's as regards particularly Northern Ireland examinations. Secondly, obviously, there will be a level of fairness between those students from Northern Ireland and students from other jurisdictions, and particularly, I suppose, those who will be using their qualification to compete for either a further education, a higher education place, or indeed employment. And also, I think there needs to be that level of equity between students in Northern Ireland who are doing different courses. As such, I think there is work ongoing. There's been work ongoing with CCEA and Ofqual. And I think that what is being announced today will mean that everywhere should be on a very similar playing field, a level playing field between England, Wales and Northern Ireland. It may be that the exact arrangements are not exactly the same, but we believe it actually means that there can be that direct comparability and portability, because students will want to be in a position that whatever destination they take, that there's no barriers put to them either immediately or in later life to what they want to achieve. And so I think that system, and similarly I think, and it's one of the areas which there's still some further work to be done, that's why the JCQ, the Joint Council on Qualifications, is looking to try to make sure that whatever mechanisms are put in place across the jurisdictions and between boards in terms of appeals are of a roughly similar nature, to try to make sure, again, because it's not just a question of, as I said, there are the 2 dangers, not simply a question of the danger of making things more difficult for our pupils by having a higher tariff to gain grades. It's also the case that if the CCEA results were seen as some level of easy route or soft touch, that would create a danger for our pupils as well, because it would mean that in circumstances, universities and others may take a view of that our qualification is not worth as much as from another jurisdiction. So it's about trying to maintain as much as possible level of fairness across the board so there's no disadvantage to our pupils.
Irwin John O'Dowd, when you cashed, I called John O'Dowd.
Minister, COVID-19 has accelerated and will accelerate many changes in our society. We now enter the second year without high-stake examinations in education, and perhaps it will accelerate that debate. What is the purpose of high-risk examinations in education? But I don't want to test the patience of the last Cancolier at this moment in time. What consultation has the Minister and his department and CCEA had with the teaching unions in regards to the changes he's announcing today?
We've gone through this. I mean, part of the reason why, in one sense, it was to try to front-load consultation rather than backload to give people certainty. There would have been the option simply of doing some form of entirely internal process, coming up with a set of proposals and then putting this out to wider consultation for a period of time. But that only creates, I think, a level of uncertainty. So we have worked with, and indeed consulted with, first of all, stakeholders as regards, we have a stakeholder group in terms of post-primary principles, which are drawn, if you like, from all sections, non-academic selective, academic selective, the different sectors, but also then consulted directly, I think, with the teaching unions in terms of their position on it, and also the opportunity to have a level of road testing on this with, as we did previously in terms of announcements on examinations, with groups of students. That's been done at an officials level, with the idea that while there's no perfect solution in relation to this, we believe that this is, broadly speaking, a route which, largely speaking, people are content with. Now, there will be, and I guess one of the obstacles to this is, there are a couple of aspects of this which still require further work to be done. And I suppose the issue is to try to get, if you like, the 90% announcement out at this stage while working on those final details, rather than simply try to wait until, say, the end of February or March before we make a picture covering absolutely everything in that regard on it. So yes, there has been that consultation has taken place, and will also be ongoing as we move towards some of the implementation side of that. As I said, guidance, the next stage will be that guidance will be issued and training will be done in February as regards that. And we believe that this is a cooperative process between schools and CCEA. There's also, I think, for instance, in terms of the indemnification, will provide not only a level of protection directly which is needed for schools, it will also provide that for teachers as well, so they can exercise their professional judgment without fear of the concern of a looming court case hanging over them on that basis, which I think is the right way to do it as well.
You're Mayor Justin McNulty for your cash. I call Justin
McNulty. Minister, I'm concerned about the omission of the oral element of languages assessment, especially Gaelic, our land's native tongue. I'm also concerned about some students who take subjects modularly, who may be disadvantaged. I'm feeling a little bit dizzy. I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed by these proposed measures, complex in all that they are, and maybe some solutions provided. But I'm worried about teachers and the already overwhelmed teachers and teaching staff, and how they've been consulted with and the unions being consulted with. But fundamentally, Minister, we're talking about examinations here when we should be focusing elsewhere. We should be focusing on recharge. On a week which is Children's Mental Health Week, what measures are you taking to help children prepare and be ready for these exams? What are you doing to recharge their mental health? What are you doing to recharge them emotionally? What are you doing to recharge them physically? What are you doing to recharge them in terms of their socialisation? What are you doing to recharge them in terms of their academics?
I think there's a number of questions there, Minister. So
yes,
your choice.
I think there'll be almost a paper I'll have to produce in relation to that. I suppose the best cure for dizziness is to be able to sit down after a while in that regard. And what I would say is that I admire the ingenuity of the member to bring this back to a range of issues I know he's raised. And look, I think I would share his concerns. So I've indicated that particularly on the academic side of it, and there's an opportunity then for further bids as well to be made for next year's COVID funding, that whenever the proposals and the executive looked at the situation as regards at one of the more recent executive meetings, where we tried to give certainty to students, teachers and parents and beyond for the after half-term period, where there was an extension until the 5th of March. Without breaking any level of confidentiality within the executive, there was a paper which scoped out the options, which made a recommendation, which then looked beyond that, but also as part of it made a recommendation that there would be in 2021-2022 a level of support that would be required, particularly on the academic side, to be able to support pupils on that basis. And that's why we got a commitment directly from the Executive with bringing forward papers in relation to that. The point in terms of mental health, I think, is well made. And as such, there was both COVID recovery money that was made available this year. In terms of the level of that well-being, again, I would look potentially to the Executive to an extension of that. But also, I think, even prior to COVID, there was money that was able to be secured this year into the budget to expand the level of support that was available in terms of well-being and mental health issues. I think it will be a growing issue. And to some extent, a lot of this will not be absolutely immediately apparent in terms of day one. He has mentioned, I think, specifically in terms of the oral element, and as part of that, when working with CCEA, working with public health, there are particular issues in terms of levels of assessment, and this is not on the basis then, and indeed there will be classroom evidence that will have been banked that can be used, but in terms of a formal test on oral side of things, that was, I think, felt to be something that from a public health point of view, and those components of examinations that would potentially leave things at most risk in terms of spread of COVID. So it's about trying to balance that out as well. But because I've announced here as part of this will be a broader holistic side of it for languages, for example, schools will be able to use whatever evidence they've gathered up on, for instance, on oral bases on those languages, to be able to feed that into their assessment of the centre-determined case. There's no barrier to that.
Here, Melissa McHugh for your cast. I call Melissa McHugh.
Minister, I know that you've alluded to this already in two previous answers, but we all know that the equality of opportunity is uppermost when it comes to application to further and higher education. But can I ask you, Minister, what conversations have actually taken place, in particular with Dublin, given that they have alternative procedures now in place for the Leaving Cert, and the other jurisdictions in Scotland, England and Wales, to ensure not only students travelling to the north of Ireland have that equality of opportunity, but that students from the north of Ireland going to the Republic or to the other jurisdictions, that they also have that equality of opportunity?
Well, look, I think you make a very valid point. I think, first of all, in terms of examination or indeed qualification side of it, we are trying to maintain Scotland tends to be in a slightly different place. They've always had a very different education system and a different qualification system. So while there are conversations take place with Scotland, they are probably in a slightly different plane to other UK jurisdictions. What we've tried to make sure is that there is what's called the system of three-nation comparability, that largely speaking that we are on a similar plane between ourselves, England and Wales on a number of those issues as well. And as indicated, that's not simply by way of looking at the comparison of a student in Belfast compared to a student in Birmingham or wherever. It's also the fact that, roughly speaking, about 20% of our A-level students, for instance, or 20% of qualifications will come from an examination board which is based outside of Northern Ireland. So it's got to be that level of fairness. As indicated, there has been discussions with the higher education authorities. I think they are content, provided there is a broad similarity between jurisdictions, that will be something. And I've also indicated that I think there's been direct conversations between CCEA and the Irish Universities Authority. So, you know, and I know that, and I'm sure former Minister O'Dowd can testify this, you know, at times there has been, on that north side of it, in terms of recognition of qualifications, there has in the past been a level of friction that is there, but we are assured that in terms of recognition of what is there, Irish University Authorities will do that as well. And while I suspect there has not been so much of a direct broader international discussion beyond that, because there will be relatively few of our students will seek a university place, for example, outside of either Great Britain or the Republic of Ireland. I think, broadly speaking, that universities across the world will have a level of recognition of the very unique circumstances that we've been in terms of COVID, and I think there will be a level of allowance within that.
And just before I call Kelly Armstrong, I would take this opportunity to express, I'm sure, the condemnation of the entire House at the graffiti attack on your premises, Kelly, and our solidarity is with you at this time. So now I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and I would extend that to, I believe, DUP members who were also attacked last night, namely Mr Weir and the MP Jim Shannon. Sad times to see, but hopefully we'll share the paint thinner and we'll get that cleaned off quickly, Peter. I'll declare an interest, Deputy Speaker, as the mother of an A-level student who's hoping to get grades this summer, good grades I hope, and I'm a governor of a post-primary school. Minister, I've noticed in your paper that you've said that you're not in a position to confirm arrangements today as this is a very complex matter. Absolutely wouldn't expect you to do so, but a key principle of grading is understandability. Can you help us and the learners understand exactly how internal and external moderation will work this year, if that will be included in the documents that are released to them? For example, if you could confirm, or will it be confirmed in those documents, how long a COVID-related absence needs to be in order to get grade allowances and what the marks could be? And also, could you give assurances to those learners who are currently sitting Welsh board exams that this doesn't interfere? I know that there's a ban on that going forward. We're not just so clear why that ban is there, but for those who are due to take them this year, that they will get results too.
A couple of issues. I mean, first of all, across different examination boards, everyone will get a result. Specifically, there are concerns, and this is where it becomes probably a little bit into the realm of detail. And that what I would say is there are some concerns over the direction of travel of WJEC as regards WJEC qualifications. It is also the case of WJEC uses EduQuas as an awarding body. Which is then largely speaking designed for the external market to Wales, and there is no restriction placed on that. That would be an issue across the board in terms of the Welsh boards that will always be kept under a level of review, principally because I should say specifically on that issue, it doesn't impact on any current learner, and any action that is being considered would only impact potentially in terms of those seeking to do a course from September 22 onwards. So anybody, for instance, currently looking at AS levels, at A levels, will be put in place. No, the maximum amount of information, I suppose, there will be detailed information given to schools and also frequently asked questions side of it, and also then to parents as well, because I understand there'll be a level of concern. In terms of, I suppose, the process, as I outlined, I suppose it will move from the initial assessment within a school, then there will be internal moderation in the school. Obviously, there will always be some level of concern amongst some students of, does my teacher particularly rate me? Do they like me? We want to make sure that there's not some level of favouritism. Now, there is a high level of professional judgment, but there will be that internal moderation that will happen within the school. The next stage is those provisional positions will be then given to CCEA. They will do effectively sampling across every school. It will be, I think, largely speaking, on the basis of 1 unit per school to provide that level of reassurance. If they find that that takes that to a level which is beyond what it should be, beyond level tolerance, they will do a deeper sampling. The next stage is then to potentially engage with the school directly. There will be that level of professional discussion. There may well be a question of saying, look at your processes. If there's problems with your processes, you may need to rerun them. So it is about a professional conversation taking place, and we'll be happy to spell out that level of detail within any correspondence and communication that's put in place.
Irwin Cahill Boylan for you, Cash. I call Cahill Boylan.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and could I welcome the Minister's statement. Just, Minister, under the Stage 5, the distribution of grades and post-award review, why would issuing of results earlier here not suit schools here in the north?
Well, no, I think the issue, I suppose, is just the practicalities of if we have a situation that, for example, the initial work is done towards the end of May and then there's a process of external assessment needs to take place. I think the issue is, largely speaking, the practicalities of trying to make sure that all that can be processed in a manner which is both practical, but also, I suppose, the longer you have to assess things and make sure that things are got right, it reduces the risk of any errors occurring. To that extent, I think the key driver is to make sure that where there are public examinations that are externally then allocated across boards, that they're done so effectively on the same time scale. That would be the issue in relation to that. So it's about trying to ensure that across jurisdictions and across different boards, they all issue. We don't want a situation, for example, where somebody in a CCEA grade is given an award, and that's either a long before or long after, perhaps somebody in a different subject in the same classroom getting a grade from a different board. It's about trying to ensure that across the board. That's why, to a large extent, while Scotland, as I said, has tended to be in a slightly different time frame always from everywhere else, that we've tried to ensure that as regards GCSE awards and A-level awards in every year, that we have it done on the same basis, on the same time as that. So that would be the reason in relation to that.
Irwin Pat Catney, for I call Pat Catney.
Thank you, Minister, for coming here today and for presenting your statement, which I welcome. Minister, given that SEA prioritised the algorithm over the well-being of our children and young people, will you today promise this House a full, independent review of SEA, their processes and their leadership team? Our young people shouldn't pay the price for SEA's mistakes.
Has been an independent review of what happened last year. It's been published in the Deloitte report. It's there in full levels of detail. I think, to be fair, while clearly in terms of the implementation side of things there were mistakes made, I don't want to be fair to characterise the professional judgment that's been there from SEA on the basis of, well, we don't care about people's welfare, we support the algorithm no matter what. No, I think we've got to be fair to people in terms of the assessment that they made, particularly I think around what were quite tight timeframes. And it is also the case, I'll make three other points. One, there's no algorithm being used this year. Algorithms are generally used every year. It is the fact that because they've not been backed up by examinations is where particularly the problem arose. And standardisation happens every year. This is something which is probably not necessarily sort of realised or known. And I would also indicate that while there were issues around the algorithm, there were also issues which happen pretty much in every jurisdiction. We find this in different jurisdictions, and I think even, although they came a good deal later, that there were issues around the Leaving Cert, for example, in the Republic of Ireland, which was issued a month or two after what was there in terms of the UK jurisdictions. So I think clearly we tried to ensure that within this lessons have been learned. There has been that full examination of what went on last year, but let us also not I think fall into the trap as well of taking people who've tried to use professional judgment, who've tried to do what appeared to be the best possible outcome, and subject them to becoming scapegoats either. I think people deserve fair judgment, and I think the Deloitte report covers that in a fair amount of detail.
I call Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement and join too in the condemnation of the graffiti attacks on Kelly Armstrong and all other political representatives and their offices. The Minister mentioned evidence a number of times and said that centres will be asked to use a range of evidence to arrive at a judgment of the standard at which each learner is performing in the context of the specification being studied, and that SEA will provide guidance, support and training to help teachers make judgments in order to deliver centre-determined grades. So can I ask the Minister when exactly will be teaching staff provided with the necessary guidance and support as to what evidence can be used? When will they get this clarity, and will this ensure consistency?
I think the idea would be to drive as much consistency as possible. I mean, again, because there's always going to be a certain element of subjective judgment. Can you have absolute pure consistency? I think the striving to as much as possible. In terms of both the guidance that will be provided by SEA and the training, that will take place during February. And obviously, at the moment, for the rest of February, there's good work ongoing in terms of schools with the remote learning, but there will also be that probably level of flexibility because there will be that opportunity for that training. We want to make sure that's done as quickly as possible, but also done in a thorough manner.
And before we conclude on that, Minister, if I could just convey similarly, I was unaware of any attacks on your party offices, but likewise to condemn those, and I'm sure I reflect the view of the entire House in reflecting that condemnation back to you. And if you could similarly convey best wishes to Jim Shannon. Thank you. That concludes the questions on the statement. Thank you, members. We just take our ease now while we move to the next business. Okay, members, if members just resume their positions, please. The next item on the order paper is a motion to affirm a statutory rule. I will ask the clerk to read the motion, please.
That the Road Traffic Offenders Northern Ireland Amendment Order 2020 be affirmed.
Thank you. I call the Minister for Infrastructure and Ira Infrastructure, Leishan Wallawachar Huntossi, to move the motion.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I beg to move.
Gurmagad Ira, thank you, Minister. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, and now I call the Minister to open debate on the motion, please.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The statutory rule before us today will increase the number of penalty points for the current offence of using a handheld mobile phone while driving. As it stands, the current offence attracts a £60 fine and 3 penalty points. This has remained unchanged for over 13 years. I am now proposing to increase the fine to £200 and the number of penalty points to 6. This would be in line with the penalty in place in Britain since March 2017 for the same offence. Implementation of these changes will require the making of 2 statutory rules, one to increase the fine and the other the penalty points. The increase to penalty points is subject to affirmative resolution and is the focus of our debate today. I think it's fair to say that most people accept that use of handheld mobile phones while driving is distracting and dangerous. Glancing at your phone for just 2 seconds doubles your risk of crashing. However, for too many drivers, the desire to stay connected at all times seems to override this knowledge. Drivers know that they are breaking the law, yet they continue to do so. To turn this situation around, we need to put a penalty in place that will be an actual deterrent. This is not just my view, Mr Deputy Speaker. I am happy to say this is a view which is shared with the majority of people who responded to the consultation on this issue. Today, we are not talking about a minor offence. Too often, the consequences of this offence changes or even ends a life. This in turn impacts on the lives of families and loved ones. And the penalty, at its current level, does not reflect this stark reality. I want to introduce a penalty that's in keeping with such a serious offence. A penalty that will send a clear message to drivers: caught once, you'll get a significant fine and 6 points on your driving licence. Do it again and you will lose your licence. However, there will be no second chances for our newly qualified drivers who have a ceiling of 6 points for the first 2 years after passing the test and who are at particular risk of the effects of distraction. For these drivers, the rise in penalty points will mean an immediate ban. I believe this will send a very clear message to new drivers. Such behaviour is very dangerous, it is unacceptable, and it will not be tolerated. Last year, as part of the policy development process, Mr Deputy Speaker, I met with the Chief Constable and he confirmed his support for my proposed way forward. Also, in late September, the Infrastructure Committee had the opportunity to examine the proposal and they too signalled their support. Given the Department of Justice specific interest in the overall network of offences and penalties, I invited Minister Long to consider any wider implications that the proposal might have, and she has confirmed that it is commensurate and proportionate. To sum up, the illegal use of a mobile phone while driving is a selfish disregard for the law. It poses a serious threat not just to the driver who has made the selfish choice, but also to so many other innocent road users. The consequences can be devastating. Today provides us with an opportunity to intervene and to make a real difference to road safety in 2021. With members' agreement, this statutory rule can, from tomorrow, come into operation alongside the increase to the fixed penalty fine. This change will have no impact on drivers already choosing to stay safe and legal in their use of a handheld mobile phone. But 6 penalty points will provide the necessary consequences for those who deserve it. That is, those drivers who refuse to put their phone away and are willing to risk the safety of everyone they meet on a daily basis.
For these reasons, Mr Deputy Speaker, I commend the motion to the Assembly and ask that it affirm the statutory rule.
I call Michelle McElveen, Chair of the Infrastructure Committee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak as Chair of the Committee for Infrastructure in support of this important statutory rule. As the Minister has outlined, this statutory rule is one of two considered by the Committee for Infrastructure that will increase the penalties incurred by drivers who are found to have been using a handheld mobile phone whilst driving. It's well established that using a mobile phone while driving is a major factor in serious and fatal road accidents. It is therefore the intention of this legislation to improve road safety by deterring drivers from using their phones while driving by increasing both the fine and the number of penalty points for the offence. Although there are two aspects to the penalty, a fine and penalty points, this statutory rule only concerns the increase in penalty points. However, so intertwined are the increases and the fines and the penalty points that the Committee for Infrastructure discussed them both, and this will be reflected here in my comments. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Committee for Infrastructure considered the proposals for the legislation on the 30th of September 2020 and weighed up the undoubted seriousness of the offence with any possible negative consequences of the increase in the penalties. To that end, the Committee sought assurance from the Department that the penalty fits the crime. The Committee deliberated on whether an increase in the fine from £60 to £200 was prohibitive for those on low income and therefore lead to a failure to pay and the consequential impacts of this. The Committee also considered whether increasing the penalty points from 3 to 6 could cause individuals losing their licence who rely on driving for their livelihood. Despite this deliberation, the Committee had no hesitation about supporting the aspiration of this legislation, as was noted during the Committee's consideration. During that consideration, it called departmental officials to explain the rationale for the need for the increase in the penalty and how the Department came to the new higher levels. Departmental officials advised members that there had been no change in the level of the fine since the introduction of the initial offence in 2007. This is despite the fact that mobile phone ownership is so much higher now and that they are so much more integral to everyday life. For these reasons, the use of handheld mobile phones while driving has increased far in excess of what was foreseeable in 2007. The Committee was reassured that this increase in penalties has already been introduced on the mainland in 2017. In fact, the Committee noted that last year the Department for Transport announced plans to review mobile phone offence again with a view to tightening the legislation even further. The Committee for Infrastructure has also advised the Committee that it plans to carry out a similar review in the future with the possibility of primary legislation being brought forward. The Committee has indicated to the Department that it will fully support it in any measures that will improve road safety. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Committee considered with interest the consultation carried out by the Department. It was reassured that the majority of respondents to the consultation recognised how dangerous it is to oneself, passengers and to other road users to be distracted from driving by the attraction of a mobile phone, even if this is only for a split second. As we are all aware, the technological advancements in phones has made the device an indispensable addition to our lives. However, it is that urge to check messages and respond to the sound of a notification that makes them so dangerous whilst driving. And the only way to reinforce the danger they pose is to make the penalty severe. To that end, Mr Speaker, the Committee for Infrastructure is supportive of the Department to initiate a review to create a more comprehensive definition of using a mobile phone while driving. And I would go further to say that the Committee for Infrastructure has an acute interest in road safety matters and a determination to assist where it can to reduce the number of accidents on our roads, and that are all too many of which are fatal. The Committee has emphasised to the Minister and her officials on many occasions that it will not be found wanting when she brings forward proposals to improve the safety of our roads. The Committee has supported new speed limits being introduced outside schools and requested that these measures be broadened to more schools. It has championed and fought for increased financial support for the local road initiatives, which have been rolled out through the Road Safety Safe Travel Grant Scheme. And indeed, last week's announcement by the Minister for Infrastructure to upgrade the A1 dual carriageway to improve its safety has been long sought and is welcomed by the Committee. This road has a history of road fatalities which hopefully will not be repeated with the new improvements. The committee has also supported the development of a new road safety strategy and has been critical that the current strategy has only been extended rather than been replaced by the Minister. The committee has also expressed its disappointment that the funding for road safety has been reduced in recent years. For something that is so vital, it has been surprising to the committee that road safety seems to be one of those areas which seems to be cut when money is tight. Indeed, in the committee's discussions with the PSNI about its road safety measures, this was a major issue of concern. However, in summation then, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I hope I have outlined how much the committee encourages the Minister and her officials in their efforts to improve road safety and commits itself to work with her to that end. That said, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the affirmation of this statutory rule goes only part of the way to meeting this committee's agenda, but therefore we do support the rule. Thank you.
Irwin Cahill Boylan, on Cancha, I call Cahill Boylan.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I too welcome the bringing forward of this order to increase penalties for mobile phone use when driving. Since September, the Infrastructure Committee has been examining this rule to increase the penalty points for people who use mobile phones while driving to 6 points and a £200 fine. Sadly, there was 56 people who tragically lost their lives on the road in 2020, the same as the previous year, despite the decrease in traffic. It is often said that a single death on a road is one too many. And we must improve road safety in any way we can. And we all know how families are affected by a death, and indeed communities. So it's incumbent on us to try our best to introduce as many measures as possible. That means a holistic approach is needed if we're going to seriously improve road safety. This includes having the right enforcement and penalties in place, but it also includes improving our roads infrastructure, as well as rolling out effective road safety campaigns. I would hope that the new road safety strategy fully encapsulates all the challenges and opportunities present for improving road safety, and would appreciate a comment from the Minister in relation to this. I would also ask the Minister what kind of communication strategy is in place with regards to the rise in penalties. I think, Minister, it's important to get this communicated out properly. I look forward to the implementation of this measure to increase the safety on our roads, and I support the order.
Irwin Dolores Kelly, on Cancha, I call Dolores Kelly.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the SDLP, I welcome the Minister's proposal to improve road safety, in particular to give the message out about the use of mobile phones and how they are such a causal factor in road traffic accidents. Tragically, there's been some fatalities in my own constituency. When I spoke to police in terms of the analysis after the accident, mobile phone usage is repeatedly a factor, and more so, I think, quite often in accidents that are single vehicle. Is quite often. I even was told, Mr. Deputy Speaker, of a young person who had texted to say he was on his way home, but tragically never got home. So therefore, I think it is not only important that the message goes out strongly from the Chamber and from the Minister in terms of the impact that will have on a personal level to people who continue to use their mobile phones, but also I think to wider society. And I agree with Mr Boylan in terms of trying to get the message across in terms of how that's going to be carried out over the coming weeks. And I want to thank the Chair of the Committee for comprehensively outlining the consideration that was given, because road safety is a priority, I think, for all members of the Infrastructure Committee, and indeed, I'm sure, all members of this House. So thank you.
I call Roy Beggs.
Mr. Speaker, I too wish to indicate my support for the increase of penalties for the use of a handheld mobile phone, and indeed that of support from the Ulster Unionist Party and my colleagues. Mobile phones are more and more common, and many people are almost addicted to them, and they forget the risks that is involved in being distracted when driving, by even considering the use of such a phone. There has been some useful adverts produced, and as others have indicated, it's important that the message and the danger of distraction continues to be got through. But given the seriousness and the potential impact of serious injury on other drivers and on pedestrians, we view it as proportionate to increase the number of penalty points from 3 to 6 to recognise the potential impact of such an accident. So therefore, I am content that Northern Ireland finally, as has been indicated over 3 years ago, this has been brought in GB, and we've been rather slow to react when there has been a period when there has not been an Assembly active here. It is important that we continue to act responsibly and take appropriate action to discourage the use of handheld mobile phones. I should have said at the outset I'm a member of the Carrickfergus Road Safety Committee. Declare that as an interest, but this is something that is of an interest to the entire population, and I wish to indicate my continuing support for the increase in penalty points in this matter.
I call Andrew Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to support this order on behalf of the Alliance Party. The penalty for use of a handheld mobile phone while driving should be proportionate to the seriousness of the offence, and the increase of the fine from £60 to £200 and the increase from 3 to 6 penalty points is a step in the right direction. The use of a handheld mobile phone while driving is irresponsible and is also a major problem. Not everything we debate in this Assembly is a matter of life and death, but this very much is. 56 people died on our roads in Northern Ireland last year. 9 in 10 road deaths and serious injuries are caused by human error. That is why we must come down hard on those being reckless with the safety of others. The steps that this Assembly has taken today are long overdue. The consultation for this order was originally carried out back in 2016, but the legislation could not be passed while Stormont was on a 3-year hiatus. It is yet further evidence of the severe cost of the long absence of government in Northern Ireland. Whilst today's legislation is welcome, it is already outdated and the Department needs to go further. Since the original offence for phone use whilst driving was passed in 2007, how we use our mobile phones has been utterly transformed. Far from just making calls and exchanging messages, people now use them to choose music, set directions and to browse the internet. Everyone recognises we must update our laws so that they are fit for purpose and that the police can charge those who are using the mobile phone in whatever capacity whilst driving. I would like to hear from the Minister whether it will be possible to bring forward a formal consultation on proposed changes within this Assembly mandate. Thus far, the Infrastructure Committee has only dealt with legislation where the consultation was undertaken prior to the collapse of the Assembly. We would like to know the extent of the Minister's legislative ambition, especially on matters as important as this. In conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, Alliance supports today's legislation. We hope that the increase in penalties sends a clear message that the use of handheld mobile phone while driving is a serious offence and should be punished accordingly. Thank you.
I call Pat
and I also welcome the statement. Thank you, Minister, for bringing it forward. This is a very serious situation that people find themselves if they are to use a mobile phone within a car. I think that the fine, as stated, of 6 points and the amount of money which is there far outweighs those consequences if someone finds themselves within an accident and there is loss to injury or loss to life. There is no way back from that, Mr Speaker, and those are the real consequences. And people should think of them before they lift their phone in a motor car. I stay here because at 21, my younger brother, there were no mobile phones then, Jared, 19, God rest him, lost his life in a car accident, a motorbike accident on the airport road. I know the devastation that that had on my family and our family, and I make the plea here. I welcome what the Minister is trying to do, but I make the people here zero tolerance for this, like drink driving, zero tolerance. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Agus na siarm an aire infrastructure Nicola Mallon on conclude Giano Aaron Wallow. I now call Nicola Mallon to conclude on motion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank the committee chair and all the members for this very constructive debate. As the chair of the committee outlined, and as a number of members who spoke brought home to us all, mobile phone use is a key element of driver distraction and is a major causal factor in accidents and death on our roads. The committee, as the chair outlined, did give consideration to the level of increase in the fine and is supportive of the level that we're increasing to, and I think that that is only right, because it is important to make the point that you will only be fined if you break the law. As the chair also said, there has been no change in the fine since 2007, and this is despite the fact that we are seeing much greater use of mobile phones, a phenomenon that we can all see every day while we're out and about on our roads. As the chair also highlighted, DFT in England are currently out consulting on a review of their legislation in respect of the definition of use of mobile phones. I want to make it clear that I have already signalled and asked my officials to scope out that work with a view to bringing forward legislative change. Mr Murray, I know that's an issue that you referenced when you spoke, to see can we change through primary legislation the definition of mobile phone use to make sure that it is as all-encompassing as possible. While it may not be possible to secure the passing of that primary legislation within the remainder of the mandate, we are committed as a department to progressing it as much as we can, and I welcome the fact that the committee is signalling its support for that piece of work. And I look forward to continuing to work with the committee members on the agenda for change that we have within the area of road safety. As the chair indicated, we are rolling out 20 miles per hour zones outside 100 schools. While I haven't been given the budget allocation for the next financial year, Mr Deputy Speaker, I have made it clear my intention to roll this out to more schools because I believe that we should be doing everything we can to make it safe for our children and their parents to be able to walk safely to and from school. I have also taken action in the area of drink driving as well. The chair referenced the A1 improvements. We're also very conscious of the A5. That is a strategic corridor, but it's also hugely important in the area of road safety as well. We also rolled out the road safety grants for communities this year as well, and work is ongoing on the road safety strategy. I've been very clear that the road safety strategy, Mr Boylan, should align with the PFG and be outcomes-based in terms of its accountability to make sure that we're having the maximum effect. And I can also assure members that I hold very regular meetings with the Chief Constable as well in the area of road safety to ensure that I am doing what I can as a Minister responsible, but also working in partnership with the PSNI and also with communities. Mr Boylan said about the fact that we have a high and unacceptable number of deaths on our road, and he is right, I agree with him. One death is one too many, and it is incumbent on all of us to do everything that we can through education, through enforcement and through interventions such as those that I have listed and road improvement schemes as well. So I share that ambition with him, and I share with him his view on the importance of making sure that we very clearly communicate these changes to the public. I know this was an issue that Ms Kelly and Mr Beggs raised as well, and so in terms of the communication strategy coming from today, if members are supportive of our efforts today, I will be sending out a very clear signal to society that we will no longer tolerate such dangerous behaviour. I want everyone to know why we are doing what we are doing, that this new penalty is needed to reduce the number of people who think it's okay to use a mobile phone while driving, despite the harm that this dangerous behaviour can cause. I will issue a press release to communicate the increased penalty level for this offence, to which the PSNI have contributed. I've also arranged for a media campaign. A re-edit of one of my department's existing mobile phone information campaigns, Missing, will incorporate the new penalties. Airing the campaign will inform the public about the changes to penalties and provide an opportunity to reinforce the campaign's messages. What are you afraid of missing today? A 2-second glance means you miss what really matters. Everything else can wait. Supporting messages to create public awareness of the changes will also be delivered using social media, outdoor and a radio campaign. The public will be reached and left in no doubt. This offence is serious, and so are the penalties. Ms Kelly spoke about the tragic deaths in her constituency and the role of mobile phone use. And my thoughts and sympathies are with all of those who have suffered injury and death on our roads. And I extend my personal sympathies to Mr Catney, who spoke passionately about the loss of his brother. In respect of Mr Beggs, I welcome the fact that he also agrees with the increase in the penalty points and fines, and that he agrees that it is proportionate. When the consultation was carried out, 87% of respondents to the consultation indicated their strong support for the increase in penalties. It has been a long time coming, but upon taking up the post as Minister for Infrastructure, I made it very clear that improving road safety was a commitment for me, and so I am pleased to be able to stand here today, and I hope that members will be able to support me in making this vital change. Mr Moore also expressed frustration around the delay in getting to this point, and I want to assure him, as I did in my initial comments in response to the Chair, that I am committed to reviewing the definition, and I do agree that we need primary legislative change, and we will advance that agenda as far as we can within this mandate. Mr Deputy Speaker, just to conclude, it may seem harmless to some, but holding or using your phone at the wheel risks serious injury or even death to yourself and other road users. As I said, glancing at your phone for just 2 seconds doubles your risk of crashing. At just 30 miles per hour, a vehicle will travel 100 feet in 2.3 seconds. That's the length of a jumbo jet, or a third of the length of a football pitch. But as members have said, the illegal use of mobile phones is becoming increasingly common in everyday life, and I'm sure each of us can see it happen every day as we are out on our roads. And unfortunately, this plays a major role in driver distraction, which is the most common cause of deaths and serious injuries on our road. The extent of offending suggests that many drivers are still refusing to take this offence seriously. Therefore, it has become clear that the current level of penalty, which has been in place since June 2007, no longer represents an active deterrent. In fact, it could be argued that the penalty at its current level is underplaying the seriousness of an offence which has the potential to destroy many lives. That is why I am asking members from across this House to support this important change. It will help drive change in terms of drivers' behaviour, and it will also save lives. As Mr Moore said, this is a matter of life and death. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, members. The question is that the Road Traffic Offenders NI Amendment Order 2020 be affirmed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is passed. Thank you for that, members. If members choose to take their ease now while we change to the next item of business, please.
Okay, members, order in the chamber, please. The next item of business, members, is the final stage of the Functioning of Government Miscellaneous Provisions Bill, and I call Mr Jim Allister to move the final stage.
Speaker, I beg to move that the Functioning of Government Miscellaneous Provisions Bill do now pass.
Thank you. In the final stage of the Functioning of Government Miscellaneous Provisions Bill has been moved. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, and I call Mr Allister to open the debate on the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I wish to begin not because it's merely customary, but because it is sincerely meant, by thanking all the professional staff who have contributed to the process of this bill getting to this point in this House. I refer, of course, to the Bills Office, and in particular to Claire McCanny, who had the formidable task of keeping me procedurally on the rails, and she did it very well indeed, and to the other backup staff in that office and indeed in legal services, who from time to time were probably called upon. I also want to thank the committee staff in the Finance Committee who facilitated all that had to happen there and did a lot of the work pertaining to the committee's report and all of that. And then, of course, I want to thank the members of this House. And I do that conscious of the fact that as a single member of this House, it would be easy for bigger parties to sweep aside what an individual member thinks is important, but that didn't happen. I'm grateful for that, and I think it speaks well of this House as a legislature that this bill was given the fair wind that it was, that all parties, I suppose with the exception of Sinn Féin, approached it with an open mind. There was engagement at different levels, issues discussed, issues resolved, till we reach at the point where we have a bill which I believe is good for this House going forward, and something which can contribute positively to the functioning of government. It's not the answer to everything by any means, never set out to be. Of course, we know it flowed out of the various exposés in the RHI, and it addresses some of those issues, pertinent most particularly to ministers and special advisers. But there's much more from RHI that is not the function of this bill to address. There is much relating to the civil service, which I'm sure will ultimately manifest itself in some executive proposals, and there will be other attendant issues. So this bill is fairly narrow in its focus, in that it effectively applies to ministers and special advisers. I've said it before, I'll say it again. This is not a green or an orange issue. This is not an issue, as some would seek to have sought to suggest, about some Machiavellian conspiracy to undermine the Belfast Agreement, to undermine the institutions of this House. This House knows well, without me ventilating them again, my stand in relation to all of those matters. But as I've said before to this House, I live in this place, and whereas I do not approve of the system of government, I want a system of government, whatever it is, to function as effectively as it can. And I believe that what's within this bill will assist that process. And it is, in my terms, about bettering government. And I suppose, as the debates unfolded in this House, that question resolved down to, well, do you do that by codes or do you need to do that by legislation? And that probably was the fundamental dividing point in relation to the need or otherwise for this legislation. And my response to that remains that codes most certainly are important. They absolutely have their place, but the experience of RHI should have taught us all that they have their limitations and that they are not the be-all and end-all, because we do remember that the codes contained prohibitions on some of the most on some of the issues that caused the public to be most aghast about what happened within the RHI in regard to the conduct of some SPADs and indeed some ministers. So effectively we come from a starting point where codes failed in regard to RHI, and therefore that causes me to conclude, and I trust will cause the House to conclude, that we need something more binding, and something more binding is legislation, because codes are just that. They can be changed as easily as they are made, and so they have been from time to time. So it's the binding effect. And one of the most telling points for me in the perusal, in the pursuit of this bill, was the letter from the Minister of Finance to the committee back on the 27th of April, when arguing that this legislation wasn't necessary, that codes were sufficient. The justification for that was that codes are, quote, amenable to interpretation. Well, I think having passed through RHI and seen how codes that insisted on confidentiality, that insisted on integrity, and did not hold back those who wanted to defy those things, I don't think we want something that's amenable to interpretation. I think we want something that's binding from that experience, and that I think is important. So I'm going to turn quickly to the key changes that the bill would bring in, and the House is sufficiently familiar, I believe, not to have me to labour these points. First of all, it would bring special advisers, and I've said before, I'm not against special advisers. I think they have an important function to play, but I am in favour of controlling and setting the framework within which they should responsibly operate. So the first thing I would draw the House's attention to about the bill is it brings SPADs under the Civil Service Disciplinary Code as applied to them, given that they are civil servants, though temporary, but with all the privileges of a civil servant. The second thing it does, it brings ministers also within the competence of the Standards Commissioner, because we had the situation where ordinary members of this House were subject to a Members' Code of Conduct which could be supervised and arbitrated and findings made in respect of by the Standards Commissioner. But ministers, though they have a ministerial code, could not be brought before any independent body, and that this bill rectifies that by putting ministers on the same footing that in respect of their ministerial code of conduct, they too can be investigated by the Standards Commissioner, and so it should be. But to both MLAs and ministers, it gives an important protection against frivolous and groundless complaints. It next then caps the salaries of SPADs. There was some runaway episodes in relation to payments of SPADs in the past. So the bill intervenes to say, well, we're going to set an upper limit, and it's the upper limit of grade 5 in the civil service, which is sufficiently generous, I believe, and therefore puts that matter to bed, so to speak, in a responsible way. And it does formally and in statute make ministers both responsible and accountable for their SPADs. A distinction of some notoriety was made in the past in the RHI inquiry about being responsible and whether one was responsible and accountable. This puts it beyond doubt. And very importantly, it prevents, again out of an experience exposed in RHI, it prevents the civil service from facilitating anyone other than the officially appointed SPAD with the facilities that should be due to a SPAD. And we all recall the evidence in RHI of former abuse in order to circumvent a previous bill which I brought to this House, which prohibited persons with serious criminal convictions from holding the position of SPAD. And therefore, this bill seeks to deal with that issue. It reduces the number of SPADs, I frankly admit, not quite as much as I would have liked, but it reduces them from 8 to 6 in the executive office and would remove from office any surplus, which I think there had been a surplus in respect of a Sinn Féin junior minister SPAD. This bill takes away the power of junior ministers to appoint SPADs, but I read in the press that that individual has resigned, and therefore I think currently there only are 6. But if there should be more than 6, then 3 months after Royal was sent, the surplus in that regard would lose their position. And then the bill does something which I think is important from the standpoint of this House as a legislature. It reins in royal prerogative powers by dealing with the situation which arose way back in 2016, I think it was, when David Gordon was appointed as a super spin doctor for the executive, and the law was changed behind the Assembly's back by the First and Deputy First Minister by a royal prerogative order to create that post and to fill that post. Now, this bill does not prohibit the creation of such a post, but what it does is it makes any alteration to the legislation of that regard subject to Assembly control. And if we are a legislature, the law should not be able to be changed behind our backs. That, I think, is pretty fundamental, and that is part of this. It then, of course, creates a statutory duty to make and to keep proper records, and we will recall the jaw-dropping evidence from one SPAD in RHI that in 7 years he'd never seen a note taken of a ministerial decision. Well, that day, if not already over, will be over now and not before time. It requires the making and keeping of records when ministers or SPADs are lobbied, and lobbying is precisely defined in that regard. It requires the recording and publishing of ministerial and special advisor declarations of interest, which I think puts them on a par essentially with MLAs whose declarations of interest are published and available for public inspection, and this too would put ministers and SPADs in that same regard. It then creates one and one only criminal offence, and this arises from the fact that it came as, to me, a bit of a surprise to be told when I inquired of the police after the RHI report was published whether there were any matters subject to criminal investigation, to be told there weren't. And yet we had evidence of SPADs misusing official information to the advantage of others. And so in Clause 10, we have the creation of a criminal offence, which I think is necessary and proportionate, and it would make it an offence for any minister or special advisor to communicate official information to another for the improper financial or other benefit of any person. goes on to provide a reasonable excuse defence. But before you get to that, within Clause 10.1, there are important provisions which make clear that if that information is disclosed in pursuit of a statutory obligation, for example FOI, it's obviously not an offence, or if it's done in the lawful pursuit of official duties. So if a minister says to his SPAD, brief the press for me on issue X, and that involves official information, that would not be a criminal offence, nor would briefing his own party in those circumstances.
I really don't wish to interrupt the members' flow, but the Business Committee has arranged to meet at 1 p.m. today, and I propose therefore by leave of the Assembly to suspend the sitting until 2 p.m. The first item of business when we return will be questions to the Minister for Infrastructure, followed by an urgent oral question from Declan McAleer on tax supports, and we will then return to this item of business. Thank you.
Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly.
Order. If I could ask members to resume their seats, please, and if we could have some order. The next item on the agenda is questions to the Minister for Infrastructure, Mr. John Blair.
I'm committed to maintaining and developing our public transport network. This is a key priority for me, both in supporting sustainable modes of transport, which is underpinned by my department's significant capital investment in our public transport network, but also in contributing where I can to the health and prosperity of our community by encouraging modal shifts towards the widespread use of public transport by our citizens. With this in mind, I have engaged extensively over the last year with executive colleagues to address the future financial stability of our public transport network. I have taken action throughout my time as Minister to underline my commitment and have instructed my officials to explore ways to ensure that my department continues to meet its obligations to TransLink's financial viability under the current public service agreement. This work is ongoing and to date has resulted in over £100 million of COVID-19 mitigation funding being provided to support our public transport services and our essential workers throughout the pandemic. Our public transport and passenger numbers have been severely impacted by COVID-19. The recovery and resilience of our public transport network is a commitment we all must share as we move through and beyond COVID and tackle the climate crisis. I will continue to work with the Department for Finance and executive colleagues as 2021-22 unfolds.
Mr. Blair.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for that answer. Can the Minister give us further information and reassurance around whether the additional funding, which is of course welcome, can be used as well as alleviating the current situation into the recovery plan for TransLink and its customers?
I thank the member for his question, Mr Deputy Speaker. As a department, we have engaged with TransLink to review the impact of COVID-19, and we use this assessment to inform our projected requirements. In short, we have used the most up-to-date information available to underpin our projections. However, one lesson that COVID-19 has undoubtedly taught us all is that circumstances can change. While I have ensured that our public transport provider is currently in a stable position to meet the anticipated financial challenges of 2021-22, this is something that my department will keep under review, and we will liaise with the Department of Finance throughout the next financial year to ensure our public transport services are adequately funded. To reassure the member, I take the challenge of recovery in our public transport system very seriously and have been engaging with colleagues right across these islands. This week I will be engaging with my ministerial counterparts in Scotland and Wales so that we can put our heads together to ensure that we can see a resilient recovery for our public transport networks right across these islands.
Mr. Cathal Boylan. Could I thank the Minister for her answers, but Minister, just for the future, post-COVID, what steps can you take or Translink think to ensure that they're on a solid footing? I know that they received money in the January monitoring round, and it's a vital public service, but in the future, what steps can you take to ensure this is on a solid footing?
I thank the member for raising a very important issue, and Translink is very much focused in the here and now, ensuring that we can provide a secure and safe transport system for all of our citizens, regardless of where they live. The member will be aware of the number of actions that Translink has and continues to take in terms of deep cleansing of fleets, ensuring that we have additional capacity on standby to meet social distancing requirements. And as I said in my response to Mr Blair, we are looking right across these islands, and I'm looking across the world to learn best practice to ensure that whatever steps we can take, we do to increase passenger confidence, to ensure that when we get to the right point, we can encourage people to again reuse or use their public transport. It is important in terms of getting us through COVID, but it's also, as the member will appreciate, critical in terms of our climate emergency.
Mrs Dolores Kelly.
Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answers thus far. My particular concerns are around the regional imbalance and particularly rural transport. I had to recently engage with Translink to have some bus services put on at a more appropriate time. So I just wonder, Minister, in terms of the review and the assurances that the Executive and yourself can give in relation to rural transport provision in the future.
I thank the member for her question. As you are aware, Translink delivers the majority of our public transport network, and this is supported by private transport providers who play an important role in improving our connectivity throughout the north. Our public transport network is defined in my department's public service agreement with Translink, and my department has an obligation under that agreement to fund the delivery of these services. Given the level of support that I have secured and extensive engagement with my executive colleagues in support of that obligation, our public transport provider is in a stable position to deliver these services, which I can assure the member include a large number of rural services. As I have already outlined, I am committed to maintaining a public transport network that covers all of Northern Ireland, including our rural areas for those who need it.
Mr Jerry Carroll.
Thank you. Question 2, please.
Thank the member for his question. On the 13th of November, following executive agreement, the Taxi Driver Financial Assistance Scheme was launched for 2 weeks, closing on the 27th of November. The scheme provides financial support for overheads incurred by taxi drivers and is in addition to other financial support provided, such as through the Self-Employment Income Support Scheme. Payments began issuing within 1 week of the scheme closing, and by the 15th of January, over 4,100 drivers had received the £1,500 grant, which equates to almost 90% of the valid applications received. Rejection letters were issued to the remaining unsuccessful applicants on the same day. However, some of these applicants responded to the letter and have since provided the necessary information required to successfully process their applications to payment. Staff continue to work with a small number of applicants this week to successfully process their applications. To date, this exercise has increased the number of payments made to over 4,200, which means that over 92% of applicants have now received the £1,500 payment. The remaining 370 applicants who were unsuccessful may be eligible for assistance under the next scheme, which is due to launch this month.
Mr Carroll.
For her answer, even though some people had breaks in their insurance, they didn't cease to become taxi drivers, and many of them unable to work. Does the Minister accept that it is unacceptable that many taxi drivers are still without any payment, and what will she and her executive colleagues do to address this? And she mentioned obviously 90% of applications were valid and therefore received a payment, but what percentage of that compares to taxi drivers who didn't receive any payments whatsoever? Thank you.
I thank the member for his question, and the second scheme has reflected on the learning from the first scheme. So the second scheme will be based on the same principle and sector evidence base in terms of overheads as the first scheme. In that costs would still have to be incurred by the driver, thereby continuing to ensure value for money. However, payments from the second scheme will be made on a pro rata basis, which will better reflect the individual circumstances of and actual costs incurred by each driver. Payments will be calculated on the basis of the actual number of days a driver can provide evidence of full insurance, and that is £250 would be paid for every 30 days of full insurance, up to a maximum of £3,000 for 360 days. So in practice, what this means is that a driver, assuming he or she had fully met the criteria and been paid £1,500 during the current scheme, would be eligible for the maximum support of up to £3,000 for the total 12-month scheme. And for those who didn't have continuous insurance and thereby weren't eligible for the first scheme, they will now receive payment on a pro rata basis. I think that's important in terms of implementing learning and getting help, Mr Deputy Speaker, to those taxi drivers who weren't able to avail of our first scheme.
Ms Michelle McElveen.
Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her responses to date. And I welcome the Minister's announcement that a new scheme will open for private bus and coach operators. Will the Minister give an assurance that this will not just be an extension of the previous scheme, given the issues that have been associated with that? And will she also commit to a similar scheme for taxi operators, mindful that the Finance Minister has money to spend?
Thank the member for her question. In fact, I met with the representatives of the private bus and coach operators again yesterday evening to gain their views on what they felt worked with the first scheme and where they felt there were flaws. And so we've committed to working with them as we devise the second scheme. And I've committed my officials to a follow-up meeting with them to talk about some of the more technical issues we discussed yesterday evening. In respect of the taxi operators, I can confirm that they are eligible for the Department for Communities Part B Coronavirus Restrictions Business Support Scheme. Taxi operators are eligible to apply, and Mr Deputy Speaker, their payments will be paid retrospectively to the point at which their business was impacted by restrictions, and this has been confirmed to me in correspondence from the Minister for Economy.
Mrs Martina Anderson.
Minister, I know you're aware that the members of the committee have raised the issue of the second scheme being issued on a pro rata basis because many of these taxi drivers who temporarily suspended their insurance did so because they were shielding or they simply had no money to work. So therefore, given that picking up what the Chair has said about the Finance Minister asking ministerial colleagues to come forward with further bids, are you anticipating or even organising or arranging to bring forward an additional bid for an enhanced scheme? I'm conscious the second scheme is coming out, but the taxi drivers do not feel that the £3,000 over a year is sufficient for them.
I thank the member for her question. The scheme was devised with those in the sector. They actually, and I think this is on the public record, had requested a payment of £6,000 over a 2-year period. The schemes that I'm bringing forward will give £3,000 for a 1-year period, thereby meeting that threshold. In respect of the drivers who are shielding, you will be aware that this scheme is one that is based on contribution to costs. It is in addition to the self-employed scheme, and it is also in addition to the Department for Communities Discretionary Support Grant Scheme, which the Department for Communities specifically set up to help all of those who are shielding. I am more than happy to make further representations to the Minister for Communities to see if we can provide additional financial support to all of those who have had to shield through this very difficult time.
Mr Pat Catney.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. Given, Minister, that you have acted quite quickly and ensured help to drivers, and now further assistance will be provided, what discussions have you had with the Economy Minister regarding the DFE support for taxi drivers and operators?
Thank the member for his question. I continue to press for the inclusion of the taxi sector in the Department for Economy-led schemes, especially given that the sector is being further impacted by the current restrictions. I remain fundamentally of the view that the Executive needs to take an inclusive and fair approach to the financial support provided for restrictions through the DFE CBRSS scheme, and that all businesses that are eligible to apply should be able to do so. As the member may be aware, the Department for Economy CRBSS scheme was introduced to support businesses that have been affected by the restrictions in place as a result of the health protection regulations. In addition to being able to avail of previous business support grants or loan schemes, taxi operators can also apply for the Part B scheme, provided other eligibility criteria are met. Any successful applications, as I said, made to this scheme will be backdated to the period in which restrictions apply to them. I remain fundamentally of the view, as I say, though, that the scheme should be more inclusive, and so I will continue to make representations to try to ensure that taxi drivers, as well as private bus and coach operators, are included alongside the taxi operators in this scheme.
Ms. Rachel Woods.
Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for answers so far. But does the Minister have any information on when the new scheme for taxi drivers will be launched, and how will this be communicated to taxi drivers?
So we would hope to launch this new scheme by the middle of this month in February. And as I said in a previous response, I always think that it is right and proper that we as ministers reflect on our schemes and the learning from that. I accept that it was frustrating for applicants because they didn't have a dedicated telephone line, for example, to be able to ring up and to get an update on their application. At the time, during the first scheme, all dedicated resources were focused on processing the thousands of applications received as a matter of priority, and applicants were advised to send queries to a dedicated email address. But this time round, I am focused, and I've made it clear that I want to see us doing better. And so while not all of the COVID-related support schemes have provided a dedicated phone contact, I have asked my officials to provide a telephone contact for the next taxi driver financial assistance scheme so that we can get information quickly to all applicants.
We have had the question and 5 supplementaries. I appreciate that other members were wanting in on this, but I think we need to move on. Dr. Kiva Archibald.
I thank the member for her question. Tackling the climate emergency is a global challenge we all face, and as Infrastructure Minister, I have made addressing climate change one of my key priorities. My officials have been working closely with the Office for Zero Emission Vehicles on the development of transport decarbonisation plans and are leading on the transport elements of the Department for the Economy's proposed new energy strategy. This work focuses on 4 main themes: modal shift, including active travel options, the electrification of transport, alternative fuels capability, and the future of mobility, which looks at IT solutions such as mobility as a service and micro-mobility options such as the use of electric bikes and e-cargo bikes for short journeys and last-mile delivery. Consideration is also being given to how alternative fuels can be deployed across the transport sector, including the use of compressed natural gas, liquid natural gas for freight, the electrification of transport, including opportunities for greening the public sector fleet, and how green hydrogen can be used to power heavier vehicles other than buses, exploring the potential for use in refuge collection and in the marine and retail sectors. To support improvements in the commercial provision of electric vehicle charging infrastructure, I've been able to support the EU Interreg-funded Faster Electric Vehicle Network project. And this is a joint proposal across Scotland, the South and the North, and aims to install a total of 73 new EV rapid charging points across the island of Ireland and the west of Scotland by the 31st of March 2023. I've also made changes to the planning system through permitted development rights to make it easier to expand the existing charging infrastructure for electric vehicles, and my officials are working with the Electricity Supply Board to assist with their plans to replace 70 charge points across the north to help improve reliability. 3 new hydrogen buses entered into service on our public transport network in December 2020, and these will be followed by 100 zero-emission vehicles over the next 2 years, including 80 battery electric buses and 20 hydrogen fuel cell buses.
Dr. Archibald.
I thank the Minister for her very comprehensive response, and obviously it is a multifaceted approach that's required. Encouraging people into public transport is going to be critical to this also, and just in respect of that, obviously park and rides are one way of encouraging people to use public transport and to make it accessible. From a constituency perspective, when the A6 scheme was announced, 3 park and rides were planned at Drumahoe, Claudy and Dungiven. The Drumahoe one has progressed, and I've engaged extensively with both Translink and DFI around the Dungiven one. Frustratingly, there's been a back and forth around location, and we've been told for some time a decision is imminent. So could I just ask the Minister for an update in relation to the park and rides on the A6? Good.
I thank the member for her question, and the utilisation of parks and rides is extremely high and continues to grow, illustrating how it can play a vital role to support the move to more sustainable modes of travel and reduce congestion and air pollution. In the last 7 years, my department has delivered around 3,400 park and ride additional spaces at a cost of approximately £16.5 million, which has encouraged a modal shift. And I do I'm focused on progressing further park and ride provision as a sustainable transport measure. The member has written to me in respect of the Dungiven Park and Ride, and work is ongoing in terms of potential sites and feasibility. But I recognise the importance of this, and I've asked for work to be completed at pace so that I can then make a decision on the next steps.
Mr. Andrew Muir.
Principal Deputy Speaker, as the Minister will be aware, last year we passed legislation to legalise e-bikes used on the public highway. Has any consideration been given by the Minister to launching an e-bike public car scheme? I'm thinking of particular towns and cities across Northern Ireland where getting up hills is much more of a struggle. I'm thinking of Shipquay Street, for example, in Derry, and an e-bike public car scheme would be very popular in areas like that.
Thank the member for his question. And Mr Catney is an avid user of the electric bikes, and so will be able to provide testimony the ease with which he can go up very steep hills. In respect of a public car scheme, it is something that I would be willing to consider as part of the Blue Green Fund and the work of the Walking and Cycling Champion. We have been engaging with councils, and I have been making it clear that I would like to see us working much more closely and supporting councils in the rollout of their bike schemes. Certainly, I would be up for considering whether we could also look at e-bikes as part of that wider scheme.
Those steep hills in Lisburn must represent a unique challenge. Justin McNulty.
Minister, I want to applaud you on your strong and composed leadership and delivery on projects like Casement Park, A6, A1, support packages for taxis and bus operators. All projects that Sinn Féin failed to deliver on when they had the ministry. If they spent less time standing beside potholes getting pictures taken, then they make it more done.
I'm sure. Order, members. I'm sure, Mr. McNulty, the question is just struggling to get out.
On the tip of my tongue. If Sinn Féin members spent less time getting their pictures taken beside potholes to attack you with, then they make it more done. Minister, what discussions have you had with both the Irish and British governments about tackling our carbon footprint across these islands?
The member will be aware that we have already worked together to secure in partnership with the EU funding under the FASTER programme to deliver more e-charging points across this island. I met again just this week with Minister Ryan, and we continue to work together on more sustainable all-island infrastructure, including looking at greener and cleaner options such as rail and investment in greenways. I also will be meeting, as I have said, with my Scottish and Welsh counterparts again later this week to discuss how we can work together to aid the green recovery. I've also on a number of occasions raised the need for investment in infrastructure with the British Government to help deliver cleaner, greener, more sustainable ways of travel. And my officials continue to work closely with the Office for Low Emission Vehicles on the development of transport decarbonisation plans and with the Department for the Economy on the transport elements of the proposed new energy strategy for the North. This work is intended to address strategic energy issues, including the requirement to respond to climate change and to work to deliver on our net zero carbon targets. The climate crisis does not respect borders, and the climate crisis will only be effectively tackled if we work together at both a local and a global level.
Mr. Robbie Butler? No. Okay. Move on to the next question then. Mr. Melissa McHugh.
Got last con Carla Kesh to Cahar. Question 4.
Thank the member for his question. The member will know of my commitment to tackling regional imbalance, connecting communities and improving road safety, and the A5 project very much aligns with this commitment. The project has been subject to 3 separate legal challenges since its inception in 2007, the most recent being in December 2017 when a new decision to proceed with the scheme, made in the absence of a minister, was challenged, leading to the quashing of the statutory orders in November 2018. Since then, my department has been actively progressing the necessary work to enable a fresh decision to be made. In spring 2019, an addendum to the Environmental Statement of 2016, together with other environmental reports, were published for consultation. Following the public inquiry held during February and March of 2020, my department received an interim report from the inspector in the latter part of last year. My officials have considered the issues raised and recommendations made in this interim report and have taken legal advice. I have been actively considering the advice from officials and the legal advice and hope to be in a position to make an announcement on the next steps for this flagship project in the coming weeks. I can assure the member of my continued commitment to this scheme.
Mr McHugh. Thank you, Minister. And you know, as we all do, just how vital the development of the A5 is, not only for the safety of those that travel on it, but for the development of the North West region in itself, both economically and socially. And given that funds are now available, what are we likely to see, we'll say, they say foot on the ground, or the spades on the road, rather, this work commencing?
I know that the member has made a number of representations, certainly since at least I took up office as well, on the importance, and he is right, the scheme is important for road safety reasons, but it is also a strategic economic corridor, and it is also a commitment in New Decade, new approach as well. On the issue of timeframes, as soon as I make a decision, that will then define the timeframe for next steps, but I'm making it clear that I am committed to this project and I want to see it progress at pace. In respect of the issue of funding, I welcome the fact that the Irish Government has reaffirmed its £75 million commitment to the project, and also the fact that the Taoiseach has announced the Shared Island Fund as well. So I will be continuing to make representations to executive colleagues, to the British Government, to honour their NDNA commitments, and of course to the Irish Government as well, because we have a number of north-south infrastructure projects that will bring huge economic, social and environmental benefits to all of our citizens.
Mr Robbie Butler.
Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, I thank the Minister for her answer, and in her answer she did refer to her absolute commitment to improving road safety. The Minister will know that the A1, and there was an announcement earlier this week on the A1, is a seriously dangerous road. I've lost friends and former colleagues to road accidents there. I've attended many tragic incidents. So would the Minister like to update us on the improvements that are coming to the A1 and maybe a timeframe?
I thank the member for his question, and I offer him my sympathies on the loss of his friends and colleagues. It is tragic that this road has seen so many fatalities and accidents, and also is sadly a very frequent location for the fire service, which the member was a former employee of. On Thursday, the 20th of January, I announced my decision to proceed with the A1 Junctions Phase 2 Road Improvement Scheme and released the Inspector's report. And I was delighted to announce this key step in the development of this significant scheme, because it will address safety issues along a 25-kilometre stretch of the A1 between Hillsborough and Lochbrookland. I'm very aware of how important the A1 improvements are for the many people who have expressed their support for the scheme, especially to all those who have lost loved ones. That announcement was a milestone for this project, Mr Deputy Speaker, but it was a milestone that belonged to all of those families who have campaigned on this issue for so long. As I said to them, and I reiterate again in this House, I will do all that I can to expedite this vitally important scheme.
Mr Daniel McCrossan.
Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for reaffirming her commitment to this vital A5 project. There is a united front in relation to delivering this project. The Minister will, I hope, agree with me the most damaging interference to this project has been the Alternative A5 Alliance, who have derailed this project time and time again with legal battles, working against the majority of people who want this road delivered. Will the Minister join me in calling with representatives across this House to stand with you, Minister, to see this vital roads project delivered and developed immediately as a matter of urgency to save lives and to improve the economic prospects across this island?
I thank the member for his question, and I do agree, as politicians, it can be very difficult to resist the temptation of playing party politics with any issue. The A5 is certainly an issue that unites representatives from across all political parties and from all different backgrounds who live in the vicinity and use it and who have lost loved ones on it. So I would ask that we continue to stand together and work together to ensure that we do deliver on this crucial infrastructure project at the earliest opportunity.
Ms Paula Bradshaw.
Speaker, I would certainly echo the comments from the previous speaker there around the expectation and anticipation of this road being delivered. But, Minister, are you confident that the money that's been allocated for the next financial year will be spent and that some of it won't be handed back? Thank you.
As a Minister for Infrastructure, I never set out with the intention to hand money back. In fact, in this financial year, the return from my department, I believe, is 0.27% of its budget. That is an achievement that I want to place on record my appreciation to staff for, because we were operating under very difficult circumstances given COVID and the impact that that has on construction works in terms of mitigations to ensure that workers are kept safe. So I want to assure the member that at every opportunity I will bid for money, and at every opportunity I will ensure that we spend it in a way that delivers maximum benefit for our citizens.
Mr. Jonathan Buckley.
Thank the member for his question. I understand the pressures that have faced road hauliers throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. Northern Ireland needs haulage drivers and all other logistics professionals to keep supply chains moving. To ensure the continuing flow of goods into and out of Northern Ireland, I put in place last year a range of regulatory measures, including a suspension of all MOT tests for commercial vehicles and relaxations of other requirements. I also considered the evidence provided by the sector of the financial pressures faced by haulage operators because of the impact of COVID-19 and recognised that some sectors have been impacted more than others. However, the exceptional circumstances threshold required by the Financial Assistance Northern Ireland Act 2009 has not been met. I, however, continue to keep financial support for the industry as a result of COVID-19 under review. I appreciate that hauliers have faced additional impacts arising from Brexit in January. However, these difficulties and financial costs relate in the main to trade and customs matters, many of which need to be resolved by the British Government working with other executive departments. Everyone working in the haulage industry has rallied to take on the challenges of COVID-19, and I am personally thankful for everything they are doing to keep supply chains moving in these difficult times.
I'm afraid we will only have time for one supplementary. Mr. Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The Minister will know that road hauliers face a deeply uncertain time on two fronts. Firstly, with COVID-19, with isolation costs and indeed retail sectors closed across GB mainland, meaning no backlog loads coming back to Northern Ireland and additional cost. In addition to that, we have the Northern Ireland Protocol, which was supported by your party in this House for the rigorous implementation of, meaning access costs and access bureaucracy for those road hauliers.
Question.
Can the Minister outline concrete proposals that she can put forward to the Minister of Finance for additional resource to help these hauliers in this difficult time?
I can assure the member that I have worked extremely closely with DERA. I have worked extremely closely with the Department for Transport. We have worked extremely closely with the Road Haulage Association and Logistics UK to understand the up-to-date picture for road hauliers at a local and UK-wide level. As I say, I keep the situation under close examination, and the most recent Logistics Performance Tracker report from December 2020, provided by Logistics UK, shows that only 1.2% of HGVs are parked up and that only 1% of drivers are currently furloughed. I agree wholeheartedly with the member that hauliers are being impacted by Brexit, and that's why I will continue to work with all of my executive colleagues in our representations to the British Government and to others to ensure that we can get the easements that are required, that we can work with the industry as a cohesive executive.
We now move on to topical questions. Question number 3, standing in the name of Mr. Mervyn Storey, has been withdrawn, and I'm sure all members would join with me in wishing Mervyn a quick recovery. He's presently in isolation because of coronavirus. So the first person on my list is Ms Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'd like to ask for an update on the Minister's review of the planning application process to ensure planners have all the appropriate guidance on ammonia and are led by the science and data to mitigate emissions.
I thank the member for her question. I fully appreciate the concern about the scale and complexity of the ammonia problem in Northern Ireland and the need to protect human health and our natural environment. This is an issue of regional significance and presents a significant challenge to planning authorities in determining applications for ammonia-emitting development proposals. DERA, as a statutory nature conservation body, has policy responsibility in relation to ammonia nitrate's impact on the environment and acts as a statutory consultee to the planning system. Its statutory consultation input is informed by an operational protocol relating to ammonia and nitrates deposition. DAERA accepts its protocol needs to be revised. The member may remember from a recent Assembly debate on ammonia that I had written to the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, who advised that the work on the ammonia strategy, including a review of its operational protocol, is in its final stages of preparation prior to public consultation. While this has led to delays in determining a number of applications for agricultural development, I would hope that future DAERA advice, based on an up-to-date scientific data and consistent with recent case law, will see councils in a position where they have confidence to make such determinations.
Ms Woods.
Thank you, and I thank the Minister for answers so far. Another aspect that was brought up at that recent debate was shared environmental services. Could the Minister outline the rationale for refusing requests from shared environmental services for the additional funding to carry out the habitats regulations assessments?
I thank the member for her question. There was a request for additional funding that was being examined, yes, by my department, but also for the Department for Communities, as I understand it. I think the issue of increased financial support is one that would have to be pictured in the round. A number of councils have seen an increase in income, for example, as well as outgoing costs, and so if any work were to be taken forward in that, it would need to look at all of the factors. It's something that I will look at, but as far as I'm aware, the Department for Communities has replied to say that they wouldn't be in a position to increase funding at this time.
Mr Paul Given.
Deputy Speaker, the backlog in people wanting to do their driving tests has been well documented. Thousands of people being denied that opportunity, particularly impactful on young people and those seeking job opportunities where this is a requirement. What is the current position in terms of the backlog, and what actions is the Minister taking to address them?
I thank the member for his question. The DVA resumed driving tests for private cars from the 1st of September, prioritising tests for key workers and those who had their tests cancelled between March and June 2020. The DVA opened its driving test booking system for all customers on the 5th of October, but since then this service has been significantly disrupted due to further COVID restrictions introduced by the Executive. Following the announcement of the Executive's post-Christmas restrictions, driving tests have ceased from the 20th of December to the 5th of March. To help mitigate the impact on customers who are waiting patiently to take their driving tests, I brought forward legislation to extend the validity of theory test pass certificates. When driving tests resume again, the DVA is planning to reopen the booking service in phases based on the expiry dates of theory test pass certificates to give priority to those who have been waiting the longest time. The DVA continues to increase its capacity by recruiting additional examiners and will be offering appointments on Saturdays and in the evenings as we move into spring and the brighter nights. The DVA will also use overtime to rota off-shift dual-role driving examiners to provide further capacity.
Mr Given.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Well, I look forward to the Minister championing the cause of those that have been denied the opportunity to sit their driving tests and dealing with what is now a quite unacceptable backlog and the deprivation that leads to those that can't get it. Vitally important, of course, is the ability to drive on decent roads. The Finance Minister previously, a number of weeks ago, indicated that he hadn't received a bid or there wasn't funding for the road service maintenance, which annually and historically would have been a significant recipient for end-of-year financial monies. Is there a reason why there hasn't been that kind of bid from your department?
If I could first of all address the first point, Mr Given, I did not stop driving tests. The Executive, of which your party is a member, took the decision to stop driving tests because they are close contact services to keep citizens safe. Ever since, my department and the DVA have had plans in place to reinstate driving tests as soon as those restrictions end. But as the Executive has rolled on those restrictions, we have adapted accordingly. We have published our plans. I take this situation very seriously, and we continue to do all we can to fully reinstate services in a safe away as soon as possible. In respect of the issue of finance, I set aside £75 million for the Structural Maintenance Fund, which was the same as last year. I set aside £12 million for a road recovery fund, £10 million of which was for rural roads, because I'm very much committed to tackling regional imbalance. I have bid throughout this financial year for additional monies for structural maintenance, and in fact we have seen an 11% increase in the money being allocated, because again I take this issue seriously, because I recognise it is important to residents right across Northern Ireland.
Ms Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, having seen the draft budget, I'm sure that you will agree with me that there are concerns about the level of funding that your department is receiving, and particularly in reflection of the money that will be going for Northern Ireland Water. We know that the Minister for Communities has put forward an ambitious proposal for housing. Could you confirm to this House what talks there have been between you to ensure that where the investment for Northern Ireland Water is going will actually help another department to achieve their housing targets?
I thank the member for her question, and she raises a very important issue. Members will be aware that £2 billion is required in terms of investment in our water and wastewater infrastructure for the next price control period. That reflects capital requirement as well as a resource requirement, and members will be aware of the draft budget and the resource budget currently being proposed to be allocated to my department, which is a cut. But I recognise absolutely the importance of building many more new social and affordable homes, and I have supported the Communities Ministers in her representations on this issue in the Executive. But the truth is, there are 116 locations across Northern Ireland now that are either at or beyond their developmental capacity. So if we do not invest in our water and wastewater infrastructure, we will not be able to build the many social and affordable homes we need. We will not be able to stimulate our economy. We will not be able to create the employment that our citizens need. We will not be able to tackle the climate emergency. And in fact, we will not be able to achieve the objectives that we have all signed up to in the programme for government.
Ms Armstrong.
Thank you very much, and I concur with the Minister. Indeed, in the Strangford constituency, we've had areas that have ground to a halt as far as building is concerned because there wasn't capacity in wastewater treatment. I'm very aware that there are across our councils issues with planning departments and delays that are happening. I was just wondering how much work is being done between the department and those councils to identify where there are issues with Northern Ireland water and wastewater treatment works, so that we don't keep on building on this delay in planning.
Thank the member for her question. And the member may know that Northern Ireland Water has been engaging in an extensive consultation and information exercise with all of the councils to make them aware of the challenges within their own areas. And this is particularly important as councils develop their local development plans. All councils in developing their local development plans recognise the importance of ensuring that they provide housing for their citizens, and they also recognise the economic multiplier that is derived from that, particularly for the construction industry. So Northern Ireland Water will continue to engage in this front. My department is also working closely with the councils as they develop their local development plans, and I would also encourage members in your engagement with your own elected representatives and your communities to be raising awareness of this issue. The Minister for Health, the Minister for Education, understandably can point very emotively to the challenges that their department is trying to deal with. When you're able to turn on your tap, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, you get water. When you get showered, you get water. You don't realise how much of a challenge it is. So I would look to members as well to help me and to help Northern Ireland Water in raising the importance of this issue.
Mr Alan Chambers.
Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, could the Minister give me an update on the progress of the innovative pilot project at Kinniger Wastewater Treatment Works in Hollywood, designed to separate the oxygen and hydrogen in water?
I thank the member for his question, and I assume he's referring to the Part X project, which is a collaborative piece between the Department for Economy and Northern Ireland Water. As he says, this is an innovative project. It's about saying, can we drive forward the opportunities and the potential within our economy for hydrogen, but it also will, if it proves to work, and I have no doubt that it will be able to deliver efficiencies for Northern Ireland Water as well. So there are multiple benefits to be had from this. So work on that continues, but I'm happy to provide in writing the very latest update on that project for the member.
Mr Chambers.
Thank you, Minister, for that. Minister, could the use of the separated oxygen in the sewage treatment process help alleviate in any way the noxious smells that have emanated from this plant on occasions over recent years?
As I said to the member, there are multiple benefits to be had from this project, from its working through to its completion. One is around efficiencies, but I have no doubt that one of them will be the issue of smell that the member has referred to. But I will make sure that when we are providing you with the written update, that we also address that issue.
Mr Thomas Buchanan.
Well, Deputy Speaker, Minister, during earlier questions I noted you took a number of questions in relation to support schemes for taxi drivers and coach operators. However, what I didn't hear was what you have done to provide for those who own and operate wedding vehicles, who also suffered substantial losses over the COVID period. So can you give us some indication as to what is available for them?
I thank the member for his question, and I have engaged with representatives of the wedding car industry. I am aware that a number have been able to avail of support schemes to date through the Department for Economy. Individual drivers as well within the industry will also have been eligible for the taxi driver financial assistance scheme that I have brought forward.
Mr. McKinnon.
Yeah, individual drivers may well be available or may well be able to tap into that. But for the people who owns a number of vehicles, for example, there's somebody in my constituency and they own 6 or 8 of these vehicles, there seems to be no support for them whatsoever. So therefore, I'm just wondering why, as Minister, you haven't thought in bringing forward some type of a scheme to help and assist these people who are also suffering substantial losses as a result of the COVID-19, and we also see that the Finance Minister has quite a bit of money looking to be spent. Do you not think it's time you looked about bringing forward a scheme specifically for these particular people?
I thank the member for his question. I think we need to establish first the facts, and we need to be very clear on what the taxi or what the wedding car industry representatives and members have been able to avail of. It is my understanding that they have been able to avail of a number of the schemes at a UK government level, but also at an executive level as well. While I'm not responsible for administering the Department for Economy Part B scheme, I have had it confirmed in writing that taxi operators are eligible. It would seem to me to be fair and only right that the wedding car industry, who are also being impacted by the current restrictions, would also be eligible for that scheme. I'm happy to write to the Minister for Economy to establish if that is the case and share that correspondence with the member.
Mr. Morris Bradley.
Principal Deputy Speaker. Can I ask the Minister, a few years ago I had asked the Department about a residence parking scheme for Portrush. At that time I was informed a pilot scheme was soon to be rolled out in South Belfast. But once the findings were known, that initial pilot scheme would be then possibly rolled out across Northern Ireland and would include Portrush. I know this was not under your tenure, Minister, but could I ask what was the outcome of that pilot scheme? Was it a success, and if so, could such a scheme now be rolled out to the benefit of the people who live in Portrush and other areas of Northern Ireland?
The member for his question, and he is right. There was a piece of evaluation work being carried out on the back of that pilot scheme. I'm awaiting a submission detailing that evaluation and that analysis. It isn't within my receipt as yet, but I'm hoping to receive it shortly, and I've already gave a commitment in this House that I will publish that report, because I'm very cognizant of the fact that members have a real interest in this issue, and certainly residents across Northern Ireland have a keen interest in this issue, given the difficulties with parking in their areas.
Mr. Bradley, very briefly.
I will be brief, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, there's a grave concern that people who can't get parked outside their houses because they've got health problems or because they have carer teams that are required to visit, and I would ask the Minister to look at it urgently. Thank you.
And that is a very important point. And the point that I would make in addition to my previous answer is that if you do have constituents who have mobility and disability issues, I would encourage them to apply to the Department for Infrastructure to be included in the Blue Badge scheme. While that doesn't address the overriding problem, it may bring some easement and comfort to some of your constituents who find themselves in this difficult situation.
Thank you, Minister. That concludes questions to the Minister for Infrastructure. The next item on the agenda is an urgent question to the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, Mr Gordon Lyons. If I could ask members just to take their ease for a few moments until there's a change at the top table. And don't forget, if you're leaving the chamber, to wipe down the surface where you were. Thank you.
Okay, members. Mr Declan McAleer has given notice of an urgent oral question to the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. I would remind members that if they wish to ask a supplementary question, they should rise continually in their places. The member who tabled the question will be called automatically to ask a supplementary. Clerk, please read the question.
To ask the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs why live animals, dairy and meat products will continue to be allowed through Larne and Belfast ports in the absence of physical inspections, given the potential damage to our agri-food industry through the spread of disease and damage to our international reputation for high-quality, safe food.
I'd like to welcome the Minister to his first question time as Minister. I don't think he expected this morning when you signed the pledge to be here this afternoon, but anyway, these things must. And as I said earlier on, let that be a warning to all future prospective ministers that they're on call round the clock. I call the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And as this is the first opportunity that I have had to address the Chamber since my appointment, can I also join other colleagues from across all parties in sending my good wishes and prayers to Edmund Poots as he begins his treatment and recovery. And we look forward to seeing him back here in this place again very soon. Can I also join my executive colleagues in condemning any threats made against workers and staff going about their duties at Belfast and Larne ports. As public servants, these staff should be allowed to do their jobs without fear, and it is unacceptable and intolerable that threats have been made. The threat should be lifted immediately, and staff should be able to do their jobs without fear or intimidation. There is no place for that in our society against anyone going to their place of work, and for me, staff safety is of paramount importance. Last night, the Department was notified by Mid and East Antrim Borough Council that they were temporarily halting physical inspections in the Larne inspection facility. After discussions with partner organisations and the PSNI, the Department also decided to temporarily suspend physical checks on products of animal origin. This decision was taken as a purely precautionary measure in the interest of staff safety. The Department expects to receive a further risk assessment from the PSNI. DAERA continues to implement documentary checks on all consignments moving from Great Britain to Northern Ireland, and seal checks continue to be carried out where possible in the ports in GB. Physical checks on POAO from GB are currently suspended. Physical checks on other categories of goods will continue to be carried out where local management and staff consider it safe to do so. These proportionate measures will help to ensure that any risk from imported goods is mitigated. As a temporary measure, this response is proportionate with the lower risks associated with these consignments, and it's consistent with DAERA's overall approach to verification. The member will be aware that there has been, of course, no change to food production standards. Consequently, no significant increased risk exists to consumers in Northern Ireland or the wider agri-food industry, and we can all be assured of that safety in regards to animal health, plant health and public health. Thank you.
I call Declan McAleer for supplementary.
I can call you, and I thank the member for his answer, and I wish him well in his role. Congratulate him, and I hope he does well. I look forward to working with him in my capacity as Cahairla of the ERA Committee. I just want to say also at the outset that I and indeed we unequivocally condemn these threats as well. We want to pass on our solidarity with these workers, and the threats need to be lifted, and the PSNI need to investigate this thoroughly to get to the bottom of it. And if there's people need to be brought to a book for this, then that needs to happen, but it needs to be investigated thoroughly. The Minister will be aware that checks have been carried out on animal and food and other plant products from Britain at Larne Port from the last century, so over 100 years, in order to protect the biosecurity of the island of Ireland and our under-pressure agri-food sector. Does he agree that now is the time for calm heads and strong collective leadership to get these issues resolved, get the staff back to work and get operations at the ports resumed.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And although I don't intend to be in post for a long time, I of course am more than happy to work with him and with the committee as well. And of course we should all have calm heads. There is a huge degree of anger out there within the community, and we should all be aware of that because of the protocol and the consequences that it is having here in Northern Ireland. We have to be aware that that is the case. However, that is no excuse whatsoever for the threats and the intimidation that we have seen. And unfortunately, we have had an awful lot of the raising of the temperature in the past, and the member's own party have been guilty of that in regards to the threats that were mentioned during the referendum and afterwards. And we saw tensions being raised. We saw leaders of his party constructing fake walls and knocking them down with sledgehammers. We saw a lot of tension ratcheted up about a border on the island of Ireland that was never going to be put into place. What we have right now is real consequences of the protocol being felt. I understand the anger and I understand the frustration that people feel. But there is no justification whatsoever for intimidating workers who are going about their jobs. And I think it's very important that that has been put on the record, not only by myself and by my party, but I know from right across these benches as well. And so I think the most important thing for all of us should be the safety of staff, and that's what's important to me right now.
I call William Irwin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and can I welcome the Minister to his new post. And we'll hope our former Minister is back to health and strength soon and able to resume the post. Will the Minister give his assessment on the need for products that are solely for the consumption in Northern Ireland being checked at all, given that it poses no risk whatsoever to the single market?
Well, of course, the authors of the protocol would say that the reason why it was needed was to protect the EU single market. However, there is the UK internal market as well that we need to be wary of. We need to recognise that it has been damaged and that it's been affected by the protocol. And there doesn't seem to be any sense in moving items from Great Britain and Northern Ireland and requiring checks on those items if they're not going to go in to the EU single market. So that's why I think that the protocol needs to go. I think that it is wrong in the way that it creates those additional burdens and those additional barriers to trade within the UK internal market, which of course is our most important market. And the problems with the protocol aren't just problems, by the way, for unionists, because it affects all of us here in Northern Ireland. It affects all consumers, and that's why it's so important that we get rid of it because of the damage that it is doing.
Call Linda Dillon.
I thank the Minister for his answers so far, and I also want to wish you well in your post, albeit temporary, hopefully. And I was remiss this morning and didn't offer my full support and solidarity to the Minister in his ongoing battle with his current health circumstances. So really want to just let Edwin and his family know that we're thinking of them and that we wish them all the very best in the future. Minister, do you have any time frame as to when the PSNI update might happen? And if some checks are taking place but not others, how would anybody who has made the threat differentiate as to what checks are being made if there are some staff still there taking part in checks?
Well, obviously, Mr Speaker, this is a situation that's changing rapidly all the time, and the PSNI have to be given the time to do their work, and then we will also carry out our departmental risk assessment into this, as everyone would expect us to do. I cannot give the member a timeline because there is no way in which that can be given, because the situation is changing so much, and I think that she would understand that that is the case. And as I've said before, the most important thing in all of this is the safety of staff. That's what has to come first before any timeline. In regards to the checks that are taking place, many of those are taking place off-site. Or in GB, and it is the checks that are taking place in those ports that have been suspended at this period of time. It's right that that's the case.
I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, like others, would like to welcome the Minister to his post and wish him well. He's doing it in not the most auspicious circumstances, given his Edwin Poots' illness. But we wish Mr. Poots well, and he has all our best wishes. Can I ask the Minister two connected questions? One, can he confirm that his staff, it's his view that his staff should be enabled to do their job unencumbered as the law sets out, including checks? Can you just confirm that? Number two, can I ask, given that all of us want to see disruption, including east-west disruption, minimised, would he be willing to make representations to the UK Government that it would be beneficial for Northern Ireland to have a greater, for the UK to enter into negotiations for a greater level of sanitary and phytosanitary alignment with the EU, as Switzerland and Norway both have, including an agreement on veterinary standards? Would he be willing to make those representations to the UK? Because that would be one important step towards minimising disruption.
Well, Mr. Speaker, on his first point, I don't think I could have been any clearer. I completely condemn what has taken place, and I believe that people should be able to go about and to do their jobs. In the point he makes in regards to SPS coordination, we currently have that right now. We currently have those similar standards, yet the protocol is causing huge problems, even when we have those similar standards. So what we need to do is find that solution, and that's getting rid of the protocol and making sure that we have common sense solutions to the issues that arise out of the result that the UK is out of the European Union.
I call Steve Egan.
Thank you very much indeed. May I join everybody else in welcoming the Minister to his new post. And I think earlier on today we wished Edwin and all his family all the best, but I re-echo it at this stage now at the moment. Minister, obviously, just being new into the post, you haven't had enough of an opportunity to talk to the vets and indeed talk to the veterinary scientists across on the other side of our nation. But in the 32 days since we have moved on, since the protocol has been placed, has there been any indications at all from any of the veterinary authorities that anything has changed within the standards between what we had on the end of December and the standards we have right now?
Can I, first of all, thank not only Mr Aiken but all of the members for their kind words, both for Edwin Poots as he recovers and for myself as I begin in this position. I have only been in for a few hours in post. However, I'm not aware of any problems that have come up as a result of the end of the transition period or any problems that vets have identified at this stage. I will, of course, be more than happy to confirm that with the member in writing, but I think he does make a good point, as I had outlined in the initial answer to my question. There have been no changes in the rules in terms of food standards, and that's why the protocol which requires these checks needs to go.
I call John Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I add to the welcome to the Minister to his post and sincerely wish him well for the times ahead? And can I ask the Minister to confirm that there will be a determination on behalf of the Department that the threat of violence cannot influence government policy, international obligation or the resolve for all of us to work together to seek solutions to current EU exit issues?
I can absolutely confirm that the policy of my department, and I hope of the whole executive, will not be influenced in any way by sinister elements. Of course, we have to take precautionary measures when necessary, but the way in which we go about changing things, such as the problems that have come about as the result of the protocol, is through peaceful and democratic means, something that we have all committed to uphold whenever we took our seats in this place.
Well, Claire Bailey.
Thank you, Speaker, and I too welcome the Minister to his new post. I also look forward to working with and maybe even seeing him at committee. That would be great. But in light of the fact, Minister, that Northern Ireland currently has a number of very serious ongoing cases of avian flu and the dire consequences that that brings, I can only imagine how busy your first day has been. But Minister, have you met with port inspectors today? And what is their assessment of the fact that no checks are being done? How much livestock has come into Northern Ireland unchecked? And is this legal?
Mr. Speaker, I'm more than happy to attend the committee if I am invited, and I'm still in post at the time that could take place. As Ed outlined, the checks on livestock that have always taken place and have been taking place for decades continue to take place at this time.
Allister.
I want to ask the Minister about who has, let's say, sovereignty at our ports. If the DAERA department declines to operate these checks, is it true that no one else can, the EU or anyone else?
Mr. Speaker, my understanding would be that in terms of checks that take place, the only people that would be able to carry them out would be the competent authority, which would either be the department or Mid and East Antrim Borough Council. That's my understanding. I don't want to mislead the gentleman on that, and I can certainly come back to him in writing with confirmation of that.
I call Maurice Bradley.
Speaker, and could I join with colleagues in welcoming the Minister to his first meeting, and also extend best wishes to Edwin for a full and successful and speedy recovery. Could I ask the Minister, given the outworkings of what has happened at Larne and Belfast, will he give a commitment to ensure that the safety of his staff and that they are protected, and to keep the situation under review going forward?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that's absolutely the case. As I have said, the safety of the staff is my prime concern at this moment in time, and it does need to be kept constantly under review. This is a rapidly changing situation. There are various threats or issues that have to be taken into consideration. I think it's exceptionally disappointing that we are in this place where this has taken place, so I can assure him that in conjunction with the police and with the councils, we will keep this under review.
Philip McGuigan.
I want to condemn any threats against workers, some of whom are constituents of mine at both Larne and Belfast ports. Everyone should be able to go about his or her work free from intimidation. I'm a bit disappointed at the tone and comments in response to my party colleague, Minister, equating a bit of pageantry with the current threats that we currently have. And can I ask the Minister, given the current threats, does he regret some elected representatives whipping themselves and others up into a state of hysteria over the weekend after the non-triggering of Article 16?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I really have to say the member needs to take a look back over the last number of years, and the raising of tensions and the inflammatory language that many on the pro-Remain side used, and of course the member's own party as well. Of course, it was the member from Miss Anderson who famously stood up in the European Parliament and told the then British Prime Minister to stick her border where the sun don't shine. So I think the member needs to look at himself and his own party when we talk about inflammatory language. But for my part, absolutely. I think that we need to tackle these very serious and very difficult issues in a measured way. We need to make sure that we remain calm and deal with them where they can be dealt with. In lobbying the government, lobbying members of Parliament and the European Commission, and showing them how the protocol is not the solution that they had thought that it was.
Okay, can I say to the remaining speakers, I'd like you to keep within the rails of respect and the rest of this discussion. Justin McNulty.
More Ort, Minister, big luck on you. I hope it's just a caretaker role. I hope to see Minister Poots overcoming his latest challenge, and we wish him and his family well in their new battle. Minister, what's your assessment of whether the disruption of checks at either Larne or Belfast will delay delivery of goods to either shops, farms or garden centres in the days ahead or in the weeks and months ahead?
Mr Speaker, there is no risk to supply in Northern Ireland to shops or to supermarkets or anywhere else.
Call Roy Beggs.
I too would like to congratulate the Minister on his appointment, particularly challenging times at present, and also share my agreement with others that my wish that the threats against staff would be immediately come to an end. Minister, I would understand there will be very few live animals moving through our ports, particularly at this time of the year, but it's mainly HGV bringing in foods to our supermarkets and our agri-food industry exporting goods to their GB market. So my question to the Minister is, were there blockages or delays at their ports, would the Minister accept there could be animal welfare issues for any animal that might be in transit? But secondly, the cargoes, which are all very time sensitive, could end up being dumped at huge cost to manufacturers and could result to gaps on our supermarket shelves. And will he engage with government at Westminster and with the EU to come up with pragmatic, simplified solutions which will prevent difficulties that are occurring?
Well, I thank the member for his questions. And first of all, I don't believe that there are any issues in relation to animal welfare, but of course we will keep that under review. But he's quite right. There are a huge number of concerns that have been expressed out there by hauliers and others in relation to the problems that can come from the protocol. As Junior Minister in the Executive Office, which seems like an age ago already, I had daily meetings with Her Majesty's Government in relation to the problems that were coming about as a result, and the fears that there were and practical examples that there were as well of consignments coming into Northern Ireland and some of the loads not having the necessary documentation, and how that holds everything up. And as the member will be aware, that can be potentially very costly for all of those involved. That's why we need solutions to the problems that we face right now, and the protocol is not one of them.
I call Mr Harry Harvey.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And firstly, I wish you well, Minister, in your new position, and also wish Edmund a speedy and full recovery. Would the Minister outline the material risk to Northern Ireland's reputation as a result of the steps taken by the Department? Thank you.
I thank the member for his question and good wishes, and I can confirm to him that I don't believe that there is any material risk to the reputation of Northern Ireland, as was indicated within the question that the member asked. Consumers of produce here in Northern Ireland can be assured that there is no threat whatsoever to people here as a result of the changes that have taken place, and I'm pleased that that's the case and that we can continue to have that confidence in our produce.
Sinead Ennis.
We've rightly heard the condemnations of the events that have transpired at Larne, but I was disappointed to hear on the radio this morning that Mr Beggs refused to offer his support to the workers at Larne Port, or to state whether he supported them. Can I offer the Minister the opportunity to state whether he unequivocally supports the workers at Larne Port carrying out their duty to check SPS?
Well, Mr Speaker, I don't think it's right for me to speak on behalf of Mr Beggs. However, I believe if he had the opportunity, he would say the same as me, which is staff safety is paramount. And when these threats were first made about a week ago, there was graffiti in our constituency, and I put a statement out right away saying that it was wrong, saying that it harked back to where we would have been 20 or 30 years ago, whenever people in this country were intimidated and prevented from doing their work wherever they were, particularly in regards to the security services. And yes, of course, absolutely, I believe that people should be free to get on with their job without intimidation. That's not something that is difficult for me to say, and not only do I hold that position now, but I have always held it.
Call Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This question is yet another example of a cutting your nose off to spite your face policy from pro-Remain parties in this House. The trade in livestock across the Irish Sea is something that's taken place unhindered for centuries. Is the Minister in agreement that this situation which we face is yet another example of the outworkings of the protocol, which further highlights the societal and economic pressures which it has placed in Northern Ireland, and therefore would he agree with me in calling on Her Majesty's Government to enact and enable Article 16 to bring this sham to an end?
Mr. Speaker, to answer the member, yes, and for any number of reasons. Choose your benchmark. There's a number of reasons why the protocol needs to go and why it is wrong. First of all, you've got the Good Friday Agreement. Very clearly a breach of the Good Friday Agreement. Far be it from me to be a defender of that document, but nobody else on the benches opposite is at this moment in time. Safeguards, community safeguards, gone. We don't care about that anymore. That's what the members on the other side of the House are saying. Northern Ireland's place within the United Kingdom is secured within the agreement until the majority of people in Northern Ireland want to change the position of Northern Ireland. No, that doesn't seem to matter anymore, because our position has been fundamentally changed by the protocol. Look at the protocol itself. Have there been social and economic disruption as a result of the protocol? Absolutely. When the protocol was meant to not have any change, significant change on the impact of how people live their lives here in Northern Ireland, that's certainly not the case now. Because I've been talking to people across my constituency who are having trouble bringing in parts for farm machinery, bringing in parts for CB radios, all sorts of problems that are being faced here. So the protocol has failed. The protocol has to go. Article 16 is a tool, but we also need to put the pressure on the government, make representations to the European Commission, and get this to come to an end for the benefit of the people of Northern Ireland.
Martina Anderson.
I too want to wish Edmund and his family all the very best going forward, and I wish you luck too in replacing him. I know you have big shoes to fill, and I want to also acknowledge Gary Milliton, who is trying to step into your brief for the time that you're away. I also, like others, would like to condemn the threats that have been made, and those threats need to be withdrawn in whatever way they've come about. Minister, there is no doubt that East-West trade is important, but I think, as you recognise, the largest market that we have is the EU and the rest of the world, and the statistics prove that. There's been a trading adjustment shock, Minister. I know we've talked about this at committee and others when you were a junior minister. So today, Minister, can I ask you, one of your MPs said that there should be a change to North-South cooperation. Is that the position now of the DUP, given the fact that 80% of our SMEs, which employ the lion's share of workers here, operate on an all-Ireland basis? So I think it would be good for you to clarify if the statement that was made today, the comments by your MP, if that is reflective of your and your party position.
Thank you.
Well, I have to say the member's just fundamentally wrong to say that our biggest market is the EU. Our biggest market is the rest of the United Kingdom, and that needs to be protected. And now we can see why the party opposite doesn't care about the implications that the protocol is having. It's because it doesn't understand the importance of East-West trade. It doesn't even understand the implications that the protocol is having. In terms of North-South work, I want to make sure that whenever we have engagement with the government in the Republic of Ireland, that we make the case to them about why the protocol is wrong and why it needs to go. And I'll be using opportunities with meetings with my counterparts to make the case and to press the case for that to happen.
I call Jim Wells, and we have less than 2 minutes left. Thank you.
We all hope that Mr Poots will be back as soon as possible. Will he confirm that soil, plants, budgies dogs, etc., which were imported on the 31st of December and were totally safe, are equally safe today?
Mr. Speaker, I see no reason why anything that was safe to bring into Northern Ireland from the rest of the UK on the 31st of December would be any less safe today, and that's why the protocol needs to go.
And that concludes this item of business. Thank you, members. Point of order, Roy Beggs.
Speaker, a few minutes ago, the member opposite made accusations against me. Would the Speaker undertake to review the contributions I have made in Hansard today, where I showed clear support for all the workers working at our ports, carrying out their duties, and clearly indicating my wish that any threats against them would be removed?
I will do. I will review the Hansard. Okay, thank you. Members, take your ease for a moment or two, please. Okay, members, we now return to the final stage of the functioning of government miscellaneous provisions bill, the NI Bill 1st 1722, and I would call Mr Jim Allister to resume your contribution.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Before the break, I had reached the point I was giving a resume of key aspects of the bill, and I had reached the point of dealing with the sole criminal offence that is created, which is in clause 10, and I'll maybe just pick up there. And I was explaining that within clause 10, it's to deal with a minister or special advisor communicating official information to another for the improper financial or otherwise benefit of any person. And that then has two important aspects to its setting. First of all, it provides a defence of reasonable excuse in respect of that, which is set out in the succeeding subclauses. But within clause 10.1 itself, it makes it clear that that offence cannot and does not arise in the discharge of a statutory obligation, which would be, for example, an FOI obligation upon a minister, or in the lawful pursuit of official duties. So, for example, if a SPAD, as part of his official duties, was instructed by his minister to liaise with his party, which would be a SPAD's function, or to brief the media about an upcoming policy decision, etc., then those would be lawful pursuits of official duties. What is not a lawful pursuit of an official duty is taking official information which you come by virtue of being in the position you're in and communicating it for the improper benefit of someone else so that they might gain financially or otherwise, whether that someone else is a commercial operation or a family member or whatever. So that is the gist of the intent behind clause 10. It probably was one of the clauses that had the most scrutiny and debate, and I do think we arrived at a proportionate situation, taking account of some points that were made. The other summary points of the legislation I draw attention to, it imposes a statutory duty, something that strangely in a way was missing, on departments to provide scrutiny committees with requested documents. And as explained earlier in earlier debates, that's to fill the void which exists where you don't have to go to the extremity necessarily of Section 44 to compel production, that you ease that process by having in place a statutory duty to provide, when requested, those documents. And the final provision I want to draw attention to is one which to me actually is, going forward, one of the most important provisions. That's clause 12, because whereas this bill imposes various resolutions to issues which have arisen, improving the functioning of government is not a one-off occasion. It's something that always should be kept under review. And therefore, the purpose of clause 12 is to make sure that every 2 years there is a focus in this House, courtesy of the First and Deputy First Minister bringing a report, upon issues that have been identified where the functioning of government could be improved. And therefore, by putting that in statute, we make sure that good ideas, promised reforms, do not gather dust on a shelf, that rather there is a repeat focus, which means that if further steps need to be taken, then there's a duty on the First and Deputy First Minister to draw attention to those issues, whether they arise from some statutory body's report or whether they arise from something which can happen from a judicial review in the High Court or something like that. There is this stocktake every 2 years of where we are and are there ways we could do things better. And I think that is very much in line with the ethos of this bill, trying to make things better in the practical functioning of government. So that, Mr. Speaker, is almost all I want to say at this stage. I recommend this bill to the House. I stress again, I'm not asking the House to vote, do they agree with Jim Allister or his political viewpoint. If that were so, I might have a rather solitary experience in the eye lobby. Mind you, if some recent polls are to be believed, that situation might change. But that's not the question. The question is, do the propositions in this bill set before us a betterment, a path of betterment, and therefore I ask the House to consider not the messenger, but the message. And I think the message is a good one, and one that this House, for the betterment of us all, could embrace. I trust it will.
Thank you. And I call Steve Egan, Chair of the Finance Committee.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much indeed, Mr. Allister, for bringing this bill towards us. Mr. Speaker, the Functioning of Government Miscellaneous Provisions Bill was introduced to the Assembly on the 3rd of February 2020. And I apologise that we have some extensive notes and discussions to do here, so please grant me the indulgence as we go through. The final stage of the bill today marks the end of a year during which the bill underwent detailed scrutiny both in the Committee for Finance and in this chamber, under circumstances that none of us could have predicted a year ago. I acknowledge that there wasn't consensus within the committee on the need for this bill or on the view that legislation was needed in this area. There was extensive discussion in the committee, and a significant amount of evidence was considered by members on both sides of the debate on whether or not legislation is needed or whether codes and guidance would be sufficient to address the issues of concern. Having considered the evidence in detail, the committee came to the view that, as guidance had not been followed in the past, there is now a need to legislate to ensure that issues familiar to those that led to the collapse of the Executive do not arise in the future, and facilitate this House to move towards a position where public confidence in these institutions is assured. And that is the key commentary, where public confidence in these institutions is assured. Although there have been significant changes made to the bill as it passed through the committee and the House, the general principles remain largely intact, and most of the provisions that the bill's sponsor sought to introduce and which were supported by the committee are evident on the face of the bill that is before us today. During the second stage debate, I informed the House that the Committee for Finance did not want to form a view on the general principles of the bill at that time. I can now inform the House that following its detailed scrutiny at committee stage, the committee supports the general principles and the majority of the policy objectives that the bill seeks to achieve. The committee responded to evidence from a range of witnesses. We considered, debated and commented on the provisions in the bill in detail, and as a result, the bill sponsor was amenable to suggested amendments to help support the committee's position on the bill's provisions. Subsequently, following the Department's acquiescence to refine the bill with appropriate technical amendments, we have before us today, at final stage, a bill that will help improve openness, transparency and accountability, and will, I hope, help to enhance and improve the public's confidence in these institutions. I wish to draw attention to a number of clauses in the bill in which the committee took a particular interest. Not least of these was Clause 1. Clause 1 seeks to amend the Civil Service Special Advisers Act Northern Ireland 2013, and in doing so includes a number of important provisions. The committee supported the provision to restrict the facility to have a hierarchy of special advisers to the Executive Office only. It was noted that the provision would still permit a hierarchy of special advisers within the Executive Office, and this was considered appropriate. Importantly, the provision also precludes the management of one special adviser over other special advisers in other departments. The committee gave detailed consideration to the provision in Clause 1 to bring special advisers under the Northern Ireland Civil Service disciplinary process. The committee supported the department's view that the inclusion of the provision to preclude ministerial involvement in the disciplinary process, which was included in the bill as originally drafted, was not compatible with the position that a minister is responsible for the conduct and discipline of their special adviser. It was accepted that the nature of this relationship would require ministerial involvement in the disciplinary process, but that the prevention of ministerial interference, as referenced in both the original draft and the current bill, would not be acceptable. I welcome both the steps taken by the bill sponsor to amend the bill to address these concerns and the amendments brought by the Department of Finance to refine the clause. The provision in Clause 1 to restrict the remuneration of special advisers to that applicable to Assistant Secretary within the Senior Civil Service pay structure is an important provision. Under current arrangements, unlike other civil servants, the salaries of special advisers are not subject to any formal procedures and can be easily raised without explanation or justification. It is important to ensure that salaries are adequate to attract an appropriate pool of suitably qualified and experienced candidates without overcompensating post holders for the work that they do, and the provision in the bill does precisely that. The committee considered in some detail the provisions in the bill to reduce the number of special advisers in the Executive Office. It has been recent practice for 6 special advisers to be appointed to the Executive Office, and the committee came to the view that that is the appropriate number. In removing the facility for junior ministers to appoint special advisers, Clause 2 will achieve what the committee sought to accomplish in limiting the number of special advisers in the Executive Office to 6. Clause 3 was considered one of the less contentious provisions during the committee's deliberations. The introduction of the affirmative resolution procedure to require the First Minister and Deputy First Minister to seek the consent of this House when they intend to appoint a person to provide specialist support is very much in the public interest. It is a proportionate response to ensure proper accountability and will increase transparency by making the public aware of proposals to make such appointments. Clause 5, which seeks to extend the powers of the Commissioner for Standards to investigate and report on complaints against ministers, represents a strengthening not only of current arrangements, but also of the arrangements proposed in the New Decade New Approach. The powers of the Commissioner for Standards to compel witnesses and documents under the provisions in Clause 5 is an important provision that does not exist under the proposed approach in NDNA. This provision will bring ministers under the same complaints procedures as other MLAs, and thus ensure that both ministers and all MLAs being investigated for similarly alleged breaches would be subject to the same complaints procedures. Clause 5 will also provide for the NDNA proposal to be implemented in a way that is seen to be open and transparent. Clauses 6 and 7 relate to the requirement to keep accurate written records of meetings. Although these clauses, as amended, differ significantly from those considered during the committee stage, the principles remain the same. During its deliberations, the committee noted that there is a large amount of normal, innocent, practical civil service business that may have fallen within the provisions of the bill as originally drafted. These would undoubtedly have created difficulties for civil servants in their legitimate roles. The bill's sponsor agreed to amendments to tighten the proposals, and further amendments have been brought by the Department to refine these clauses. Once it receives royal assent, the Functioning of Government Miscellaneous Provisions Bill will lend itself to further amendments in any aspect of the functioning of government in Northern Ireland. Following an evidence session from the former Commissioner for Public Appointments, Ms Felicity Houston, the Committee for Finance considered bringing an amendment to the bill to strengthen the independence of the Office of the Commissioner for Public Appointments. As Commissioner, Ms Houston has had extensive experience of the problems of working within an area of guidance rather than legislation. The Commissioner for Public Appointments in Northern Ireland is appointed under Section 23(3) of the Northern Ireland Order 1998, which runs to 3 pages on 1 schedule. Ms Houston's view was that the order is vague, provides very few powers, and does not clearly lay out what the independent nature of the post means in practice. The Office of the Commissioner was established through prerogative order rather than legislation. The Commissioner had no control over the budget, could not appoint her own staff, but had to rely on civil servants who were seconded into the office. Had an auditor appointed by the Northern Ireland Civil Service, could not take independent legal advice, and was based in Castle Buildings, which was confusing considering the role is that of independent regulator, but it sits in a central position within the structure of government. The International Ombudsmen's Association has a set of standards to recognise and assess the independence of an ombudsman, a regulator or an entity that deals with complaints. Ms Houston informed the committee that during her time as Commissioner, the Office of the Commissioner for Public Appointments failed all those tests. As I said, the committee considered bringing an amendment to the bill to address this matter. However, given the complexity of the issue, the amount of time that would be required to take sufficient evidence, and the lack of time to address the matter during the committee stage, the committee agreed to make a recommendation in its report to ask the First Minister and Deputy First Minister to make legislative provision to bring the Office of the Commissioner for Public Appointments to international standards. I would like to take this opportunity to reinforce that recommendation and to urge the First Minister and the Deputy First Minister to accept and make a commitment to follow through on the committee's recommendation. I would also ask colleagues in the Committee for the Executive Office to read the relevant section in the Committee's report and to take steps to help ensure that we achieve a position where the Office for the Commissioner for Public Appointments can truly be considered to be independent. Finally, Mr Speaker, I thank the committee staff for their work in supporting the committee through its consideration of the bill during these extraordinary circumstances. I thank the bill clerk, Claire McNanny, for her advice to the committee, and the researchers from RAISE for their first-rate work and their support for the papers and the presentations. I thank the organisations and individuals who provided evidence to the committee to enable members to scrutinise the bill and to help shape the bill that is with us here before today. Mr Speaker, that concludes my remarks as Chairperson for Committee for the Finance. Now making a very few and short remarks as the Ulster Unionist Party Finance spokesman and party leader. The Ulster Unionist Party supports this bill. But we approached this bill in the beginning and we approached it with an open mind, because we believe that as part of the discussions that led up to the New Decade New Approach, we would have been in a position where there would have been significant reform brought forward by this Executive on how the Northern Ireland Assembly and the Executive was run. As we worked our way through our evidence sessions, it became quite clear that there seemed to be a reluctance between either the Department of Finance and the Executive to make those changes that were needed. And indeed, we had the rather unedifying experience of being given evidence by senior members and officials from the Department of Finance about telling us how guidelines were much more appropriate, and discussions had been made during the New Decade New Approach areas of discussions I was actually involved with, which actually bore no relation whatsoever to what those discussions eventually became. And at the same time as we're having that, our committee was having to consider potentially compelling the Minister and indeed the Department to give us information that we were seeking. So there is very definitely a need for legislation. And I encourage all parties within this Assembly to realise that the credibility problem that the Northern Ireland Assembly has, the Northern Ireland Executive has, and the very process of democracy in Northern Ireland means that the safeguards that don't exist in other areas can't apply here. We need to have the appropriateness of legislative force behind what we do. And the Ulster Unionist Party fully supports this bill. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Paul Frew.
And again, I rise to support the process of which this bill has seen. It's been through the democratic ringer, and I commend that process and the democratic accountability that brings in order to get a bill that is as fit for purpose as we can possibly make it in any given time and scope with regards to the content of the bill. I also thank the bill sponsor for, first of all, bringing the bill, because I think that it's a healthy sign that individual members, albeit members on their own with regards to party structure, independent members, private members, can bring and have the capacity to bring and have the support of all the staff, the bill office, the assembly team and the Speaker's office to bring forward bills and make that legislation that we can all support, we can all vote on, of course, and some of us won't support. That's democracy, and I welcome that system. I do give thanks just not to leave the bill sponsor, first of all, can I just say that it's a wee bit unnerving when you hear the bill sponsor talk in very conciliatory terms. But it was welcome, and can I commend his workmanlike, his respect for all members of the committee, and indeed for all members of this House, as his bill has been processed and proceeded through the stages. I think, Mr Speaker, that sometimes people have been more focused on the bill sponsor rather than the bill. They've been more focused on the bill sponsor rather than the content of the bill, and I think that's regrettable. But we're here now, we're at the other end of that process, and we look forward to this bill hopefully passing today and becoming law. So I thank the bill sponsor for that, and I have enjoyed working with him and all the members of the committee as we have scrutinised this. And can I say, Mr Speaker, on a point that it was actually very useful having the bill sponsor in the committee. And I do think that procedures, or wherever it needs to be, should assess and look at this very importantly, very carefully, because I think it's an important point. And I think having the bill sponsor on the committee adds something to the bill sponsor, but it also gives a greater awareness to the committee with regards to the questions that we may pose to the officials and the answers that they would pose, or answers that they would provide to us. But having the bill sponsor there, who knows the bill inside out from the start, from the get-go, asking pertinent questions to the presenters, whoever they may be, whether it be civil service officials in the department or outside bodies or vested interests or whatever, having them answer to the bill sponsor was very informative in helping shape dialogue and questions and commentary right throughout this process. And I really do think that it's something that this Assembly should look at with regards allowing bill sponsors a place, even as in an ad hoc fashion, to have a presence on the committees and to ask questions. They don't necessarily have to vote. They don't have to have that right, but they should have a presence, they should be allowed to attend, and they should be allowed to ask questions. And I think you'll get a much more healthier dialogue and process. And of course, we all are all here to improve that process. Can I, as Deputy Chairman of the Finance Committee, thank the committee staff, thank the members of the committee, thank the Bill Office staff, who have been very, very helpful, and the Assembly staff and the Speaker's staff, his office, for the conduct going through this bill. It has been very, very good. But I suppose the question I pose today is, why do we need reform? And of course, this is a very particular piece of reform. It's not a big, massive, wide-ranging piece. It's very particular in what it does. And of course, we need more. We need to have a greater oversight of a greater piece of reform, which I hope the Executive brings forward. It was committed to, it was promised us, and we look forward to seeing it. So it is about reform, and we all in this House must use every sinew available to us in making government better. Even if you thought you had the best government and the best government structure in the world, you still have to improve it. You still have to strive to improve it. It was Ronald Reagan, Mr. Speaker, who said that man is not free unless government is limited it. There's a clear cause and effect here that is as neat and predictable as a law of physics. As government expands, liberty contracts. It is vitally important that we ensure that this government, this Executive, does not encroach into the lives of our people too much to the detriment of their lives and their people. Mr. Ronald Reagan, the President, also quibbed that the 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, "I'm from the government and I'm here to help." It is vitally important that we keep an eye on how government functions and how the departments within affect the lives of our people. Every single one of our people. It doesn't matter where you sit on a political spectrum. It doesn't really matter where you sit on a constitutional position. We are all here to make sure that we have good, efficient, effective government and that it does not encroach in our people's lives too much. So this is one very small step in that direction. But even if government was quite oblivious and quite mundane, even if government was all about taxes and about laws and everything like that, that would be all right. We still need reform. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, given our tortured history, given our tortured past, and given where we have travelled from, it is vitally important that we have more checks and balances than any other place, any other normal place, if you like, in our society and in this world and in this country of the United Kingdom and indeed Western Europe. And my party, when looking at bills like this and reform, will always look, first of all, at good governance and efficiency and effectiveness, but we will also look, unfortunately, to the party opposite us and their past and where they have come from. And whilst it is good that they have travelled so far, all indications state, even police evidence states, that they are still linked to an IRA Army Council that still controls them. And that's something that we have to consider. That's something that we have to take cognizance of. You cannot ignore that. If you ignore that, we are in a very bad place. So we need as many checks and balances as possible to ensure that the democratic process that we are all encountered in is an efficient and effective and a safe one for our peoples. And that's why some of these clauses are in here, I believe. And that's why... yes, I will, yeah.
Directing us to the clause which refers to the IRA Army Council and how we're directing the operations of the IRA Army Council, or anything to do with the IRA Army Council in this bill?
I'm going to remember, just resume your seat, please. I mean, I've just listened very carefully, and I thought you were just really veering off the purpose of the bill. The sponsor of the bill, I think, very clearly laid out the purpose of the bill. It's there very clearly for everybody to see. There's been quite a substantial debate over the last number of weeks and months around this bill, and that's as it should be. And I would advise a member to restrain himself and deal with the contents and the purpose of the bill.
Much, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly will adhere to your ruling with regards to the bill. I think it was George Orwell who said, if liberty means anything at all, it means that the right to tell people what they do not want to hear. And in this bill before us, which we are debating here, Mr. Speaker, it is very clear that Clause 1 is a mighty clause. It's very in-depth. There's a number of things and instruments that Clause 1 does. But Clause 1, 8A, 1 and 2 deals with the issue with regards to a minister must ensure that only a person duly appointed as a special adviser in the minister's department will exercise the functions, enjoy the access and receive the privileges of the person's post as a special adviser. And the permanent secretary to a Northern Ireland department must ensure that no person other than a duly appointed special adviser is afforded by the department the cooperation, the recognition, the facilitation due to a special adviser by reason of the holding of that post. Part 2 of that part clause states, a special adviser in carrying out the functions of their post is not to be supervised or directed by, is not to report on their carrying out of the functions of their post to, and is not answerable for their carrying out of the functions of their post to any person other than their appointing minister. That's very clear, and there's a reason why that clause is in here, and the bill sponsor has spoke about it many times. But so has the permanent secretaries. The most senior civil servant in the finance department at that time, Mr. David Stirling, believed that the then finance minister may have been acting under instruction. The RHI inquiry brought out to light many emails and text messages showing that the previous finance minister was in constant contact with veteran Republicans outside of this elected assembly. In fact, on the 21st of January 2017, David Stirling at the time sent a text message to fellow Permanent Secretary Andrew McCormick when he said, Mr. Stirling said to his minister, I can't say, or to his colleague, I can't say whether the will is there, and I wonder whether he knows himself. He may be acting under instruction. He was, of course, referring to the finance minister. And this is one of the reasons why we need reform. We need reform of SPADs and how they conducted their business and how they conducted their daily lives. And we're not all innocent here. I have alluded to and I've spoken directly on the sins of my party in the past with regards to individuals and how they conducted themselves. I'm voting positively for this change. I'm voting positively for this bill. But it is a sign, an acknowledgement for me, that there are parties in this House that will not recognise those faults, that will not recognise the past, that will not recognise the activities of their members and employees. It is that lack of recognition that warns me that we have still a long way to go. We have still a mighty long road to travel before I can sleep secure in my bed, knowing that the democratic principles of this country and this province are safe with the people who sit within them. And that cannot be said lightly. That cannot be said lightly. We have power here in our departments, but not sovereign power. But the jurisdiction that we share this island with is sovereign power. And there's parties that are in this House that could argue that they are in the crux of sovereign power. Well, Mr. Speaker, that's the democratic process. But it also brings echoes of 1930s Germany. So we have to be careful. And we have to make sure we're diligent. And we have to make sure we're transparent. And we have to make sure we are accountable. And this bill will assist in that. This bill will help that moving forward. Now, we need more. And I look forward to seeing what the Executive brings out with regards to reform. Reform of the government, the functions of government, the reform of departments and how they work together, reform of the civil service, and to ensure that there's strength in our civil service to make sure that people are held to account and the duties that are placed to them within this bill. Remember what I just read out there. The Permanent Secretary to a Northern Ireland Department must ensure that no person other than a duly appointed Special Advisor is afforded by the Department the cooperation, recognition and facilitation due to a Special Advisor. And they're mentioned in other places in this bill. So it's very important that the Permanent Secretaries and the staff within are contained within those departments and below the Permanent Secretaries take their roles and responsibilities professionally and diligently. And that takes strength when you're looking at a political minister or a political appointed SPAD. But they need to step up and need to ensure that instead of text messages between each other as permanent secretaries or as finance officials or as duty-held accountees within each department, that not only do they talk among themselves, but they shine a light. They shine a light, a transparent light, into the dealings and ongoings of the political parties in this place and the members within and the employees within, namely the SPADs. So I welcome this bill. I also welcome the fact that for some out in the community, this will mean a lot. It maybe doesn't mean a lot to members in this House, some of them. It maybe it's quite a small, concise bill dealing with one aspect or another. But for Anne Travers, I'm sure this is a massive thing. Of course it's a massive thing. And when the bill sponsor brings this forward with people like that in mind, I have no problems supporting him. No problems whatsoever. Because we all know that lady's story and the family of that lady and the sacrifices that that family has had to make over the years because of terrorism in our streets. This is what we're dealing with. Unfortunately, it is what we're dealing with. And every time there's a piece of legislation that comes before this committee around reform, around transparency, around accountability, we have to look at it in that guise. We have to look at it in that context. And that's what I've done with this bill. I've tried to be fair with everybody. I've tried to convince people of the merits of amendments that I've brought forward. I've also took a decision on each and every single clause and each and every single line. And I've come to a conclusion whether I can support. Yes, I will, yeah.
I would agree with him that he did consider every line and every clause, but I was somewhat bemused when he led his troops into the lobby to support an amendment to the bill. He will recall it was the clause that dealt with any other function that the department may exercise. Now, I have sat in every second of the scrutiny of this bill in the committee and every second of the debate in this House. Maybe that indicates what a sad anorak I am. But I listened to every word he said, and I never detected a single element of concern about that particular aspect of Mr. Allister's bill. But I then was in the division lobby, and to my surprise, I saw him leading a rather bemused group of DUP backbench MLAs into the lobby, and I could see that they couldn't understand why they were being asked to vote against it, but they believed in the Holy Writ as laid down by the Honourable Member for Antrim North. He deemed that this clause was not worthy of his support, so therefore every one of them, not knowing what they were doing, voted on the basis of their faith in his view on the issue. So could he give us an opportunity to deliver pearls of wisdom to the honourable members present and solve the mystery as to why he had this Damascus Road experience at the very last moment on that particular clause? I'm not doing this to be critical. I'm not saying he made the wrong decision, though I have my doubts. I'm just intrigued as to why, out of nowhere, he made that decision.
Well, I thank the member for his intervention. Of course, I welcome all interventions, but I hear what he says about pearls of wisdom, and I've tried my best in the 10 years I've sat in this chamber to try and give out pearls of wisdom. I'm not sure I've succeeded yet, but I'll strive, Jim, to do that as best I can for the member. But on the point he makes, and if I recall, and I haven't any notes on it, there were two ways out of that dilemma, and it was a dilemma for this House, this chamber, in the way that we would function. The way that we would function with a minister being tied down by all issues, every single issue, every single function of a department, every responsibility they had. And we all grappled with it over two stages, and so did the bill sponsor whenever it was raised. I think it was Claire Sugden. These are one of the issues that Claire Sugden raised. So there was an understanding that there was an issue. There was an understanding that there was a nervousness around how we dealt with it. And that wasn't just a Damascus Road change. That was something that we had teased out over many periods and of many debates, even outside of this room, in the corridors. And on the night, there was two ways of doing it. I think there was the minister's way, and there was an amendment, I think it was the bill sponsors. And it basically came down to a judgment call as to who we thought, what amendment would best suit the bill. And I have absolutely no problems, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in coming to that conclusion, which I did. And I suppose, and again, the member will know his own history, but I, being the sole representative of my party on the Finance Committee, it's good to know that my party trusts me to lead the debates and to lead the judgment on this bill. But let me say and assure him of this. I would not do anything that would step outside of a party remit. I would not do anything that would step out of discussions that I have had with my party. And when I talk about party, I talk about all aspects of my party, because I have spoken to every single member of my party about this bill. I've sent them emails. I've kept them up to date. And, of course, what the member fails to realise is that when you go through your various stages, you come across all new amendments, you come across all new ways of doing things, and that's simply democracy. It's simply the way we do business in this House. And isn't it the best way? Isn't it the best way? Yes, I'll give way again if the member wants to give way.
Out of advice given to me by the party, and hence I'm out in the political wilderness where there's weeping and wailing and gnashing of teeth, but also no spads. Now, his argument would hold water if at any stage during any of the proceedings he had raised his concerns. Because remember, we were aware of this at final consideration stage. Mr. Allister spoke at length explaining his views on that particular paragraph. He took no opportunity to tease out or to tease out his concerns or to try and raise points with Mr Allister. It's what's called in the political firmament as an ambush. An ambush that came from absolutely nowhere. But it was reassuring to know that the DUP backbenchers would follow him over a waterfall. Such was their trust in his judgment. But it would have been handy for the members of this House to actually know the reasoning why he did that and supported Mr Murphy against Mr Allister's that particular section.
Members, this is an interesting discussion, but can I draw you back to the bill that we have in front of us?
You're far from me to risk being thrown out, but this is directly in relation to the bill because of this ambush that was performed. So he's explained why he did it, but he hasn't explained why he did not raise it with anyone before he took the fatal step.
I thank the member for his intrinsic and forensic look at how I've conducted myself in previous stages of this bill, but it's simply this, Mr Deputy Speaker. You come to a decision, and in fact a settled view when you get a martial list. You go through the amendments that are there, you talk it through with party colleagues, you come to a conclusion, and if you're convinced otherwise on the night, so be it. But I can assure the Minister that I had come to that settled view before I even walked into the chamber that night. There is no issue there. There's absolutely no issue. And if I thought, Mr Deputy Speaker, that me raising the issue would have changed the point of view, then I would have gladly raised the issue. I just came down to a determination of what amendment was better. And I think, and this House actually took the decision that that was the case. So I certainly have no issue with the member raising his concerns. He voted in the opposite lobby that night, and that was his right to do so. But that amendment fell, and the other amendment passed. And now we have it in the face of the bill. Again, I know the member is concerned and annoyed at my party's position that night. I could take the same view, Mr Deputy Speaker, with regards to my clause number 13, when it was amended by my colleagues across the way, the SDLP. I won't fret on that because you know what? That's a democratic process. And do I think that the members opposite their amendment weakened my clause? Yes, I do. But that was what was passed in this House. So that's democracy. And we respect that. Of course we respect that. It's the only way to go. Which brings me on, Mr Deputy Speaker, to my clause 13. And I'm glad that I've been able to affect, in a positive way, this bill, this legislation. Because this is something that has concerned me since we've come back, and that has been the accountability and the relationship between committees and departments. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, I am still aggrieved, very much aggrieved, at that relationship. I do not believe that it's in any way or form a healthy one. I think it needs to be improved upon, and I think that departments should look on committees more of a partner than a scrutiniser, because I think that way we will get far better government, far more efficient government, and that things will tick along much better and be much freer. But on that clause, clause 13, the Assembly's scrutiny of the Executive's in-year monitoring process, it is vitally important, whilst we have in this place a five-party mandatory coalition, it is vitally important that our committees do that work. More important, I suppose, than having a five-party coalition government is the lack of opposition. This is a massive issue. And whilst I love all-inclusive government, whilst I love the fact that there's five parties now who can agree to actually form an executive and get on with the work, I believe that the lack of an opposition in this place or any legislator is a miss. It is awry and it is a negative. And whilst we all know the way we've travelled, Mr Deputy Speaker, and whilst we all know where we've come from and where we're hoping to get to, the lack of an opposition is a real concern for me. Because in the best will in the world, you need that opposition. It's proven throughout the world in democratic circles that an opposition is vital. It is key. So, where do we get our scrutiny from, Mr Deputy Speaker? And it's simply this House, but more so the committees within it. They are our last line of defence. Our committees and the work they do, and they do admirable work. They really do. And the position of a chairperson and a deputy chairperson are vitally important. They are the gatekeepers of democratic accountability in this place. And whilst the Minister's job is to conduct their role in the department and to administer law and responsibilities within that department, it is the chairpersons, the deputy chairpersons and the members of a committee that have the task and the role of making sure that they scrutinise the work, they advise and they support. And that is vitally important in this day and age. And that is why I was motivated to bring forward the amendments, which then were happily adopted into this bill. And whilst, of course, I welcome all members to amend as such at another stage, I do think that it is important that when it comes to in-year monitoring rounds, the financial aspect of government and how we get money down to our peoples to support and how we actually spend people's money, which is probably more important, that there is an accountable process. And I think Clause 13 brings that. It brings that to this bill and it brings this into law. And so I welcome that very much so. And I hope this bill passes. I wish the bill sponsor all the best. I wish the committee all the best in its next endeavour with regards to the bill. And I note also that this bill has been somewhat watered down to what the bill sponsor had originally intended. He has lost some criminal elements to it. There's one left with regards to authorised disclosure. Absolutely. Absolutely do I support this. No one, minister or special advisor, should communicate official information to another for the improper financial or otherwise benefit of another person. That brings me to the heart of the issue around transparency and accountability. It is vitally important that that becomes a criminal offence, because it's just not right. In fact, it should be criminal. And so that's probably the most significant clause within the bill with regards to an offence. It's the only one left now. But that's very important, and that raises the bar. That raises the bar so that all officials, not officials, because that's one thing I wouldn't have took out. I would have left the civil service piece in. But it tells us then that the minister and the special advisor, there is a standard to keep, and that must be kept in this clause and in this bill. So I commend that clause, clause 10. I commend the bill. We will most definitely be supporting the bill. And I wish the bill sponsor all the best, the Finance Committee all the best in the future with regards to the next scrutiny piece. And I commend this bill to the House. Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call John O'Dowd.
Thank you, Last Concordia. I have to say it's as well Mr Free mentioned the IRA Army Council in that speech, because there's nothing else about that speech worth remembering. So it is. I know that some people are running a competition in here to try to speak the longest during a piece of legislation and bore the rest of the institution to tears, but the competition has now been won. You have that badge, Mr Free. Hold that badge proudly. I've heard you on a number of occasions in relation to this legislation.
Point of order, Mr Wells.
I think most of us would have believed that Mr Few's contribution, whilst we didn't agree with it all, was extremely articulate and memorable. Is it in order for the member for Upper Band to pass aspersions when he's not exactly Martin Luther King when it comes to making speeches either?
The member has his views on the record, Mr O'Dowd, and can we come back to the bill itself?
I'll come on to you in a minute, Mr Wells. So you've got me in the form now, so I might as well continue. This legislation is... Oh, well.
Thank you very much indeed. But so far this debate has been discussed in good terms and good terminology as we come through. I would ask the member if he could apologise to the deputy member and the deputy chairman of the committee, because indeed for what he's tried to do throughout this process, and indeed all the members of committee from all the parties, has been trying to give this bill fair wind as it goes through. And so far, up until now, this debate has probably been going in the right direction. But I would be delighted if you would find it within yourself, as I know you can, to forgive the Deputy Chair.
I would like you to find it in yourself to recognise that the continuing insult of my party's mandate by Mr Frew and others is not in good form, it's not in good spirit, and it doesn't set the tone for a good debate. So you keep that in mind. The bill is allegedly around reform. The bill is allegedly about good government. And Mr Frew has a habit of telling us he's all for reform. All for reform. But of course Mr Frew comes from a political tradition, within a political tradition, that would still have the 1921 Northern Ireland Parliament in place. He would still have legislation in place that would have the foot on the Catholic community. He would still be opposed to civil rights reform. He would still be opposed to every reform that has taken place in this society to create an equal society. So when you tell me you're in favour of reform, when the member tells me he's in favour of reform, I have to say I take it with great scepticism, because
order members, we are not here to hurl insults against each other. We are here to determine the final stage of this bill, and I would ask members to address the contents of the bill and its journey.
Thank you, Ascan Cordia. The bill and the authors of the bill and those who have been so supportive of the bill do not have a great track record when it comes to reform. They do not have a great track record of inclusive politics. They do not have a great track record of trying to make the constitution of this place, the Good Friday Agreement, work. And it's in that context I make my comments. We have, throughout the course of this bill, said it was unnecessary, that the bill wasn't called for in the RHI inquiry, that there was other ways of dealing with the outstanding issues of the RHI inquiry. The executive, of which 5 of the parties in here are members, agreed a strategy to implement the recommendations of the RHI report, to bring forward a strategy to ensure that as much as you can prevent the happenings of the former RHI goings-on from happening again. Because if someone is so minded to, they will find ways around, whether it's codes of practice or around legislation, to corrupt the system, whether it's for financial gain, political gain or other gain may be. So there was an agreed strategy. Unfortunately, that strategy has been reneged on for a variety of reasons. I have my own views on why some of that was, but in terms of moving forward, it's not that important. The fact of the matter is agreements have been broken. We have an unnecessary, unwieldy piece of legislation in front of us this evening, which, if passed, will make the functioning of government more difficult. It won't make it impossible, but it will make it more difficult. And when you need, and when we will need, a flexible, responsive civil service and a flexible, responsive executive, there are parts of this legislation which will make that more difficult. And I have no doubt in my mind that Mr Allister and others will be seeking every opportunity to evoke sections of this bill to prevent the executive doing what needs to be done to help our economy recover, to help our society recover in the wake of COVID-19. So watch this space. Will it make it the reforms? And I accept there's many genuine MLAs and contributions to the debate who want to challenge the wrongdoings of RHI. This is not the way to do it. It's not going to achieve the goal. Mr Wales and his contributions has seen, and I respect Mr Wales in many ways, believe it or not, because you stand up for what you believe in. Because when I listen to Mr Frew and others talking about what they think of me and my party, if I believed half of it, and I was in his position, I'd be sitting in your corner. I would have the courage of my convictions to go and sit in one of the corners of this chamber. So I respect you for having the courage of your convictions, and I respect Mr Allister for having the courage of his convictions. You know, I reach out and say I respect you for doing it. I don't agree with you, but at least you stand up for what you believe in. When others get up on their soapbox and start off in a ramble, it goes over my head. But I will not allow the mandate of my party to be insulted. But returning to the bill. So, Mr. Allister's bill, it reminded me, and I'll end up on a light-hearted note. You will be familiar with the show in relation to TV. The name escapes me, but Trigger. Only Foods and Horses. Trigger sits down with his friends and tells them that he's got a medal from the mayor because his broom has been in existence for 20 years. And this intrigues his friends. His friends say, how can your broom be in existence for 20 years? He says, well, I've only changed the shaft 17 times and the head 20 times. And they say, well, how can it be the same broom? And of course it's not the same broom. And this bill, which Mr. Allister introduced last February, the one before us today, is not the same bill. 82 amendments tabled. It has went through a number of changes, but it's still not fit for purpose. But unlike Trigger's broom that was fit for purpose, this bill is not. And unfortunately, I suspect it will pass today, and our government will be the lesser for it. I've finished.
I call Matthew Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So far in this debate, we've had, by my record, and I think we're only 4 speakers in, we've had Martin Luther King, Ronald Reagan, George Orwell, the IRA Army Council, Del Boy, Rodney and Trigger mentioned in this debate. It isn't about, this bill is not about any of those people. Amusing though the debate has been at times, I will try not to detain the Assembly for too long. As the Chair of the Committee said earlier on, it's been nearly a full calendar year since this bill was first introduced into the Assembly. No one expected this time last year that we would be scrutinising it in the context that we have been scrutinising it. It has been challenging at times, but I would like to put on the record my committee colleague, Pat Catney's and our party's good wishes to the committee staff, and indeed Claire McCanney from the Bill Office, who has been diligent and patient in helping us scrutinise this bill. Concise though it is, its provisions are significant, and it has had, as Mr. O'Dowd correctly says, it's had 82 amendments. I'm not sure if Trigger's broom is a completely accurate comparison. Maybe if I'll think of a sitcom one, and by the end of my speech, probably won't be as long as Mr. Frew's, by the end of my speech I'll have some other sitcom comparison to make. What is the purpose of this bill? Well, from our perspective, the way we have gone into thinking about this bill is, first of all, with an open mind. Secondly, to a recognition of the fact that there is real serious public a real serious crisis of confidence in the functioning of these institutions that arose, yes, from the RHI crisis and the subsequent Cochrane report, but not exclusively the RHI crisis. There were a range of other scandals around standards in public life, bluntly, the conduct of ministers and special advisers in these institutions. So, from our perspective, we thought it was serious and important to look at all proposals and look at this draft legislation in a way to give it serious consideration, no matter who the bill sponsor was. And as I have said, I think now at every stage of this bill, voting for this bill, supporting specific measures within it, does not in any way imply an alignment of views with the bill sponsor. I think it's worth saying that the bill sponsor is a fervent critique of, if not the principle of power sharing, maybe continues to be a firm critic of the principle of power sharing, certainly of mandatory coalition. Well, this bill is a product, I'm afraid, of having to share power and acknowledge that compromise and consent is the only way forward. Broadly speaking, several of the, I won't go through them in great detail, the provisions around curtailing hierarchies of SPADs and clarifying, putting in statute the code of practice in relation to SPADs, we welcome. I am someone, and I say it again in this chamber multiple times, who believes in the role of special advisors. In my previous life, I worked a lot with them, people I fundamentally politically disagreed with when I was a civil servant in London. But ultimately, SPADs have a job to do, whether they're DUP, Sinn Féin, SDLP or anything else. I believe now, with amendments, that the provisions in this bill will go some way to clarifying their role and responsibility and reassuring the public that disciplinary procedures are more robust than they were. There are a range of other provisions in this bill, many of which, Mr Deputy Speaker, we were concerned about, some of which we have voted against and have come out of the bill as a result. Specifically, one of the criminalisation clauses, which we felt was wholly disproportionate to what was required. That was around use of non-departmental systems. Indeed, whenever that provision, a version of that provision, was reintroduced back into the bill at further consideration stage, as not rather than a criminalisation clause, simply a provision, we voted against that too, and that was after a detailed discussion. In part because what we've done throughout this is try and, one, think about how this bill can address not just public concern, but the real issues that were shown up by the RHI inquiry around conduct of special advisors, record keeping, disclosure of information, but then consider how the specific provisions in the bill addressed the challenges and whether they would completely unnecessarily distort the functioning of government. We don't believe that some of the provisions that it initially laid down were frankly fit for purpose, and that's why I'm glad, first of all, that amendments were made. Then we've tabled our own pretty significant amendments, and then I'm glad to say, although I know his party does not agree with this legislation, and indeed the Minister has spoken against it, that there were significant drafting amendments that came from the department. I welcome that, because it is the case that there were significant concerns around the functioning of this bill. If it had gone unamended or largely unamended, our support was always caveated. It was always based on getting significant amendment and significant work to make this work in terms of the statute book. And it will involve, when it becomes law, us to scrutinise the guidance that goes to ministers and civil servants and special advisors to ensure that it, yes, is compliant with the law if passed, but also is workable. I believe the law, as the draft bill as drafted, is much closer to something workable and to something that will improve the functioning of government and, yes, address some of the concerns. It won't. Let's be absolutely clear. A bill can only do so much, even when it becomes law. There are a range of things here that are simply putting into law codes and practices. They will not by themselves overhaul the culture of our government, nor will they actually achieve the real and significant work of civil service reform. To be honest, I think it's highly arguable that it's much more likely that we are going to achieve real change here through improved culture, through an improved political culture, but also through civil service reform. I know the Minister is looking at that, and to be honest, I will be happy to work with him when that comes forward, whether that's through legislation or anything else. So our support has been based on an open mind, wanting to provide for improvements in the way we do government, recognising the very serious shock to public trust that came about as a result of RHI, but also being absolutely clear that we as a party which was so integral and fundamental to delivering power sharing to this place and to delivering the Good Friday Agreement are not doing anything that undermines or jeopardises the core principles around power sharing. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, I do want to come on to a very important point. And while I don't want to personalise the debate, I think it's important on the day and week that's in it, frankly, that I make one particular point, and that's around the point of law. What are we doing here today if we're passing law? Fundamental and intrinsic to the idea of putting provisions in law is that law means something. It's that the rule of law is important to a society. The bill sponsor himself has said that on multiple occasions, as have others who will vote for this bill today. They have said that the rule of law is sacrosanct, so putting codes and guidance in law is necessary. I agree with that. That's why I've been disappointed at some of the language and the tone that has been used by some people in relation to the rule of law. If we're passing this legislation today, that means that we take the rule of law seriously. That means that there are no ifs or buts whenever we talk about individuals following the rule of law, whatever the job they do, whether they're civil servants in central departments, whether they're people working at border control posts. It's very important that there is no shade of doubt about our seriousness in relation to the rule of law. And I would, as gently as I can point that out to the bill sponsor, who has been in many ways open to amendment and to clarification on this bill. He has listened to critiques of it. Well, I hope he will listen to me today whenever I say to him that talking about not encouraging ministers to instruct their officials not to do their jobs is not in the spirit of standing up for the rule of law. He is a long-standing officer of the court, and I would hope that he would reflect on that and understand why, as we debate this bill, and I hope pass it, reflect on why the rule of law is so important. So as we move towards voting on this bill today, I would like to underline my and my party's commitment to the highest standards of transparency. Everything we have done in approaching this draft legislation has been about making it so that it addresses the very real concerns around probity, transparency, standards of governance in this place, but also, Mr Deputy Speaker, the rule of law. Because if we believe in the rule of law, if that's what we're doing today, passing standards into law, then we should all, I'm afraid, stand up for them. With that, I will conclude my remarks and say that I do hope that this bill proceeds. I think there are many significant and important things in it, and I do hope that those outside watching this today will see that some progress is being made towards addressing some of the very real issues that we know have plagued our institutions over the last number of years. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call Andrew Muir.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on behalf of the Alliance Party on this bill today as it reaches its final stage. The Alliance Party will be voting for the bill today. In doing so, it's by no means an endorsement of the overall political objectives of the bill sponsor, which are, let's be clear, completely and utterly at odds to that of the Alliance Party. No. We voted instead on the substance of the...
Order, order. It is up to the member to decide if he wishes to give way. Order. I call Andrew Muir.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. No. We vote instead on the substance of the bill before us, which has changed significantly since it was first debated in the Assembly back in March as COVID-19 took a grip. The debates we have had with other members of this Assembly, both in and outside of this chamber, and the multiple amendments that we have pored over, numbering over 80, have on occasions been fruitful and helped us make this bill better to the point we are able to support it today. That is the way it should be, Mr Deputy Speaker. We are elected as members of this Assembly to subject all proposed legislation to rigorous scrutiny, so it might be fit to become part of the law of this land. At every stage when considering this bill, my party has asked itself, will the clauses of the bill help government function better or not? Many aspects of the bill, as it stands before us today, are to be welcomed. We fully support the reduction in the number of SPADs and the capping of SPAD pay. There are other aspects of the bill which we have also welcomed, but at the same time should be standard practice within any government, with or without legislation. The ministers are responsible and accountable for their SPADs. The civil servants should be present at key meetings, and that minutes of those meetings should be taken and retained are just a few examples of the issues that ought to be standard practice within departments, and for many ministers have always been. RHI did, however, show that it was, in key instances, not commonplace, and hence we arrive at a place where it is felt necessary to put policy and procedural matters into legislation. Finally, there are, however, aspects of the bill that, whilst we are supportive of the aims, we still have concerns regarding how they will operate in practice. We had concerns that the clause on lobbying, as introduced at the consideration stage, would have created an undue burden on ministers. The clause has been very much approved at further consideration stage, but is not ideal nor perfect in any sense whatsoever. As standard practice, ministers should publish their diaries and be entirely transparent regarding with whom they are meeting. Work still needs to be done, though, to ensure that the duty of transparency is better shared by both the lobbyists and the lobbied. In terms of the clause on unauthorised disclosure of information, this has been improved through the process of debate and amendment. There is still relative overlap with existing law on misconduct in public office, but we are satisfied that the risk of unintended impact is reduced. On balance, therefore, my party has decided that the revised legislation contains more positive than negative, and we are content to vote for it today. I would like to thank my researcher, David Morrow, and all those who have engaged constructively in getting the bill to this stage, including the Department of Finance and the Minister, for the amendments tabled, which, if they had not been made, would have left us in a very different position concerning whether to vote for the bill today, considering the serious aspects of bad law that could have been made if not amended. There are two final points I would like to make in closing, Mr Deputy Speaker. The first is that, assuming this bill passes today, the work arising from the implementation of the RHI inquiry recommendations is no less important and must be moved forward to a conclusion. Today's legislation does not cover all the recommendations made in the Cochrane report, and therefore work to deliver all the recommendations arising from the RHI inquiry remains. Secondly, Mr Deputy Speaker, everyone in this Assembly who has spoken on this debate is in agreement on one point: that legislation alone will not be enough to stop the behaviour that led to the RHI scandal and the collapse of the Assembly 3 years ago. This bill will not be a magic bullet to improve the functioning of government, as the bill's title sets out. Improving the functioning of government cannot be delivered by legislation alone. As we saw from the RHI inquiry, just because the issue was legislated for did not mean it actually happened in reality. For the functioning of government to improve, we need a real step change in culture, practice and attitude right across government, with a genuine commitment in both word and deed from all sides to work collectively together with integrity for the good of everyone in Northern Ireland. Since the re-establishment of these institutions last year, we have, on occasions, fallen short in that regard, and some parties particularly so. Whether parties step up to the mark will have a greater say on the future of devolved government here than anything we can pass in the legislation. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
And now I call Jim Wells.
Mr Deputy Speaker, Mr Muir has a lot to learn. He's only in this chamber a year, and we've known throughout this debate that the words that we're hearing from Mr Muir are not his. They're laid down as Holy Writ from his party leader. Therefore, when he doesn't understand what his party leaders told him to say, he cannot take interventions because he doesn't know the answers to the questions that are coming. However, to return to the bill. Yes, certainly.
These are my words. You've suggested before that that myself and others are just parroting words given to my leaders. Can I just check with the member? Was he given a specific role by the bill sponsor that I wasn't aware of to insult potential supporters of this bill? As he seems to be bandying around insults left, right, and centre. I'm just genuinely interested if that's something he was a specific role he was given.
I haven't.
Order, members. Order, members. We are endangering of this debate descending. I would urge all members to have regard for other members, to allow them to make their comments in peace, give way when appropriate, but avoid causing offence where possible. Mr Wells, I ask you to continue.
Well, Mr O'Toole did give way constantly during all of the debates, so he certainly is not guilty of any of the misdemeanours that Mr Muir has so evidently shown today. The point is, Mr Deputy Speaker, there has been a good air of cooperation within the Chamber and the Committee on this bill. And up until now, people have been prepared to allow their arguments to stand up on the bill, he said, keeping within the terms of the debate on the bill, members have been prepared to stand up and articulate their case and to take questions, apart from one. I think it's sad that we've reached this stage when this has happened, but then I do understand the circumstances as to why, as it's not his own views, he can't answer the questions. However, to return to the bill itself, Mr Deputy Speaker, first of all, I think Mr Allister and the chair of the committee, and indeed I think even Mr O'Dowd, surprisingly, did take the time to thank those responsible for all the hard work that went into this bill. It's only when you sit on the committee, and I had the privilege of sitting in the Finance Committee, which I've enjoyed enormously over this last year, and see the amount of work that goes into a private member's bill, not just from the sponsor, but from the staff, from fellow committee members, and indeed the other members that the bill sponsor liaised with. You just see what a complex measure this is. Now, I understand there are 23 other private members' bills in the system. Now, given the fact that we may only have about a year left of this mandate, it's going to be absolutely fascinating to see how many of those come through that scrutiny. But I would certainly like to place on record my thanks to Jim McManus. Jim McManus was the outgoing clerk of the Finance Committee. Jim, who has just, I don't believe, either retired or partially retired, managed to remain cool, calm and collected throughout the entire difficult and fraught process. And I think we owe a debt to him. The new incoming clerk is Jim McAleer, and again, he has worked hard on this. And there's a very interesting comment, I think, by the chair that said that the bill, the member of the Business Office responsible, Claire McCanney, had kept the honourable member, Mr Allister, on the straight line. Well, that is an incredible achievement. If anyone in this building has kept Mr Allister on the straight and narrow, I think at least an OBE must be rapidly heading towards that young lady's in-tray, because that is quite remarkable, because nobody else in the history of politics in Northern Ireland is able to keep Mr Allister on the straight and narrow. So well done there. Yeah, and there was a lot of effort went in, and now we reach this stage where it looks like, unless I come out with a few ill-chosen words between now and the end of my presentation, it looks like this bill is going to pass. And we have now, as I said in the previous debate, a situation where a member has had 2 private members' bills passed in his tenure as an MLA. I don't think, when the history of this institution is rewritten, I don't think anyone has achieved that before.
Members should not forget his former colleague in South Down, Mr John McAllister, who brought both the Caravans Bill and the bill that provided for some form of opposition.
For obvious reasons, it didn't suit me to recall that, since myself and Mr McAllister were bitter sworn enemies, political enemies, in South Down. He's actually right. Yes, I remember the Caravans Bill. I didn't remember his very important bill on an opposition, formation of an opposition in this House. So Mr Allister, no doubt, will be back with a 3rd bill, so he can achieve the record of the largest number of successes in this field. So I think, regardless of where we stand on the bill, all of us have to accept there's a huge amount of effort has gone to reaching this situation. And the reason I wanted to intervene with Mr Muir, I do get very tired when people say, the bill's okay, but we doubt the motivation of the sponsor. Now, I'll give you an example. Daithí Mackay. Whatever happened to Daithí Mackay, I don't know. So many of the Sinn Féin upper echelons just disappear overnight, never to be seen again. What happened to Martin O'Miller? Where's he gone to? He's just disappeared off the face of the earth. Well, Daithí Mackay, the honourable member for Northampton, proposed a bill on plastic bags, a plastic bags tax, which I thought was eminently sensible. Now, I didn't say, oh, Daithí Mackay, it's suspect. It's obviously an attempt to undermine the British Constitution or the DUP by bringing in a plastic bags tax. I looked at the bill on the basis of its merits, and I thought it was an extremely effective measure. Now, as it happened, he didn't have to pursue it because the executive then decided to take it on board, and that was a great success. But never once did it occur to me to think there must be an ulterior motive coming from North Antrim because of who's sponsoring it. So we cannot judge a bill because of our preconceived notions as to the motivation of the sponsor. And I think the motivation was pure. The motivation was that we saw, when the RHI inquiry lifted the carpet of what was going on in this building and in government departments, and we saw in underneath what was going on, every right-thinking person in this country was appalled. And I have to say to the DUP at least had the good sense to see that there was activities being carried out by its special advisers that no one could stand over, that no one could support, and that reform was needed. Unlike Sinn Féin, who still would have us believe that they have nothing to be concerned about as far as the activities of their special advisers, particularly those working unofficially in Connolly House. And it would have been helpful had the two last big beasts, and there only is two big beasts left in the Sinn Féin jungle, both physically and politically, Mr Murphy and Mr O'Dowd, the two big beasts who have led everyone from their party on this issue, had at least admitted you got it wrong in how your SPADs behaved. Sorry, it's coming, Mr Deputy Speaker, it's coming.
I'm actually thinking of organising guided tours of Connolly House, just to show you around it, because it's not as mysterious a place as you seem to think it is. It's not a case of people saying nobody got it wrong, or you got it wrong, and this got it wrong. The Executive agreed a strategy to deal with this issue. We are adhering to the Executive strategy.
I thought, Mr Deputy Speaker, history was going to be made. And Mr O'Dowd was going to stand up and say, Sinn Féin got it wrong in having super unofficial SPADs up at Connolly House, where every government document coming from their departments had to be verified and approved before it got anywhere. And that came out absolutely clearly in the Cochrane report. There's no shadow of a doubt about that. And yet never have you stood up and said perhaps that was not a wise thing to do. And that is why the most important clause in Mr Allister's bill, as far as I'm concerned, is the clause, I think is it clause 1? I'm not quite certain, that says that that is illegal and can never happen again. Now, none of us in this chamber can hold our heads up with any degree of pride about how our SPADs behave, because we've accepted, the DUP have accepted, that Messrs Johnston and Robinson and Crawford, etc., behaved appallingly during RHI. Appallingly. But in the Ulster Unionist Party, I have to say, Mr Kennedy had a very difficult situation with one of his SPADs, who behaved in a way which was entirely unacceptable. And to be fair to Mr Kennedy, that individual was sacked on the spot the moment that those revelations were made public. And I know for Danny Kennedy, who hasn't disappeared without trace, unlike Mr Miller, that Danny Kennedy found that a very difficult and a very embarrassing and humiliating experience, but acted with determination immediately. So right across the piece, I mean, some of the Alliance Party SPADs have come out with things, that, particularly on the protection of the unborn child, which I found appalling. So none of our SPADs have behaved well. And the question I have to ask is, we saw what was going on during RHI. What was it if there had been an inquiry into the affairs of other government departments in Northern Ireland since 1988? What would we have discovered? What was going on out there that we don't know, that we didn't have the benefit of the Cochrane report? Maybe there was an awful lot more going on, and that prompted Mr Allister to introduce a bill which, in my opinion, has gone a considerable way in trying to control the activities of those individuals. And let's be practical about it. We've saved the taxpayer £150,000 because we no longer will have two SPADs serving junior ministers. As I said in the second reading of this debate, it's appalling that someone who's being paid £6,000 a year as a junior minister has a SPAD being paid £74,000. Something just doesn't add up there. So at least that we've cut the number of SPADs to the tune of a salary of £150,000, which will pay maybe for 6 extra nurses or something more useful in society. And there have been many other achievements. Now, I have to say it saddened me that on crucial issues we weren't able to convince everyone that the bill, for instance, on the use of non-governmental electronic devices and servers, I thought that that was something was absolutely crucial to the bill, and I regret the fact that we were not able to encourage members to vote for that. And that's unfortunate. But still, the core of the bill, in my opinion, has achieved an awful lot. Will we have greater control over SPADs as a result of this bill? Yes. We already have a situation where those who are convicted of terrorist crimes and serve sentences in prison can no longer be special advisers. We've now got a situation where there's considerably greater control. I suspect, as a result of some of the amendments that have unfortunately been passed here, we may have to review this situation again, because I still think that we haven't yet entirely hit the target in controlling the affairs of these individuals, certainly.
Greenway, and it's the point he raises about having to go again on legislation. And it's been alluded here in every stage of this bill, and it's been Mr Dowd who's done it, about an agreement that was made in an executive at a point of time. Now, the executive could make an agreement about welfare reform or any aspect of government. Would that then stop or halt a private member from bringing a bill on welfare reform? Because if it did, and it was expected that the executive parties was to vote that down, well, where would democracy be, and where would this House be? It would be in a very bad place.
I noticed the comment by Mr O'Dowd at the very start on the second reading, where he stood up and sort of almost suggested that how dare a backbencher bring forward any form of private members' bills, because that's for the executive and for ministers to deal with. Well, Mr O'Dowd, Mr Lynch, your member for Manon South Tyrone, is bringing forward a bill on fracking, to prevent fracking. I will remind him of your comments when he stands up at second reading on that particular bill. Yes.
Well, please have a copy of Hansard with you so you quote me correctly.
I certainly will. I must say, by the way, you said that you agreed with me. Please do not agree with me in case that gets into the Morning Observer. I do not want on any. The only thing we have in common, Mr Dowd, is height, nothing else. So I would congratulate Mr Allister for his perseverance, his hard work. It would look like this is going to go through, and I think Northern Ireland will be a better place as a result of Mr Allister's efforts. And the question I have to ask is, if we hadn't Mr Allister in this chamber, who else would have had the tenacity, the ability and the independence to have moved this bill? Other parties would simply have been told by the respected SPADs, we don't want any more control. We don't want a pay cut. We don't want to be subject to the ministerial or to the Civil Service Code of Conduct. So please do not, under any circumstances, move anything to curtail our powers. And given the huge control that SPADs have over the respected parties, at least in my experience, the enormous control they have, that would have meant that any proposal for a private member's bill would have been gently quashed and never heard of again. That's the problem. So therefore, at least by having Mr Allister here, we have someone who was of an independent situation, who had the ability, without fear of being dealt with by a SPAD, to bring forward this legislation. He's to be congratulated. I noticed him on the front page of the Belfast Telegraph yesterday with a Cheshire cat-like grin on his face, obviously reacting to the latest opinion poll as far as his party is concerned. So he's on a bit of a run as things are concerned, and I will be giving this bill my 100% support, as I've had from day one.
I call Pat Cackney.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I don't know, I'm just a bit mesmerised there with the gentleman from South Down, my neighbour actually from Moira, Mr Wells. I know that you're in the naughty corner, but is there a chance you might be going over to join Jim's new party if you believe all these opinion polls? I doubt it somehow. Stay independent where you are. All right? But listen, thank you, Mr Speaker. Broadly speaking, my party and I have supported the intentions of this bill. We have engaged with its clauses and provisions throughout the committee and the stages in this chamber. We have had some specific reservations with certain aspects of the bill, and though it is not perfect, the bill sponsor has worked to remove some of our deepest concerns. This is a position that I feel any right-minded member must take towards the bill. You cannot just refuse the need for reform, for this bill aims to make public opinion in this place, and the work it does, or more correctly, doesn't do, is dire. That is why I thought engagement with this legislation was so important. We must show that we are willing to change, willing to move forward and willing to learn from past mistakes. There has been a lot of talk about the need for this legislation and why the reforms within it cannot be produced by codes and guidance. It is true that the civil service argued that codes and guidance were adequate. There are areas where this is undoubtedly the case, and I know the Minister is working on a number of these. It is also true that legislation is a blunt tool. It is not a vehicle for actively changing culture. However, what legislation has always done is highlighted how culture has changed. On the back of RHI and countless other scandals, it is clear, as should be clear to everyone here, that the public are demanding something different. This legislation is tangible action towards that. This is not to say that the focus of this bill should be and is on civil service reform. Reforms are required and future reforms will come forward. However, I am pleased that some of the provisions, like those on criminalisation that had a large impact on the civil service, have been toned down. At the same time, though, the process and through amendments, the focus of the bill on the actions of ministers and special advisers has been further solidified, which is to be welcome. We have all seen the examples of bullying and unsavoury behaviour that ministers and special advisers have engaged in Westminster when the behaviour is controlled by guidance. So it is not my hope that the provisions in this bill will cut out the possibility of that behaviour here. Let me be clear, though. The SDLP has not voted for this bill just because we feel public opinion requires it. There are parts to the bill that we felt were unnecessary and unwelcome, and we have voted against significant parts of it. We have made a careful decision on balance that certain reforms should be legislated for, and that we have moved forward on this basis. Nor does that legislation cover all the reforms that are required. Sir Patrick Coughlin did not prelude in his report that is where the only changes needed to be made. As I have said, we will be happy to engage with the Minister on future reform in the same open-minded way that we engaged with this bill. The drafting of this bill has been challenging, and I am thankful that the Department engaged with the clauses of the bill at further consideration stages. We all know of the perils of clunky and unworkable legislation, so it was right for the Department to engage to improve the bill. I am hopeful about the improvements the Minister's amendments made to the bill in making it a solid, workable piece of legislation. I must finally say that I have enjoyed the debate in this chamber. This is what we are elected to do. We identify the issues, we debate the merits or not of legislation, and we debate the specific provisions of that legislation. We can all strongly disagree with each other, as we often do, but we come here to have an honest debate in a democratic and open way. I know the bill sponsor understands this, as I have watched him do this with some skill in the Finance Committee. This is what makes this inflammatory remarks in the media, which I have seen lately, all the more disappointing from the sponsor. He has shown through this process how to engage. You have a sensible debate on the issues. You cannot demand that Sinn Féin fully engage with your legislation while calling on unionists to block any EU-related policy with no regard to its content. You do not, as he has done regarding the Northern Ireland Protocol, rile up the public
Order, member. Order. Would the member take a seat? We are now straying well beyond the confines of this bill, so I would ask the member to return to the bill that is in front of us. Mr Cackney.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. On the day that Minister Poots has had to remove staff from the harbour because of the fear of violence, a fear that has been brought on because of tension stoked by the bill sponsor's remarks, I hope he reflects how he has worked democratically to bring forward legislation that will actively improve this place. Maybe, just maybe, he will aim for this approach in the future. Thank you, Mr Chair. Deputy Chair.
I call Jerry Carroll.
Mr Deputy Speaker, no surprise to you and the House to say that the proposer of this bill and I are worlds apart politically, polar opposites you may say, and that's pretty glaring on a weekly basis in this chamber. And even on the specific issues raised by this bill, it seems clear to me that we would disagree fundamentally on the very role and need for SPADs. If I had my way, we wouldn't have unelected officials with inflated salaries swanning around departments in a manner which has been exposed by scandals like RHI at all. But as we have said from the beginning of this process, Mr Deputy Speaker, we can give support to legislation that seeks to put checks and balances on the Stormont gravy train that has existed here for far too long. We all know the background headlines that haunt this issue: RHI, hundreds of millions of taxpayers' money wasted, unaccountable SPADs, and ministers courting the business community in the most unaccountable of ways. No records of meetings or lobbying, ministers not reading reports they signed off upon, costing huge sums of money to the public. Mr Speaker, RHI wasn't an aberration, in my opinion, but a reflection of an institution that is tied by 1,000 threads to the interests of big businesses and profit-making above all else. When we consider the government negligence, Mr Deputy Speaker, regarding RHI and the amount of public money either wasted or siphoned off to the business community, and then measure that against the current context of today's pandemic, hospitals under pressure with patients having life-saving surgery postponed, food bank usage soaring, child poverty increasing, and all the added physical and mental health pressures coming on top of that. Priorities have never been clearer. RHI isn't just water under the bridge, and not simply because of a single head rule for it. Not one person was fined or prosecuted, but because the shambolic handling of the pandemic is an extension of those politics. Just consider, Mr Deputy Speaker, how over the past number of months amidst this pandemic, when people were told to stay home and stay safe, the PSNI found it time to fine and prosecute a number of homeless people sleeping rough and others begging in our city under the Vagrancy Act, a Dickensian piece of legislation that ought to be binned and confined to the history books. That was used in 2020 in Belfast in the middle of a pandemic, in the middle of a health pandemic. Shameful stuff. Meanwhile, workers have come forward throughout this pandemic about unsafe working conditions, and a blind eye has been turned in most cases.
Order. Again, I would ask the member to return to the debate. We offer a degree of latitude, but you need to get back onto the subject area which is in front of us today, and that is whether or not we will approve the final stage of the bill that is in front of us. Mr Carroll.
The point I was making, Mr Deputy Speaker, is that it's always one rule for ordinary people and another for businesses and ministers. Tapping a couple of pounds on the streets gets you a fine, but wasting hundreds of millions of pounds of public money gets you a free pass, as long as you're a minister or a SPAD or connected to this place. It really does sum up the hypocrisy at the heart of this rotten state of affairs driven by this institution, headed by the DUP, Sinn Féin and other parties. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, this legislation obviously won't overturn this kind of situation, clearly, and it isn't without its problems. I frankly don't think there's a solution to this problem to be found based solely on more tighter and stronger state power. What is ultimately needed is a principled socialist and left-wing politics, and that's what we are obviously trying to do in this building, in this city and beyond. But moves to create more accountability are welcome, Mr Deputy Speaker. Moves to ensure meetings are properly recorded are welcome. Moves to record lobbying are welcome. These are basic measures of democracy that the public should expect from their representatives and their ministers. Finishing up, Mr Deputy Speaker, I wish to say that what happens in this chamber today should be watched closely. Those in parties who claim to support openness and transparency and claim their parties work for their communities but who cannot bring themselves to slow the pace of the gravy train they've stood to benefit from are acting, in my view, in their own interests, not in the interest of the public, and not with the fervour that the scandal after scandal on this hill commands. I would suggest that this place needs a serious reckoning and a wholesale break from the shambolic governance of the past. This bill does not deliver this, but parts of it may well help in that effort, and that's why I'm happy to support it today. Thank you.
I now call the Minister of Finance, Conor Murphy, to respond to the debate.
I speak to oppose the final agreement of the Assembly to this bill. I say that in the context of having made extensive efforts to amend this bill. Those amendments made at further consideration and reflecting the version of the bill agreed at consideration stage were necessary to mitigate the damage that would be done should this seriously flawed piece of legislation reach the statute book. They did not signal my approval of this legislation nor the acceptance of any need for it. The fact that multiple amendments have been made to this bill is a reflection of its fundamentally flawed nature. Because no matter how much remedial amendment is made, this bill remains both unnecessary and disproportionate. It's unnecessary because the requirements it places upon civil servants, special advisers and ministers already largely exist. They exist in the Ministerial Code of Conduct, the Guidance for Ministers, the Code of Conduct for Special Advisers, the Special Adviser's Letter of Appointment and the Civil Service Code of Ethics, all of which were subject to in-depth consideration as part of the party political talks by the 5 parties involved in those discussions in advance of the Executive returning to government. The Executive has already recognised the need for reform in this area and acted swiftly on the return of the institutions to effect change. I and my Executive colleagues agreed revised key documents and indeed brought forward and published detailed guidance for ministers for the first time. Only the Civil Service Code of Ethics remains to be finalised following consultation with the Civil Service Unions and the Civil Service Commissioners. We have also embarked on an unprecedented level of transparency, publishing details of ministers and special advisers' meetings with external organisations and individuals, gifts and hospitalities received and overseas travel. We have published detailed information on special advisers' salaries and their relevant interests, and information on ministers' interests will be published shortly.
2 points for the Minister. First of all, of course, if what he's saying is true, then we're not going to need this legislation. It will never be invoked, so he's nothing to fear. Secondly, how does anything of the extensive list that he has just quoted from, how would that stop Sinn Féin advisers or Sinn Féin staff who are not actually advisers sitting up in Colony House or any other Sinn Féin office having control over the SPADs in this building?
Well, I'm always amused about this Conley House reference. Conley House is a constituency office. If I've been in it once in the last 10 years, it's the most of it. But I know I'm sorry to burst his bubble in that regard, but Conley House is a constituency office away out in Andersonstown. Any time I'm engaging with my Sinn Féin colleagues in the city, it's actually in Sevastopol Street on the Falls Road. But nonetheless, we have very clear lines of accountability within our own party in relation to this, and we're very happy to adhere to all the codes that the 5 parties who make up the Executive agreed to in advance of the Executive coming back, and which have been put into place since the Executive coming back. And this legislation isn't sitting in place and only invoked if some part of these codes are not met in some regard. This legislation has its own standing and will have its own impact and effect from as soon as it gets assent, and within 6 months beyond that when the civil service codes have to be agreed. And I had to today memo all of my Executive colleagues to advise them of the outcome of this legislation should it be passed today, and the impact it's going to have on all of their departments and for all of their permanent secretaries to prepare to meet for those impacts. So regardless of what these codes do, this legislation has impact, and the member should be aware of that, as I'm sure he is. We are going further on transparency than this bill requires in relation to those publication of interests, and these commitments were agreed to by the Executive as part of the political talks. The codes and the guidance were further examined in light of the report of the RHI inquiry by the Executive Subcommittee on Reform following the inquiry, and very minor amendments proposed to reflect the specific recommendations of the inquiry panel. The RHI inquiry did not recommend putting codes of conduct into law, nor has this Assembly or the Finance Committee suggested any amendments to these codes. But we have committed to keeping them under review, and that is what we are doing. But the bill sponsor argues that codes are just codes and the law has greater bite. Breaking the law may have more serious consequences than breaching the code, but not necessarily. A breach of the codes of conduct and ethics is a disciplinary matter for civil servants, and a breach of the ministerial code for ministers. Those are not insignificant matters and have lasting consequences which can lead to dismissal. Indeed, with the exception of the offence of unauthorised disclosure, this bill does not increase the penalties for breaching standards and codes of conduct. What it does do is bring the police and courts into adjudicating on routine administrative matters, such as whether a meeting was minuted properly, whether a taxi driver expressing an opinion to a minister constitutes lobbying. Members should ask themselves whether asking the police and the court system to investigate these administrative matters represents a good use of their resources. Even though there are not legal penalties for most of the bill's clauses, the possibility of facing police investigation or being brought before the courts will have a chilling effect on the civil service. There will be no room for professional judgment, there will be more aversion to risk and more bureaucracy. In conclusion, Las Concordia, this bill is unnecessary and disproportionate. It would achieve little beyond what is already required in government. Its main achievement would be to impose a statutory requirement where an administrative one is appropriate. And in so doing, it undermines professional judgment within the civil service and it diverts the resources of the police and the courts to investigating administrative matters. Approving this bill might give members a good headline for a day, but it will cause long-term damage to the efficient and effective administration of government here. Making law is a serious responsibility with serious consequences, and I urge members to oppose the bill.
I now call Jim Allister to conclude the final stage.
Speaker, I do not propose to give a line-by-line response to the contributions. I put the House at ease by telling them that straight away. But I do want to deal with some of the issues which have arisen. We're at the point where this House decides whether it's on the side of bettering government and of clamping down on irregularities, or whether it's not. Now, it's quite clear, and I'm grateful for it, that all the parties, except Sinn Féin, are, with varying degrees of enthusiasm or otherwise, prepared to vote this bill through, and that is good. And some of them have reservations about content, some of them may have reservations about the sponsor. That has come across somewhat, but I'm glad that they're all big enough to rise above that. The one party which is in a different category, of course, is Sinn Féin. It is so small-minded, it cannot get past the identity of the sponsor. It is so small-minded, it cannot get past the fact that some deal they thought they had with executive parties is going to be dishonoured, they think, by this bill. But let the public be clear what Sinn Féin, who parade themselves as proponents of transparency, of openness, who have berated the DUP in particular post-RHI for their feelings during that escapade, covering over their own, of course. But let the message be clear. The only party in this House that is going to vote against bringing special advisers for all that happened during RHI under the control of the Northern Ireland Disciplinary Code is Sinn Féin. The only party that doesn't want complaints against ministers to be investigated independently is Sinn Féin. The only party that doesn't want to cap SPAD pay at the top end of grade 5 is Sinn Féin. The only party that doesn't want to make ministers both responsible and accountable in law for their SPADs is Sinn Féin. The only party who doesn't want a permanent secretary to have to stop a super SPAD who isn't a SPAD exercising the functions of a SPAD, as happened with Sinn Féin before, is Sinn Féin. The only party that doesn't want to reduce the number of SPADs is Sinn Féin. The only party that wants to cling to unfettered royal prerogative powers is Sinn Féin. Sinn Féin wants to act out the royal prerogative and not to give it up, and to do it in an unfettered way. To do it in an unfettered way, with no democratic control in the Assembly. Sinn Féin alone are those who want to exercise royal prerogative. Really? Yes, I give way.
Thank the member for giving way. Would he agree with me that Sinn Féin in this sense are truly living up to their title of ourselves alone?
Well, it certainly is beginning to look like that. And I know that royal prerogative and fancy titles like the Royal Steward of whatever has had appeals for Sinn Féin members. Yes?
For is the Earl of North State and the Chiltern Hundreds, which of course Sinn Féin MPs were only too happy to accept when they resigned their seats from Parliament.
Can I urge members to come back to the bill?
Which I assume includes the Minister, Minister Murphy. The only party that doesn't want to create a statutory duty to make and keep proper records of ministerial decisions is Sinn Féin. The only party that doesn't want to require the making and keeping of records when ministers and SPADs are lobbied is Sinn Féin. The only party that doesn't want to make it a statutory obligation to record and publish declarations of interest by ministers and SPADs is Sinn Féin. And the only party that doesn't want to make it a criminal offence to disclose to your mates or to commercial interests official information for improper purposes, Sinn Féin. And the only party that doesn't want a rolling system of improving government is Sinn Féin. Let the message be very clear to the public that when we vote shortly on this bill, those are the things that Sinn Féin are wishing to vote against. And of course, they have also told us some wild and wonderful things today. To disparage this bill, they said it took 80 amendments. Yeah, but what they didn't tell the House was that 90% of them were stylistic. How you express something, because as the sponsor, I was not afforded access to the Office of Legislative Counsel to go through this bill and put it in the orderly shape that they would put it if it was a departmental bill, as all departmental bills were. And so, of course, there were stylistic issues. I accept them all, but none of them make any significant difference to this bill. Yes?
And I make the point to the member through the chair that that would be the case for every private member's bill, even one coming from the party opposite themselves.
Yes, absolutely. At the stage of further consideration, it is the duty of the parent department to ensure that legislation is as consistent as it can be with the format used by departments in promulgating their own legislation. And that essentially is what all the Sinn Féin or the departmental amendments were about. I don't have a problem with that whatsoever. But I said it before. To me, why Sinn Féin are smarting about this bill is because they haven't got over themselves from my first private member's bill in 2013 that removed from office convicted terrorists and those with serious criminal convictions. And that is still the problem that they have. But I say to this House, if we're on the side of openness, not secrecy, if we're on the side of transparency, not opaqueness, if we're on the side of making things better rather than stagnating where they are, then no one has anything to fear about this bill. Only those who want to keep things suppressed, only those who don't want to subject themselves to controls, who don't want to be subject to independent investigations, who don't want to be subject to discipline, they're the only folk who have anything to fear from this bill. And I thank the parties in general who otherwise, with varying degrees of enthusiasm, have indicated support for the fact that in a few minutes it looks as if most of them will vote for the sensible, rational, reasoned propositions of this bill. And therefore, as the private member, as the sponsor of this bill, I thank the House in anticipation for that support. Thank you.
Members, the question is that the Function of Government Miscellaneous Provisions Bill do now pass. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Aye. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The Functioning of Government Miscellaneous Bill is now passed. Can I now advise members of the next item of business? Point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I hope you will indulge me, but during the course of this debate, we received some very sad news on the sad passing of Captain Sir Tom Moore, a man that raised over 33 million for the NHS. His example and his kindness and generosity of spirit has touched many, both during this coronavirus and across the United Kingdom and even in this House. I would like to put on record my thoughts and prayers to his family at this time. Thank
you. Your points are well made. We now turn to item 6 on the agenda, on the order paper, the adjournment. The question is, the Assembly to now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned.
Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed.